Mas Rizwan,
Iya, Mbak. Mbak
Mas
Dea.
jadiin aku host dong, Mas.
Oh,
Heeh, biar bisa ngejadiin co-host yang lain. Nanti
oh,
bisa live aja nggak apa-apa.
oke, siap. Baik. Bentar ya.
Masih.
Makasih.
Oke, udah Mas. Makasih.
Yup, yup.
Kalau kakek masih juga mulai dikembangkan pakai panen. Biasa tanda tangani. Ya, tadi transaksi satu ya. Transaksi satu bahwasannya diterima pendapatan dari A atas jasa kita. Kita ya. Nah, apa tadi akunnya? Tadi akunnya apa? Saya tanya sama dia loh.
Tes 1 2 3. Interpreter kagak? Oke. Siap. Iya. Gak tajam, kurang. Tes 1 2 3 selamat pagi. Masih kurang. Oke. Suara, iya, coba. Tes 1 2 3 interpreter gimana? Bisa berbicara pakai oke, clear. Ini juga sudah mentok, Bu Jo. Udah. Tes 1 2 3. Tes 1 3 dicoba. Interpreter bagus. Oke. Siap.
Good morning. It's 8:30, so please take your seats so we can start soon. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you just leave it here. Okay. Sure. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
So good morning with this beautiful video, and welcome to this Road to Ocean 20 workshop on partnership towards effective management to conserve and sustainably use the oceans. My name is Miklos Gaspar. I'm the director of the United Nations Information Center here in Jakarta, and I'll be your MC today. We have simultaneous translation interpretation available, so if you need that, please pick up one of those gadgets in the back. Before we start the workshop, let me ask you to stand up and let's listen to the national anthem. Thank you, and please take your seats. To kick off this opening session, I'd like to ask Jyoti Mahardi, Deputy Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs, to give us his opening remarks. Thank you.
Million square kilometers. It provides spawning ground for marine biodiversity in addition to our contribution to the coral reef triangle area, because we have 362 species of rock corals. If we take into account mangrove and seagrass, we combine it all together, I think Indonesia plays also a very significant role in relation to carbon sequestration. The potential for blue carbon in Indonesia, it reaches 3.4 gigaton, or around 17% of the world's blue carbon. So furthermore, as Indonesia is located between two oceans and two continents, this very much increase our bargaining position both geographically and geopolitically. Therefore, this is in line with our President's vision that Indonesia become the world maritime axis. Besides that, Indonesia, we contribute to maritime economy through blended natural capital by supplying natural resources and environmental services that produce goods and services beneficial for economic contribution. Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, based on the Sustainable Development Goals 2021 report, more than 3 billion people heavily rely on the ocean for their livelihoods, and over 80% of the world merchants is carried out by the sea. Consequently, of course, the ocean, it contributes to poverty eradication, sustainable economic growth, and food security. However, the benefits that the ocean provides are also, on the other hand, increasingly undermined by anthropogenic activities like rising CO2 emission that leads to ocean warming, acidification, and deoxygenation, which of course threaten marine ecosystems and the people that it correlated to. And also, it also causes overfishing and depleted fish stocks, which the third of which are already overexploited. Land-based pollutants affected coastal habitats and communities. These changes, of course, have a very long-term repercussions that require us to scale up protection of marine environments, investment in ocean science, the support for small-scale fishing communities, and the sustainable management of the oceans. Considering the great benefits provided, the oceans should get better attention from all entities associated with, namely government, coastal societies, NGOs, and other relevant stakeholders. Conservation issues have become a global concern and strategic issues in many countries. Indonesia must be able to manage its marine and fisheries resources effectively and sustainably for the prosperity of our people. President Jokowi has reiterated Indonesia's commitment to conserving up to 32.5 million hectares of the national marine areas by 2030. As of now, the country has 28.4 million hectares of marine areas under protection. Of course, to achieve the national target, it obviously demands a collective works. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the well-managed marine conservation area, coastal communities' empowerment and consistent marine spatial planning are very key part of this. This is one of the tools to manage the world seas more sustainably. They can be categorized into several pillars. The first is blue health, safeguarding. Second is blue food. The third is blue finance. And the fourth, as part of the future solution, is blue innovation. Under the overarching theme of the 2022 Ocean Conference, scaling up ocean action based on science and innovation for the implementation of Goal 14, stock-taking partnerships and solutions for a sustainably managed ocean will involve much needed green technology, science-based innovative solutions, and innovative use of marine resources. Minister Luhut, time and time, have stated that the government of Indonesia has been working towards a blue economy strategy to improve the governance of marine and coastal ecosystems, achieve equal economic opportunities, and promote livelihoods, including by setting ambitious targets to conserve the ocean ecosystem. We look forward to increasing collaboration with other partners to further strengthen and implement a sustainable ocean economy. Accordingly, the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, we have set up the initiative to establish as well as collaborate with the UN and other related partners in the maritime sector to work together in achieving the sustainable use of maritime resources. This collaboration has been started since June 22, just prior to the 2022 UN Ocean Conference, and has taken the recommendations of the conference into our collaboration. Moreover, to fellow government institutions and development partners, I appreciate your continued support and valuable inputs to this initiative, and we have always been taking your contribution into consideration. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to promote and improve effective management of and conservation and sustainability use of the oceans, we need to take real actions to make this vision happen. This effort, of course, requires long-term commitment and solid cooperation from multiple parties, both internally and externally. This partnership can be in the form of knowledge or technology transfer, expertise sharing, capacity building, and community empowerment. Therefore, through this meeting, we are conferring about the creation of the National Blue Agenda Action Partnership among related stakeholders with ocean as the main topic. Today, I do hope that this forum will deliver sound recommendations for Blue Agenda cooperation and build upon existing partnership for innovative movement ahead. So thank you very much, and I hope we have a very fruitful workshop today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Jody, for those opening remarks. I'd now like to give the floor to Valérie Jean, Resident Coordinator of the UN in Indonesia.
Good morning, Selamat pagi, everybody, and warm greetings to Pak Jody Mahardi, Deputy Minister for Marvest, Ibu Vivi, who is here from Bapenas as well, to all of the representatives of the different entities and ministries of the government of Indonesia. Of course, I want to greet all the ambassadors who are here, Ambassador of Japan, among others, and all the other development partners, and also my UN colleagues, all of you who are here. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you today, and especially on this occasion to welcome you at this workshop on partnership towards effective management to conserve and sustainably use the oceans. That's a very important topic that we're addressing today. Actually, it's only 2 weeks ago that we held, together with Marvis, a meeting with all the development partners in order to discuss, to kick off this new initiative of the National Blue Agenda Actions Partnership. And the objective is really to support Indonesia in its effort to have a sustainable ocean development. During that workshop, we promised that there would be dynamism. And actually, the holding of this workshop today is a proof of it, because what we expect with this workshop is to be able to bring all the necessary content that the partnership should have. What should it focus on? What should be the priorities? And that's why this workshop today is very important. And I want to really, at the very get-go, to express my gratitude to Marvest for its commitment, to Bapenas, also for its commitment, and all the other ministries in the government, but also to the development partners. It's essential that we be together, and to my UN colleagues. There are several agencies that are involved in this effort to support the government of Indonesia, and it is really important. So thank you very much, all of you. So as I say, our goal with this workshop today is really to kind of create this partnership, because a partnership needs partners. So it means that we are here together to really create this partnership. And this will be launched when we have put the flesh and the content on it. It will be launched actually in Bali on the 14th of November in the margin of the G20 summit. And that will be really the beginning of this partnership. So why ocean? Well, I think we all understand why it's so important that we focus on ocean, but especially because the oceans and the people who depend on the oceans are all crying for help. As a matter of fact, there are many things that we did not consider on ocean for so long. One element, for instance, is that because we don't see what's happening necessarily in the ocean, it's not under our eyes, therefore we don't pay attention. You see, we see the garbage on land, but we don't see this humongous island of plastic that is somewhere in the Pacific that is as big as my own country, France. That is 500,000 square kilometers, by the way. Imagine there is such an island of plastic somewhere in the Pacific. But we don't see that. And subsequently, the entire international community has been happily ignoring the reality for many years. And now, we seem to understand that there is a priority at the global level. But I'm still not sure that we measure the severity of the situation. And that is why it's so essential that we focus on that. Because as a matter of fact, I was mentioning this island of plastic somewhere in the Pacific Ocean as big as a country. But the reality is that by 2025, 3 years from today, for every 3 tons of fish, there will be 1 ton of plastic. And by 2050, which is not so far away, there will be more plastic than fish. So I know these are only words, and it's difficult to trickle down, but we need to integrate that. because that's the situation that we face today with the ocean. And actually, when we talk about plastic, I regret to say, but Indonesia is among the biggest contributor to plastic in the ocean. As a matter of fact, Indonesia contributes around 8% of the global quantity of plastic in the ocean. So that is a very dramatic situation. And actually, even if there were still some people who were not convinced that it is important, this plastic in the ocean, gets, I would say, deteriorated, but does not disappear. And then it becomes a nanoparticles that the fish ingest, and that it ends up in your plate. And I say your plate, by the way, because I'm vegan. So this has an impact on health. This has an impact on your health, on the health of your children. And we don't know still as of today how much impact it has. Because it goes certainly beyond the mere fact that we ingest plastic. What does it do to our system? So, as we see, Indonesia has really realized that being part of the problem, they have to become part of the solution in order to correct the wrongs that have been done so far, but also in order to make sure that Indonesia leads the movement in the world where we will use from the ocean only the resources we really need, and only those ones, in order to make sure that the oceans are sustainable. And that's why it's so encouraging to know, as Pak Jody was explaining, the commitment that Indonesia has taken, for instance, in increasing the protected marine area. And Indonesia has also taken the commitment to reduce marine plastic debris by 70% by 2025, so in 3 years. So bravo for this commitment. It is essential. And actually, during the Ocean Conference in Portugal earlier this year, the Secretary General really sounded the alarm. And he said, he was talking about turning the tide to address what is an ocean emergency. And Peter Thompson, who is the special envoy of the Secretary General for Ocean, actually said that there cannot be a healthy planet without healthy oceans. And actually, as a matter of fact, in Indonesia, which is the largest archipelagic nation in the world, this is particularly true, and the importance of ocean cannot be underestimated. Pak Jody already referred to what it brings to Indonesia. And actually, do you know that ocean contributes half of the protein that are ingested by Indonesian population? And the fisheries sector represents 7 million jobs in Indonesia. So that is a major economic driver. But what maybe we don't know, I was mentioning the food, I was mentioning all those aspects. But do you know that oceans also contribute to the oxygen and the air we breathe? Here we are, all the world, involved in fighting climate change. And one big way of fighting the global warming, it's actually in preserving the oceans. Because the oceans actually contribute a large portion of the oxygen we breathe. And they actually capture 30% of the carbon dioxide that is produced globally. So it is not an overstatement to say that without the ocean, we cannot win the fight against climate change. So that's why this partnership has so much importance, because it will help not only Indonesia, but it will help the world. It will help humanity. But that's why also we need to address this in a very holistic manner. And partnership means partners, because we need everybody to work on that. Because it is very clear, the linkage of ocean with the rest, and that is why the SDGs are all interlinked. And this SDG 14 that has not gotten the attention that it should have is actually crucial to the achievement of the other SDGs. And actually, these interlinkages that exist between the SDGs are such that if one SDG fails somewhat, the other goals will fail too. So that's why cooperation harmonization, coordination, and partnerships are so essential. And that's why I'm really, really glad that we have this meeting today to really build this partnership and approach it the proper way. So Marvest has actually a comprehensive blue approach. BAPENAS is also working on a roadmap for the blue economy. And those initiatives in the Indonesian government really articulate very clearly what this partnership should be all about and what are the main goals. So, of course, the implementation of such plans will require funding and financing, innovative solutions that should come from the government of Indonesia, but also that should be supported by the international community. And that's why the partnership with the international community is so important. And we have seen during the meeting we had 2 weeks ago that the commitment among the international community exists, is there to support Indonesia. So I'm very encouraged by all those steps that we are taking together. Pak Judy already referred to the 4 pillars of the focus of the blue agenda that Marvest is developing, and I'm sure that we will hear more from Pak Luhut, the minister. So, in summary, I want to say our goal is clear. It's a matter of saving humanity while saving the ocean, because we cannot save humanity without the ocean. So the launch of this partnership also comes at a very auspicious time, while Indonesia is presiding the G20. And we really hope that, therefore, it will give to this partnership the visibility, the importance it deserves. And with that, we will really support every step of the way the leadership of Indonesia, because if Indonesia leads this protection of the ocean, we know that, therefore, the world will go in the right direction. So thank you very much to all of you, and I wish all of us a very fruitful workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Valerie, for those opening remarks. We'll now turn to our keynote address, which is by His Excellency Minister Luhut bin Sarpanjaitan of the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs.
Excellency Ibu Valerie Julian, UN Resident Coordinator to Indonesia, Excellencies, Ambassador and Head of UN agencies, Excellency, Head of the Development Agency, speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for being invited to this distinguished meeting. This workshop is held at such perfect time since we are commemorating National Maritime Day. Also, I just returned from UNGA in New York, having dialogues and meetings on many issues, including ocean and sustainability. Indonesia is an archipelagic country blessed with abundant natural resources. As a maritime country, 2 things cannot be separated. First, about 75% of our territory is covered by seawater, and second, it has 17,500 islands with plus 108,000 kilometers of coastline. With all this blessing, Indonesia has a lot of potentials, including rich marine biodiversity of mangrove, seagrass, and coral reef, and workforce of 191 million people, and digital economy growth of 20% in 2021 and 2025. Indonesia has a strong commitment. I have taken action to protect sustainable manage and restore natural resources, developing our economy to be blue economy stage. The National Medium-Term Development Plan, PRJM, is an essential guide for achieving the above target. For this reason, Indonesia is committed to and supports developing strategic cooperation through the National Blue Agenda Action Partnership. The partnerships among the government of Indonesia, the UN agency, the partners, and related stakeholders will encourage the acceleration of development in the sector of marine resources under the main objectives of national medium-term plan targets. The Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment and the UN team in Indonesia is working closely with the other relevant minister of government agencies and the diplomatic community to support Indonesia's role as a global leader on the Blue Agenda. The Blue Plan seeks to support the coordination strategy with a focus on all 4 pillars: the health, blue food, blue resources, and blue finances. Let me explain these 4 pillars briefly. First, blue health. We need to urgently address the unsustainable practices in our ocean. There is a need for safeguarding the health of the ocean through investment in the infrastructures for coastal communities, coastal and marine habitat protection. Second, sustainable blue food. This issue is very crucial with the current global food security situation. We need to secure local capacity in sustainable aquaculture and capture fisheries. Third, blue innovation, because 90% of ocean is unknown to science. We must design the right framework for research and utilization of new technologies for sustainable ocean in Indonesia, especially on small islands and other remote coastal areas. The last pillar is blue finance. Growth is vital to all of us for a sustainable blue economy. Financial institutions provide the financing, investment, and insurance required for ocean-related sectors and bring positive impact on the livelihood of current and future generations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we invite concrete support and collaboration from you for a healthy and sustainable ocean now and in the future. This is the decade for action. Indonesia committed to create a healthy and sustainable ocean. I believe we can recover together and recover stronger for our sustainable ocean blue growth. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as a president of G20, we will initiate Ocean 20. The Ocean 20 will focus on both ocean ecology and ocean economy. We do hope under the next India G20 presidency, ocean could become the new mainstreaming of the G20 agenda. In closing, I would like to invite you to join our Ocean 20 event on the 13-14 November in Nusa Dua, Bali. Let's create concrete action and collaboration for our healthy and sustainable ocean now and in the future. I wish you a most productive workshop. Thank you.
So all 3 speakers spoke about concrete action and dynamism that I'm sure you'll all undertake today. In order to help you with that, we'll give you coffee in a minute. Before that, we'll take 2 photos. First, I'd like to ask those of you at the VIP tables to come here on stage to take a picture. Then we'll have everybody join them. Then we'll take a 15-minute coffee break. If I could ask the lantern to be moved from here, if possible. Please come on the stage, everybody. Not enough room underneath there. So enjoy your coffee and please come back at 9:40 for the first session. So back here at 9:40, please. Thank you. May I ask you to please start moving back to your seats so we can start in a few minutes. Thank you. We'd like to start session 1 in about 3 minutes. Thank you. Hope you've all enjoyed your coffee break and the chats. We will start with our first substantive session now on ocean health safeguarding. The session will be in a hybrid format, and even the moderator of this session is going to join us remotely, in fact from UNEP headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya. So let me hand over to Ola Vestergaard, who is the Program Management Officer for the project here in Indonesia. He'll introduce the other speakers. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, it's a great pleasure and honor to moderate this first session today. Good morning, can you hear me? Can you hear me in the room? Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor to moderate this first session, Ocean Health Safeguarding. My name is Ola Vestergaard. I work with UNEP's Global Marine Program and leading our Sustainable Economy Initiative. I'm joining you this morning from headquarters in Nairobi. And with us in the room, we have UNEP colleague Paolo Nico, in Bangkok, our colleague Hiro. I wish to thank Honorable Mr. Luhut, Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment, for the keynote address. UNEP welcomes the ambitious and action-oriented agenda on ocean sustainability set out by Indonesia. And we support Indonesia on an impactful pathway to healthy ocean. I wish to take the opportunity to congratulate Indonesia for its ambitious target launched 2 weeks ago to establish 10% MPAs by 2030 and 30% by 2045. I further wish to thank Deputy Coordinating Minister Jody for the remarks and important efforts towards the National Blue Action Agenda partnership that will be launched in November. And I think your University's coordinator, Ms. Valerie Julian, for her important remarks and vision for sustainable ocean, turning the tide on oceans, managing the ocean crisis, including addressing plastics. You have supported the effort, and I also wish to thank our colleagues at the resident office and sister agencies for the collaboration on this important event. We have welcomed the efforts towards establishment of Indonesia's National Blue Action Agenda, and we help advance the development of maritime resources in sustainable, inclusive, and just manner, vision in the government's vision in national development frameworks. This includes supporting national and local efforts, as well as a global agenda for ecosystem conservation and restoration through the UN decades on restoration and ocean science sustainable development, which UNEP is playing a leading role. I also take the opportunity to thank the Indonesian government for your leadership and proactive role in the high-level panel on sustainable ocean. It's an important ambition to place all Indonesia's national waters under integrated management in sustainable ocean plans by 2025. And again, UNEP stands ready to provide technical and capacity building support through the Ocean Action 2030 Coalition. As we know, healthy and productive oceans are the foundation for most blue sectors. Investing in good ocean management gives 5 times the return in environmental benefits, people and society. Investing in ocean policy and good management provides so many valuable benefits to other sectors, including sustainable fisheries, ecotourism, and climate solutions. So here in the first session, we will explore how we can practically secure ocean ecosystem as an integral part of sustainable blue economy transition. And I'll invite for the next slide, please. I think we can show the presentation for session 1. The potential for wealth and prosperity from the blue economy is large. Here in Indonesia, Bapanas and the OECD had recently estimated the ocean economy at $250 billion in annual gross value added. This number might even be higher if you calculate all the wider ecosystem services, the natural capital, and the social benefits and assets we derive from oceans. However, that value could diminish if the blue economy is not developed in a sustainable and sensible way. The countries must aspire to a transition to a blue economy that's
Dear Ole, sorry,
climate
may I stop you
resilient.
for just 1 second? I hope you can hear me. Could you please speak a bit louder and slower? We cannot turn the volume higher up back here because then there's too much echo in the room. Did you get that?
Yes, I get that.
Thank you. Dank u.
Also, just to ask if we can show the PowerPoint presentation for session 1 on the screen. Maybe it's I can't see the screen. So as mentioned, countries must transition to a blue economy that is sustainable, climate resilient, and equitable. The key question are, what does this transition look like? What are the core features or requirements of a fully sustainable blue economy? How can countries create the right enabling conditions for a blue economy? How will countries know if they move in the right direction? So in this session, we will explore specific questions. How will marine conservation and sustainable use of marine resources unlock multiple social, environmental, and economic benefits? How can we identify challenges and opportunities in safeguarding health of oceans and coasts? And how can we explore key principles and approaches for sustainable blue economic transition? Next slide, please. Okay, I think this is not the correct presentation, but I will continue from here. With us today, we have a distinguished panel of speakers. Here's Agun, Acting Director of the Conservation of Marine Biodiversity, Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. Dr. Vivi, Senior Advisor to the Minister of National Development Planning, Social Affairs, Poverty Reduction, Acting Deputy for Maritime and Natural Resources, Papanas. Ms. Natalie Harms, Marine Data Focal Point, the coordinating body of the Seas of East Asia, COPSI, and Professor Deacon Howell, Director of Howell Marine Consulting, a visiting professor of practice at Newcastle University. I will invite Dr. Agun to give his presentation. So if you can show his presentation slides on the screen now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ole. Good morning, participants, delegate, distinguished participant of this workshop. Apologize, currently the Director General for Marine Spatial Management is not able to join us, but he passes a very warm greet to all of us, and really looking forward to seeing the productive and fruitful recommendation from this meeting. As requested by the committee, I would like to provide all of us here on how we manage our MPA, what is the current target, achievement, and way forward to make sure that it is effective and also provide a benefit for the environment, community, and the economy. So let me start with this diagram. This is really important and very fundamental. If we look at the Sustainable Development Goals target, we can see that environment, biosphere, is in the very basis of the, let's say, this diagram. So every goods, every services flowing from the biosphere to the society, to the economy, really depend on the healthy and the quality of the biosphere. So where the MPA is located in that diagram, so it is also in a very basic of the diagram. Within the goal 14, life below water, we are targeting to make sure that the healthy ocean is productive and sustainably support the society and economy activities. And if we look at the Article 14 of the Law 32/2014, the blue economy is an approach to improve sustainable marine management and marine and coastal resource conservation. So conservation and sustainable management of the marine and ocean resources is the heart of the blue economy, where economic growth is then hand in hand or in line with the community involvement, resource efficiency, minimizing waste, and give the value added. This is the very principle of where the marine protected area serve and function in the term of blue economy and sustainable development. They are safeguarding and protecting the flow of goods and services. And in Indonesia, we have the vision for 2030, where we would like to achieve our national target to establish 32.5 million hectares of marine protected area, but also not only in the expansion, the effective management of that MPA is part of the target. So we have 7 areas of works or priority program in the next 10 years, where human resource capacity, other effective area-based conservation measure, sustainable fisheries and tourism, sustainable financing, communication platform, regulation and policy that is synchronized and harmonized, and also integrated planning between central, local government, and stakeholders are in place. Of course, the 7 areas of works need a lot of investment, and that is why we need partnership, we need collaboration with stakeholders. And this is what we have now. Our goal, of course, is MPA that support the sustainability of fish stock, protect blue carbon ecosystem, and protect coastal ecosystem and small island for community welfare. The current condition, if we look at the situation of the fisheries, mostly are overfished or fully exploited, and many activities still carried out in the fish ponding and nursery area. And our ecosystem also need more protection. We have a quite good number here for the coral. It's already 44% protected within MPA, but seagrass and mangrove still need a lot of action because it's less than even 5 or 10% of protection. And our effectiveness, we have conducted the scorecard evaluation last year for 79 MPAs that already designated by the minister, and 61% is or less than 50% management is still on a bronze level, where management process has been implemented, but much effort need to be done. And 39% in the optimal level, or silver, with the score 50 to 85%, where management function have been running adaptively, but several management objectives also have need to be improved. And the strategy will fall into 4 categories: how we can support the fisheries management by protecting spawning area and nursery area, and also how we can improve the carbon reserve by protecting the blue carbon ecosystem, mangrove and seagrass in particular, and how MPA management itself can be accelerated and improved by strengthening the management institution and expansion the core zone or no-take area, and also sustainable funding. So by 2030, we will have 32.5 million hectares of MPA, which cover 10% of Indonesia marine water, with different level of restriction. There is full and partial restricted area. There are also different management and authority level, because there are national MPA, there are provincial MPAs, and also the other effective area fish conservation measure, and also different conservation target, where the priority of the conservation management is for fisheries, for biodiversity, carbon stock, and even 3 of them are part of the target. And this is what we have now, the distribution of our MPA. If we look at to the fishery management area, there are area that has very little or too few MPA, but several also has a good number of MPA in terms of number of sites and also coverage. So in total, we have 411 sites. It means 28.4 million hectares. It equals to 8.7% of our national marine waters, and it protecting 1.1 million hectares of coral, 54,000 hectares of seagrass, and 72,000 hectares of mangrove. And in several sites that we have conducted effective evaluation, our MPA also improving fish biomass and biodiversity, also preserve the carbon ecosystem, and also support the ocean health. So this what we have, what we achieve, and of course the numbers, the figures need to be explored, to be surveyed, and communicated well to the stakeholder how the MPA are performing. And if we ask how MPA supports the blue economy, actually there are 4 things or 4 elements that we consider is very important. The first is actually the regulation itself mandates the MPA to preserve the marine ecology. And the marine ecology, as we see in the diagram, is in the very basis of the foundation of the SDG achievement. And preservation is not only the one that need to be undertaken, but also how the quality and the delivery of MPA to achieve its goal also happen. And the second was in MPA will reduce the threat by increasing the coverage, means reduce the area for utilization, and also limiting and regulating human activities, resources use, and climate change impact. And the third one is maintaining ocean services, the goods and services coming from ocean is only can be sustainable if the ocean itself is healthy and productive. So the MPA will protect essential habitats for fisheries, for biodiversity and socio-cultural value, and then protecting marine habitats and its function so it can provide the goods and services and promoting economic activities that rely on healthy marine ecosystem. And also MBA will help to sustain the economy by providing productive coastal area and increase community and ecosystem resilience and also support the sustainable economic activities. And how actually regulation direct MPA management is the MPA need to protect the biodiversity, naturalness, ecological linkage, and also fish spawning area and nursery area. MPA also need to support the community and reduce the conflict and also threat. And the importance value of fisheries, potential of recreation and tourism, and also, it is also part of the management. And then how actually MPA reduce the threat from human uses. The MPA cannot stand alone there. They need to be integrated in fisheries management and other uses that affect fisheries management MPA, for example, tourism, mining, transportation, within the integrated approach of marine spatial planning. So marine spatial planning will allocate zones for conservation and general uses, including fishing, conservation, and then how they are interact each other will be part of the process that or where MPA will play their role. And this is how MPA maintaining ocean services. This is just a simple illustration from many management plan available within our MPA that the biodiversity and fisheries, even though in some MPA not put very clear that the objective to support the fisheries, but still when we see the impact, both fisheries and biodiversity are in a good achievement. So it means that this not only biodiversity that is supported by MPA, but also the fisheries. When both fisheries and biodiversity are in a good situation, then ocean will be in a healthy and productive status. And this is how MPA sustaining economy, in this case is for fisheries, for example. The number is too low actually at current situation, but we move forward to increase the proportion of MPA in each fishery management area, and also the protection of habitat is to need to be increased. So we need more space and more protection, but also the effective management so MPA can benefit not only to fisheries, but also other sector, for example, tourism. This is the future path. We need to do the balancing expansion and effective management because expand or increasing the extent of MPA is one challenge, but another big challenge is how to make sure that our 32.5 million in 2030 and even 97.5 million in 2045 is really beneficial to the environment, to the economy, and the social and culture. Thank you. I think what we can share today, and really looking forward to have more comment and also discussion on this to improve our MPA in the future, not only for the expansion, but also for the effective management. Thank you, Mr. Ole.
Hi, Ola. Oh, God. Okay. Ola, are you there? Can you hear us? Okay, perhaps not. So let me invite the next speaker then. This is Ibu Wivu Yulaswati.
Thank you. I think
from Bapenas.
I think you was just unmuted. Okay.
Could we please get the mic at the lantern working?
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I would like to thank Mr. Dawomun for a very rich and deep presentation on Indonesia's ambitious MPA agenda. If I may ask a follow-up question to Dr. Agun, to elaborate how specific conservation and marine management actions contribute to an overall national strategy on blue economy. What specific steps could be taken to connect marine conservation to wider blue economy planning and policy? I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Oli. That's a quite intense question, but in a short answer, actually, the role of the MPA is mostly to safeguard and preserve the quality of the ocean. And if we look at again on the diagram of the SDG targets, the biosphere is in the very basic of the foundation of all SDG targets. So once the ocean is healthy, once the ocean is productive, then we can make sure that the goods and services provided by ocean can be sustainably. And it is not only by expanding our MPA. Expanding our MPA is one thing to reduce and limit the uses of the marine space, but also we need to make sure that all MPA are functioning. So that two target and two program is also another core of support of MPA to the blue economy, because the functioning MPA and the well-proportionate MPA will support the fisheries, will support the carbon reserve, will support the marine tourism, and will support the social and economic activities alongside the coastal area. And the third one, how the MPA will support the program and target of blue economy is, of course, to maintain the integrity of the ocean. And MPA cannot do that by itself. MPA need to be hand in hand with the fisheries management, hand in hand with the marine spatial management, hand in hand with other sectoral management. So MPA, of course, provides strong and important support, but MPA cannot do that alone, and MPA will be hand in hand with other approach and intervention to make sure that our ocean is healthy, productive, and sustainable for our future generation. Thank you, Mr. Ole.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agung, for that response. And it's clear that MPA has a key role, and it has to be developed alongside other sectors in some integrated policy. I appreciate that. I think we will come back to some of these aspects in our final Q&A session. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Vivi, Senior Advisor to the Minister of National Development Planning for Social Affairs and Poverty Reduction. She's the Acting Deputy for Maritime and Natural Resources at Bapanas and Chair of the SDG Implementing Team. The Vivi's main responsibility is to provide strategic analysis and advice to the Minister on social issues and poverty reduction strategies. She has a long experience in designing Indonesia's anti-poverty programs, including community-driven development, conditional cash transfer, and subsidy reforms. Dr. Vivi has a major contribution in the development of the National Social Security System, the National Strategy for Finance Inclusion, and government-to-government payment transformation. She is currently also the head of the National Secretariat for Sustainable Development Goals. She leads the development of Indonesia's SDG roadmap and SDG's National Action Plan. She holds a PhD in Planning and Development from the University of Southern California and a Master in Urban and Regional Planning from the University of Wisconsin, US. I'd like to hand over to Dr. Vivi, and if you will show the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Excellencies, Deputy for Maritime Resources, Ministry of Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment, Pak Jody Mahardi, Excellency Ibu Valerie Julian, UNRC, and also partners, panelists, representatives from ministries, businesses, developing partners, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. It's been a pleasure to be part of the event. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to continue the presentations by giving some highlights on the Sustainably Oceans and its ecosystem agenda in the midterm development plan, what we call as the RPGMN, and bringing some highlights on the gaps and as well as the strategies. Next slide, please. Next slide. As mentioned by other speakers, Indonesia is a huge maritime country, which all the potentials in marine and fisheries. As you see here, we have more than 17,000 islands, long territorial sea areas as well as coastline, and having that, we confidently put the marine and fisheries as a part of the national priority, because the roles as a source of livelihood and life for coastal communities also is contributing to the GDP, bringing around 26.8% share in the GDP of the marine sectors, as well as its role in the environmental buffer. As has been said also, we have 3.3 million mangrove, which capable store around 950 milligram per hectares of carbon. We also have a seagrass beds around or almost 300,000 hectares, and also 25,000 coral reefs. So by all of the potentials, we put the marine and fisheries sectors as one of the national priority agenda in the RPGMN or Midterm Development Plan 2020-2024. We have 6 national priority or development agenda, and as you may see here in the documents, that marine and fisheries sectors have contributing in the development agenda 1, which is the strengthening economic resilience for quality and equitable growth, and in the development agenda number 6, about the strengthening the environment, improving resilience against natural disasters and the climate change. We are aware that SDGs as part of the global agenda. That's why we put all the targets and related indicators in the RPGMN. There are around 124 targets out of 169 SDGs targets in the RPGMN, and 3 of in the marine and fishery sectors, which is maintaining stock of the fish resources below the MSY, conserving 10% of marine and coastal areas, as well as increasing the economic benefits. So having these targets, there are strategies and policy directions, including use fishery management areas as a basis for sustainable fishery, and then manage marine ecosystem and sustainable use of its services, increase production, quality assurance, as well as safety of on fisheries, protections of small-scale businesses, and then improve the quality and competency of human resources, technological innovation and research, and strengthening marine and fisheries databases. By having these targeted strategies and policies, we do hope that the practice of sustainable, equitable, and competitive resources are implemented within 2020-2024. However, we have huge constraints, development constraints, and some issues, including dominance of small-scale fisheries and lack of competency in fishery businesses. There is no upstream and downstream integration yet, and also the constraint on the supply chains. There are some issues related with the inadequate infrastructure, such as fishing port, broodstocks, and other supporting infrastructures. We also still constraints in fishery management areas that are ineffective, lack of data, and also human resources. Ecosystem degradation still happening, marine pollutions and data carrying capacities. And there's still huge financing gap and lack of sustainable innovative financing strategy. And as you are aware that we're facing a triple planetary crisis as well. The first is related with the impact on the climate change, because the rise of the temperature, the sea level, and also increasing extreme wave and the change of the rainfall pattern, there are some risks on our fishermen as well as the industries. There are some risks for our fishery, which mainly operates with a low scale of the fishing boat. It's very dangerous because there are some increasing extreme wave. And we are aware that around 18,000, around 30% of our coastline are considered vulnerable. So like Bu Valerie mentioned as well, we have to face with the constraint with the pollutions, including in the water and in oceans from the plastic debris, as well as some biodiversity loss, including from the biodiversity live in the oceans. That's why we are now redesigning our Indonesian economic transformations, not only to build our resiliency after the COVID, but also to build Indonesia's more resilient and sustainable in the future. So there are 6 game changers, we could say, to build back better toward advanced Indonesia by 2045, when we celebrate 100 years our Independence Day, and as well as to boost the GDP growth. First strategy is about developing the competitive human resources. The second on the economic productivities, mainly on the industrializations. The third strategy is pretty new for all of us, is developing or transforming the green economy, which part of it including the blue economy, in addition to the low carbon as well as the energy transitions. The fourth strategy is on the digital transformations. This is the way we accelerate everything. And then the fifth strategy is domestic economic integration, is about the connectivities. And the strategy number 6 is developing the national capital city as a new source of growth, mainly to equalize the development and at the east regions. So now I'd like to focusing more on the blue economy strategy. Next slide, please. The COVID-19 recovery offers the unprecedented opportunity to reset and structurally transform the economic and social system to become low emissions, climate resilience, resource efficiency, and more socially inclusive. So the blue economy is indispensable for Indonesia's economic transitions. The urgency of the blue economy, we all know that all the potential has not been explored optimally and built sustainably as well as inclusive way. So building the blue economy along the line with our effort to achieve the SDG by promoting sustainable consumption and production, sustainable industrialization, environmental and biodiversity preservation, as well as social inclusive through poverty reduction and job creations. Next slide, please. There are two big pillars of the blue economy. The green economy. We are talking about the terrestrial economy, which mainly focusing our focus of economic growth currently, and also the big potential on the blue economy as a marine-based economy. So speaking of the terrestrial economy, for sure there are still many room for improvement. How to balance the growth with environmental benefits, as well as considering the carrying capacity of the planet, and how to start with the low carbon development. Because we also, Indonesia also commit not only 2030 agenda, but along the line we also commit with the Paris Declaration agenda for the net zero emission by 2050. Of course, the implementation not only on the low carbon, we are now, many discussion talks about how to move the circular economy, renewable energy, the green industry, green investment, as well as the waste management, including the plastic in the oceans. On the blue economy, now we should focus on the creating the value added and improving the productivity of marine-based economy to achieve the inclusive and sustainable economic growth. There are two big sectors that we could have a potential to develop the blue economy. First, uplifting the traditional sector for sustainable growth, and the second on the emerging sectors. For the uplifting traditional sectors, we have four subsectors, I will say, or sectors. First, about the marine living industries, and then the second, marine non-living industries, is around chemicals, salt, and shipbuilding, trade, as well as tourism. We identify some still challenges as well as opportunities and the trend and drivers for economic transformations. In the marine living industries, for example, of course, we still have challenges in this unsustainable practice, as well as lack of technological or technical skills, issues on quality and assurance, as well as raw material shortage. But as you know, some of you know that Indonesia have a lot of potentials in the seaweed products as well as in the aquacultures. So the trend and drivers of economic transformations for marine living industries, for sure, we are talking about the technology, we are talking about the standardized quality, assurance and food safety system, as well as improved infrastructures and facilities. Likewise, in marine non-living industries, trade and tourism, there are some challenges, including highly depend on import, underutilization capacity, early stage of the technologies, imbalance of economic and trade activities, as well as a risk from the natural disasters. However, we should aware that there are some drivers for economic transformation that we could work with together, including business integration and localization, technology and digitalization, improve port infrastructure and facilities, as well as recovery plan, detailed recovery plan from COVID pandemic, and develop more toward sustainable development. On the emerging sector side, there are many actually opportunity, including the renewable energy, bioeconomy and biotechnology, as well as in research and education and environment and resource management. Each of them also has a constraint, challenges as well as opportunities and drivers for economic transformations. The trend and drivers for economic transformations in bioeconomy, for example, there are some innovations we have in our universities, research institutes, but the way how to collaborate, how to accelerate, that's another challenge that we face in terms of the research and development, as well as in the institutions. Next slide, please, is in the research and education and environmental and resource management. Of course, there are some room for improvement because we have quite many challenges as well as an opportunity. In terms of driver for economic transformations in relate to the research and innovations, there are some law actually that we could use as a basis. However, we still need to build the ecosystem, the enabler, to make the research and education as a prime mover for our innovations, and let us to pick as well as to use the technology to build the blue economy. In the environment and resource management, of course, with huge potentials, we still have a homework to manage our resources as well as quality of the environment. Some drivers for the transformations, including working together with the local governments and other stakeholders at the local levels, as well as complete more regulations in order to enact all the regulations, so we could build the environment that are resilient to support us to build our blue economy. As a conclusion, some the way forward, of course, in the roadmap, the blue economy roadmap, we already identify some drivers of the transformations. So it's part of us now to work together to make it into more detail and workable, make it walk the talk. So continue the economic recovery and transformations by make it into the detail, the roadmap, maybe into the action plan, some measurable, and of course, building the data as well as the database. The other is develop the financing scheme, because many of our agenda in relate with the blue economy require a huge or big technology and fast. And blue financing strategy, I think, is a key that could help us to bringing the transformations leading by the technology as well as the innovations. Lastly, since we are the fourth populous country, we have to prepare the transitions of the green and the blue job. And of course, by working together with all stakeholders here and beyond, I believe Indonesia could build a strong blue economy ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Fitri, for the very insightful presentation. I think it's important that the blue economy useful tools deliver many sustainable development, including poverty, food security, health, and we think the universe of the blue economy really needs to be green. If I may have a follow-up question, how can we actually integrate nature in cross-sector integrated blue economy policy and management? And how can we integrate it in the new roadmap, develop a blue economy in Indonesia?
Can I respond now? Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. I think it takes a village, it takes a country to really build the blue economy. It's maybe for many of us is not new, but then how really to work together, collaborate among sectors, create a value added and make it real, that's another homework. Not only from the Ministry of Planning, but I believe many of us here, including other ministries, businesses, universities, and the community, is take an important role to really build a blue economy. So working between sectors and to create a value added, I think SDGs we could start with to create a framework of collaborations. Just to remind that we are now in a decade of actions, actually not a decade, less than a decade. We are just 8 years ahead toward the 2030 agenda. So by using the SDGs, we could anchoring all the targets and related indicators to work together as a benchmark of all the works. The second, like I mentioned, working intersectors by using the same targets and indicators could provide us an opportunity to make a division of labor, I would say, to focusing about who's supposed to be in front, who's supposed to be in the middle, who's supposed to be supporting. By clearly division of labor, as well as performance indicators, clear performance indicators, I think we could incrementally achieve the targets incrementally, and as well as create a low-hanging fruit, showing good practices as well as result. And by having that, we could build a strategy to replicate as well as to scale it up. I mean, I'm talking about 8 years ahead, in which all of us need how to create an acceleration strategy. So, lastly, when we could show the value added, then we talk about transformations. How to really bring all the peoples, including the fishermen all over the places in Indonesia, be part of the blue economy and make a proud of them by support them. I think we talked with many other countries in G20, and many of us, I mean, all of those countries, G20 countries, already commit that we have to achieve 2030 agenda together, leaving no one left behind. So that's why working together, not only domestically, but also among countries, I think is part of the strategy, including in the financing. So back to the Ocean 20, congratulations, Pak Jody. I think all the partnership, we are on track, and hopefully that Ocean 20 really help not only Indonesia, but also all developing countries and SIDS to, and ensuring them not left behind for all sustainable development agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vivi. I have welcomed this approach and also very ignorant approach. I think the point of setting up performance measures that can measure progress in a very practical way would be an essential tool to move forward. How to make this transition to blue economy practical. So thank you again. I would like to introduce. Thank you. I would like to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Natalie Han, who is joining us online from Bangkok. Natalie coordinates efforts in coffee. He has extensive experience in local and national governments and engaging informal waste workers, business and cultural communities to prevent plastic pollution and protect the marine coastal ecosystem in Asia Pacific. Areas of expertise include climate change mitigation, ocean governance, plastic waste management, ecosystem-based solutions for coastal settlement. Before joining UNEP, Natalie worked on the protection of marine and systems at the Economic and Social Commission, the Energy Research Center in the Netherlands, Conservation International in Timor-Leste, ADB, and the German Development Corporation in Indonesia. I'll hand over to Natalie, and if you will show her presentation.
Thank you so much, Ola. I hope you can hear me. There is quite a bit of echo. I don't know if it's maybe possible to turn off the microphone in the room. Right.
We can hear you just fine. All okay on our side.
Perfect.
So please go ahead, Natalie.
So thank you for having me here. My name is Natalie. As Ola already mentioned, I work in the Secretariat of the Coordinating Body on the Seas of East Asia, or COPSI, and I'll take a closer look at marine litter as part of the transition towards the sustainable blue economy. And I hope that you can see my slides. If at any point you have an issue with seeing them, just let me know, please. So I'll give a very quick overview on some marine solutions issues and how they're connected to the sustainable blue economy. I'll speak a bit more about what is happening at the global level as well as regional level and some of the activities that we're working on with countries in the region and some takeaway messages. So very quickly on COPSI and who we are. COPSI is one of 18 regional seas conventions and action plans. COPSI aims at promoting the protection and sustainable development of the marine and coastal environment of the East Asian Seas. So it implements the East Asian Seas Action Plan. And there are 9 COPSI countries, so including Indonesia, this is also Cambodia, China, Republic of Korea, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. And the Secretariat of COPSI is hosted by Thailand in Bangkok, and it is administered by UNEP. But important to keep in mind that COPSI is a separate intergovernmental body. It is not a UNEP project. So let's have a quick look at the marine pollution and the threats from marine pollution. So I think all of you will know about marine litter. This is not a new issue, but currently we estimate that plastic accounts for about 85% of all marine litter. And by 2040, the amount of marine litter in the environment may triple. So this could add 23 to 37 million metric tons of waste into the ocean per year. So that means around 50 kilos per meter of coastline. So that is quite intense. And because of all this, marine life, from plankton to shellfish to birds to turtles to mammals, they all face grave risk of toxification, behavior disorder, starvation, suffocation. There are over 500 species that are known to be affected by ingestion of plastic, entanglement in plastic and in ghost gear, and even more if we include the dispersal of by rafting and habitat effects. The human body is also very vulnerable to marine plastic litter. So we've seen that plastic is ingested through seafood, it's in our drinking water, it's in common salt, and microplastic also penetrates the skin, it's inhaled when it's suspended in the air, and we are also seeing more research that different additives in plastic can cause hormone changes, development disorders, reproductive abnormalities, and even cancer. So this is still a body of work that is developing, but there is grave concerns for human health as well as the ecosystem caused by plastic litter. And globally, when we account for the impact on tourism, on fisheries and aquaculture, and so forth, including the cost of cleanup, the cost of marine plastic litter is estimated to be $6 to $19 billion per year. So this could actually increase quite a lot in the coming decades if businesses and governments do not change what they're doing, and this will also include having to cover increased waste management costs. There's also increased costs from illegal domestic and international waste disposal. And I just want to mention that a lot of these impacts disproportionately affect vulnerable groups of society. So this includes women and children who are affected differently, but also coastal communities, informal waste pickers, and so forth. So there really is a big impact on people, on the planet, on ecosystems, and also on the economy that depends on these ecosystems, on this blue economy that we are speaking about. Let me also mention some other factors of marine pollution. So it's, of course, not only plastic, nitrogen and phosphorus. So nutrient pollution is a huge threat, not only in our region, but also globally. It disrupts biodiversity, it alters food webs, and it threatens eutrophication caused by nutrients, threatens coastal ecosystems and livelihoods. And this is, of course, the foundation for a sustainable blue economy. as we've heard from other speakers. And we've seen that in recent decades, this has become a growing threat. Nitrogen and phosphorus, they play a major role in agriculture and in food production in our region in particular. We see runoff of these substances from almost all freshwater systems into the sea. This causes excess algae growth, oxygen depletion in the ecosystem, decline of warm water coral reefs, seagrass meadows, and coastal wetlands. And this is projected to increase in the next decades as well. So this again is a big threat to ecosystems and also to livelihoods and economies that depend on the health of these ecosystems. Let me briefly mention some of the activities going on at global level to combat some of these issues. So all of you will know that at the United Nations Environment Assembly in its fifth session, we saw a landmark resolution to end plastic pollution. And steps that are being taken now is that there will be an intergovernmental negotiating committee or INC that starts its work this year. And there will also be a multi-stakeholder forum that will be convened. And by the end of 2024, we want to see the development of an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including pollution already in the marine environment. And importantly, this international agreement should take a life cycle approach based on best evidence and a multi-stakeholder approach as well. So we already had an ad hoc open-ended working group meeting in Dakar, and we will see the first INC meeting in end of November, early December in Uruguay. And I just want to mention that in developing this international agreement, but also in its implementation, we can build on existing mechanisms such as the Regional Seas Conventions and Action Plans, but also other regional bodies such as ASEAN and structures such as G20 and so forth. So we don't have to start from scratch. This is just to show the provisional timeline of the INC. I won't go into this in detail, but I know that Indonesia and many countries in the region are taking a very active role in this process. A quick overview of some of the regional marine litter frameworks. So you'll see this is a very busy space. So COPSI has a regional action plan on marine litter, but ASEAN also adopted a regional action plan to combat marine debris. So when we speak about marine litter and marine debris, we do mean the same thing in this context. There's also an APEC roadmap. We see on here as well NAPAP, which is our sister regional seas program. And there's a lot of other actors such as PEMSI and so forth in this region. So it is a very busy space that requires coordination. I just want to briefly mention some of our frameworks. So the strategic directions, COPSI strategic directions, we're developing new ones from next year, but that provides the framework for action on land-based marine pollution, so on nutrients, wastewater, sediments, and plastic litter, as well as for marine and coastal planning and management and governance and partnership. So this is an opportunity to really connect these issues for a blue economy. And countries did also adopt a regional action plan on marine litter in 2019. And we have a working group on marine litter as well as an expert group on marine litter monitoring. And this regional action plan guides our activities in the region to prevent and reduce marine litter from land-based as well as sea-based sources. So this is often overlooked, but a very big threat. And importantly, to strengthen monitoring and assessment. So to really give us a robust evidence base to inform action, as well as to create enabling conditions. So this includes knowledge sharing, it includes outreach and awareness raising, education, investing in research. So some of these issues that were already mentioned by other speakers that are very important to overcome some of these challenges. I won't go into this in detail, but just to show you that there is quite a lot that we're doing together with countries in the region towards implementing the regional action plan as well as global goals. Just to mention a few things, countries are launching an East Asian Seas regional node of the Global Partnership on Marine Litter. So this is a knowledge hub on policies and good practices. It will include a marine litter research database that we've developed and provide capacity building support. And Indonesia has actually has offered to host this regional node in the future. So we are speaking to colleagues there, including the Regional Capacity Center on Clean Food on those options. So this is very exciting news for the region. And countries also recently adopted regional guidance on harmonizing national marine litter monitoring programs. So making sure that data collection is robust, has high quality, and also that data is comparable within the region to facilitate coordinated action. Quick overview of some of the activities that are going on in countries. So we see there's a lot going on already. The region is affected very strongly by marine pollution, but there is also a lot of action happening in this region. So we'll see that there are national action plans being developed or already developed in all COP countries. There's Indonesia there as well. We've already heard some of the frameworks that exist. So importantly, this National Plan of Action of Marine Debris that sets out this important target of reducing marine litter by 70% by 2025. And the presidential decree. So there is an existing legal framework in Indonesia to facilitate action on marine litter, and this is very important. And this includes also stakeholder engagement, which I think is a very important element to tackle this issue. So Indonesia is doing quite a lot in this area, and other countries are also forging ahead. There are two studies that we have just developed that will be available soon that also look at nutrient pollution in the region. So we've done a big desk review on nutrient pollution challenges and also identified which activities should be prioritized and where regional coordination really is important. And we're working with countries on potentially having an action plan to also address nutrient pollution. So this is under development, and we are happy to share updates on this as well, following our 25th intergovernmental meeting, which will take place in October this year. So just a few takeaway messages from all of this. Marine pollution from plastic, but also wastewater nutrients, is a transboundary challenge. It is not something that that any country can tackle on their own. So it requires activities and interventions at national level, at regional level, but also towards global goals. And as we've seen, marine litter and nutrient pollution threaten marine and coastal ecosystems, human health, but also the resilience along coastline with regards to climate change. So if these ecosystems are weak, then the nature-based services that they provide also impact coastlines, as well as communities, and of course the economic sectors that depend on these ecosystem services. So marine pollution requires an integrated approach, a cross-sector approach, a multi-stakeholder response at all of these different levels. And that is a big ask. It's a very complex topic. The terrestrial and the marine environment and our economic activities are very complex, how this contributes to marine pollution, but also there's a lot of opportunities here to grow sustainable blue economy sectors that reduce marine pollution. So there's a lot of opportunities here, but also an urgent need for action. And just to say that a healthy and sustainable blue economy cannot exist without action to prevent and reduce marine pollution from land and sea. So this is really something that needs to be thought together, and the opportunity with blue economy frameworks and also this roadmap that Indonesia is working on is to have an overarching framework that can really connect all of these different issues and sectors. So I'll stop here and hand back to Ole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalie, for this very comprehensive overview. It's clear the marine litter action agenda is really picking up, especially here in this region. I wanted to ask you how pollution management and the circular economy approach can be really applied in a broader blue policy planning process. How can we build it in practically? Might have examples.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. It's also a very difficult question to answer in a short amount of time. So as I mentioned, I think the opportunity here is that if we develop a blue economy framework that is really overarching, that identifies the different sectors, challenges, and threats to the marine and coastal environment, including from marine pollution, then that can really be a guiding framework at national level to pull together different actors and to really guide this sort of integrated action. So the first step is really to think the two together. So this is already happening, which I think is very important. I think another important issue is setting very clear targets. So we have seen that Indonesia is developing regulations, legislation, has already set quite ambitious targets related to marine pollution. And I think it's important that we keep building the evidence to inform action and to keep these frameworks, these policies, as living documents so that we can keep adjusting to new evidence and new knowledge. I think we need to improve how we monitor the sources, the flows, the impact of marine and pollution, and also to do this in a harmonized way so we can compare this data with other countries, as this is a transboundary issue, and really having this robust evidence to see how ecosystems are impacted. But also so we can track whether measures are effective, and then we can adjust our frameworks along the way. So I would really advocate for an integrated approach. I think approaches like integrated coastal zone management, marine spatial planning, they can include looking at sources of marine litter and marine pollution. MPAs can be a fantastic vehicle for addressing marine pollution in the region as well. So this includes, for example, if you have a no fishing zone, or at least no commercial fishing zone in an MPA, and then you work with communities, local fishing communities, not only to reduce gear, so basically reducing fishing gear going into the environment, becoming ghost gear and having an impact on the ecosystem, but you can also work with those communities to retrieve ghost gear, to improve gear marking. So there's a lot of opportunities through some of the vehicles that are maybe more core marine and coastal ecosystem management and spatial planning. And I think including different stakeholders, communities, different agencies, improving research is really important. In Indonesia, we see that there is a coordinating ministry. This is a fantastic step. So coordinating across ministries, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Fisheries, especially in big countries like in Indonesia. And then also piloting action. So just as we heard from the previous speaker, piloting action, demonstrating benefits for different stakeholders and communities, for different economic sectors, such as for the tourism sector, and then scaling up and replicating action. And lastly, I think regional coordination is incredibly important because this is a transboundary issue. So maybe another example is also to really engage the tourism sector. The tourism sector has a lot at stake when it comes to the blue economy, when it comes to marine pollution. That's a very big threat. So for instance, we at UNEP, we've been working with the Green Fin initiative. So here we work with the dive industry to give guidelines on the protection of the marine and coastal ecosystem through, improving dive practices. But this can also include working with the dive community, with communities in the region, with hotels to reduce single-use plastic, to improve waste management, or maybe also to retrieve ghost gear and plastic that is in the environment in a safe way that does not harm coral reefs and those ecosystems. So there's a lot, I think, that we can do by thinking all of these different issues together and as a whole. I could go on for a while, but I'll stop here. Thanks so much, Ola.
Thank you very much. No, I agree. There are many really practical entry points that can be put together and create a broader, coordinated action. With that, we'll now presentation. We are running a little bit late in the session. I think we need to go 5-10 minutes into the next agenda item. But I would like to introduce our fourth speaker, Deacon Howell, who will talk to us about accelerating transition governance to sustainable ocean ecology and economy. Professor Dickon Howell is a director and founder of the Marine Conservation, professor of practice at the Jakarta University in UK. He has global experience of bringing together policymakers, regulators, scientists, and users to find solutions to deliver sustainable economy. Dickon has led the delivery of policy and management solutions for national and regional governmental bodies across areas such as marine biodiversity conservation, MPAs, offshore wind, maritime transport, oil and gas, marine minerals, fisheries, and marine infrastructure. And as a member of the leadership team of the marine management in England, Dickon previously held the position as Chief Scientific Advisor, Director of Marine Development and Head of Marine License. So if we can show the presentation, which has been pre-recorded, and then we will take questions after. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for inviting me here on this panel this morning. My name is Dickon Howell and I'm a director at HMC as well as a visiting professor at Newcastle University. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but unfortunately I'm in the UK where it's currently around 3:30 AM, so Ola has kindly let me record my presentation for you. I'm going to give you an overview of the work that we've been doing with colleagues from UNEP and the University of Portsmouth and latterly the Commonwealth Secretariat on a framework we've been developing to help nations to accelerate their transition to a sustainable blue economy. The first question that we need to address is, what is a sustainable blue economy? On the screen here, you can see the definition that we've developed with UNEP, but in essence, a sustainable blue economy is not about business as usual, where economic opportunities override all other considerations. At the heart of a sustainable blue economy is a 100% well-managed, healthy ocean. The top priority is protecting and developing more intangible blue resources, such as traditional lifestyles and livelihoods, responsible tourism and infrastructure, thriving marine life, coastal resilience, and carbon sequestration. For any nation state, the journey to make the transition away from business as usual to a more sustainable model can often seem to be insurmountable, as it's often complex and requires an integrated whole-of-government approach. UNEP is supporting policymakers to navigate this ambitious journey with evidence-based tools and policy guidance through its SBE transition framework to identify and develop tangible actions to enable the transition, make it practical and achievable, and develop a bespoke pathway to deliver sustainable and equitable ocean wealth. Rooted in the SDGs and the safe operating space concept, 5 guiding principles have been developed. The principles guide decisions and actions related to the development of a sustainable blue economy, including adjusting existing activity where this may not be sustainable, as well as developing new opportunities. You can see the 5 principles on the screen there. They're based around healthy ecosystems, equitability and inclusivity, climate stability and resilience, sustainable consumption and production, and circular economy approaches. There are interdependencies between these principles due to the complex interactions between their social, economic and ecological components. For example, climate stability has strong synergy with safeguarding ecosystems. Climate change is a major cause of biodiversity loss and damage to ecosystems, and at the same time, effective protection, restoration and regeneration of biodiversity and ecosystems can contribute to offsetting the impacts of climate change and improving community resilience. When designing a sustainable blue economy pathway, meeting the goals of each principle cannot happen in isolation. Exploring the interdependencies between principles in the context of a particular nation is an important step in developing an integrated approach to governance that drives progress towards a sustainable blue economy. The transition framework focuses on the entire process rather than just the desired future destination. The journey is dynamic, gradual, and it recognises the connectivity between all sectors, actors, and the unique character of every nation's blue economy. These guiding questions provide countries with the foundation to progress towards that future destination. They identify how the transition will help a nation achieve its long-term goals and understand the actions and steps to get there, as well as steer important dialogue among key stakeholders who will need to participate in any future transition. As we progress through this presentation and introduce the transition framework, how these questions will be answered should become clear. The transition framework has been broken into these three phases: understanding the system, enhancing the system, and delivering change. Understanding the system is about gathering the social, environmental, economic, and institutional baseline, understanding the system links and dynamics, and identifying entry points, gaps, and opportunities. Enhancing the system is about developing a sustainable blue economy vision and then connecting this with an integrated policy framework guided by policy coherence to ensure the vision is mainstreamed across all policy areas that touch the ocean. Finally, delivering change is about practically implementing the SBE policy framework on the ground through enhanced governance and integrated marine management. Running through all three of these phases are really important enabling actions, which you can see at the bottom there. Stakeholder engagement to ensure that the preferred approaches are delivering for all, building coalitions across public, private and civil society to drive change at all levels, strong leadership within government to provide a focal point for change, sound science to ensure that change is evidence-based, sustainable finance to ensure critical issues around capacity and resource can be addressed in the long term, and finally, good governance to ensure accountability and transparency. Before a nation embarks on the full-blown transition framework process, we believe that it's important to understand how ready a nation is to enter this process. To support this assessment, we've developed a rapid readiness assessment, which comprises of a series of engagement and information gathering to assess a nation's readiness to embark on the transition to a sustainable blue economy. This process takes 3 months, and UNEP are currently piloting this in Antigua and Barbuda, Trinidad and Tobago and Vietnam. Importantly, this allows the nation to take into account any progress they have already made. This in turn allows a customised entry into the transition framework, as well as providing a means to engage and educate stakeholders on the importance of the future transition. Central to this rapid readiness assessment is a theory of change process, which is informed by in-country information gathering and desk-based analysis to co-identify at a strategic level how the transition to a sustainable blue economy will help to achieve national goals, the scale and extent of the change required, and the key stakeholders. Theory of change is a process that allows stakeholders to identify key problems and what the main outcomes and long-term goals for a transition would be, and then to work backwards to understand what the key steps are that are needed to bring about the change, who will need to be involved, and what the entry points are for engagement. The key outcomes from the RRA process include increased awareness and engagement, as well as increased understanding of the transition framework and its potential to support change. In terms of concrete deliverables, a bespoke theory of change is produced to inform and communicate the future transition, and priority actions can be identified to reach an improved state of readiness. All of this provides an improved foundation for progress towards a sustainable blue economy. The Sustainable Blue Economy approach is already in action. UNEP are currently delivering the RRA process in Vietnam, and in collaboration with the Commonwealth Secretariat are about to pilot it in Antigua and Barbuda and Trinidad and Tobago. In addition to this, we'll be using this approach to inform the ongoing development of a blue economy roadmap in Indonesia, which is currently underway. Ola has also asked me to talk briefly to the panel questions, and particularly to think about how sustainable blue economy policy can enable nature-based climate solutions.
Thank you. We will end this presentation here. Thank you, our big and proud couple, for joining us. We have a few minutes to take a question from the room, and I will ask our general moderator to assist us. I think we still have Natalie Harms online, and I'm also happy to take any questions. So if I may hand over to the general moderator.
Yes, thank you, Ola. Any questions? We have about 10 minutes before we have to wrap up this session, so we have time for some questions. Okay, well, not so far. So perhaps, Ola, then we come back to you for concluding thoughts and wrapping up these presentations. Yeah, and then we move on.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think this panel have really put a finger on this. So many different sectors. Planning to generate a benefit from a healthy living. The question is, how is that balanced across different sectors into an overall strategy? And how can the government invest in different areas while also investing in the foundation for blue economy? So I think the future roadmap and the partnership for action on blue economy, the national development is being started out by Indonesia. It's a really important step to map those different interests and different challenges that exist into a coherent framework. I think we have seen some very good specific entry points from the different sectors. So to bring them together in a coordinated framework could be a helpful step. So I think we'll wrap it up there. I'm looking very much forward to the following session where we'll go into the different of the sectors, the financing and so forth. And then we'll come back in the final session 5 and have a conversation around how those things work together. So thank you very much.
Which will take us to our lunch break. So I'd like to invite Ita Sualia, COO of Global Quality and Standards Program at UNIDO, who will be the moderator of our session on sustainable blue foods.
Thank you, Miklos. Selamat pagi menjelang siang Bapak Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya ulangi lagi, kurang keras nih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, participants and also speakers. Welcome to session 2 of the Road to Ocean 20 workshop. In session 2, we will discuss regarding the sustainable blue food production for food security and livelihood improvement for coastal communities. If we look at the title of the session 2, at least we have 3 keywords. First, the blue food productions, and the second one, food security, and the third, livelihood improvement. We are very honored. In session 2, we will have 4 prominent speakers representing the element of government, UN agency, and also business sectors. Without further ado, I would like to invite our 3 speakers. Oh, sorry, I will open my masker. I would like to invite our 3 speakers that are already in our room, joining us since beginning, opening of the session. The first speakers, I would like to invite Bapak Nono Hartanto, Director of Seed Development, Directorate General Aquaculture, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Kepada Bapak Nono, kami persilakan. Please joining me into the stage, Pak. Pembicara kedua, Bapak Wahyu Widayat. Beliau adalah team leader on sustainable, healthy, inclusive food system transformations of National Development Planning Agency of Republic of Indonesia. Bapak Wahyu, please come to the stage also. The third speaker, Dr. Simon Fangje Smith. He is Senior Fisheries Officer of FAO, Regional Office for Asia Pacific. Simon will joining us through the Zoom platform. Good morning, Simon. Hello, Simon. Do you hear us? Okay, while waiting for Simon, I would like to invite the last but not least speakers, Bapak Frans Marganda Tambunan. Please welcome to the stage, Bapak. Bapak Frans Marganda Tambunan adalah Presiden Director of PT Raja Wali Nusantara Indonesia, a state-owned food holding company. Bapak-bapak pembicara, selamat datang. Welcome to our session 2. Is regarding the blue food. If we reflecting to the previous session, the first session, we see that how important to conserve and then to manage the healthy ocean that will serve our provisions for the ecosystem services, including the food. In this case is blue food. Not only for the blue food production, but also the livelihood that we will discuss in our sessions. So in session 2, please allow me to brief you how we do the arrangement. We will have 2 parts. The first part will be presentation of each speakers, because the time is quite tight. So we will only have 10 minutes, Pak. I hope you are okay. I know you have very important topic, but yeah, unfortunately, in this session, we only have 10 minutes for the presenters. After all of the presenters presenting the topic, and then we will continue with the question and answers. The presentation could be in Bahasa Indonesia or also Bahasa Inggris, because we have interpreters. Okay, Bapak Ibu, without further ado, I would like to invite the first speakers. Bapak Insinyur Nono Hartanto, Master Aquaculture, Director of Seed Development atau Direktur Perbenihan dari Direktorat Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya, Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan. Pak Nono, times is yours, Bapak, monggo.
Thank you. The Honorable Workshop Blue Agenda Road to Ocean 20 participant, workshop organizer, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning. It is my great pleasure to be here together with you all today in this important workshop, which gather ocean and fisheries stakeholder to meet great share and discuss challenge and to formulate robust strategies to support Blue Agenda, particularly for G20 countries. Next. Distinguished participants in this important meeting, please allow me to deliver sustainable blue food production for food security and livelihood improvement. First, I would like to discuss the role of aquaculture to global and national food security. According to the national data and UNFP in 2020 and 21, Indonesia population continued to grow significantly from 255 in 2015 to reach 318 in 2045. During this period, in 2013, Indonesia is entering an aging population where the population is 65 years and over is 10% of the total population. Also, with this population, there will be increase of food and protein needs which lead to increased fish product demand and need to be supported by increase the production. Next. In the slide, we can see the global trend of contribution of aquaculture and capture fisheries production. In the 1990 to 2020 period, the trend of aquaculture fish production increased significantly from 15 million tons or 15% share in the 1990 to 87.5 million tons or 45% share in 2020. Meanwhile, the trend of global capture fisheries production is stagnant at 87 to 91 million tons. This data show that the increase of aquaculture from 1990 to 2020, one thing of the note is fish contribute 87.5 million and seaweed 35.1 million in 2020. Next. Data from FAO show global capture and aquaculture projection in 2030. In the next decade, aquaculture will remain the driving force of increasing global fishery production. In 2030, aquaculture production projected to reach 106 million tons or 52% share, or an increase of 20% compared to 2020. Meanwhile, capture fisheries production trend to stagnant, which is 96 million ton or 48% share, or on increase on 6% compared to 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is the second biggest aquaculture producer in the world, contribute of 14.8 million ton, 9.6 million ton of seaweed and 5.2 million ton of fish. The first largest producer is China with 70.4 million ton, while the third and fourth are India and Vietnam. FAO project that the world's four largest production of aquaculture fish by 2030 are China, India, Indonesia, and Vietnam. Global average of culture fish production increase from 2020 to 2030 is predicted to be only 21%, while the increase Indonesia production is predicted to be 26%. Honorable workshop participant, in the next slide, I would like to introduce several aquaculture programs for increasing sustainable blue food production. In this flowchart, explain that blue economy as main concept to develop aquaculture in Indonesia. This concept will ensure the balance between the economy and the same time ensure the sustainability of the environment. We also map out several issues to problem to achieve the blue economy in Indonesia as follow. One, decentralization authority, and lack basic infrastructure such as electricity and irrigation, quality of seed, outbreak disease, and etc. To address to the problem, we developed a breakthrough program. 5 Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries breakthrough the program based on blue economy are as follow. 1. Expansion the marine conservation area. 2. Measure fishing based on quota and fishing zone. Develop of marine, coastal and inland aquaculture, managing marine debris, and sustainable coastal and small island management. Next, this slide will show more detail of the development of marine, coastal, and inland aquaculture based on breakthrough program. Shrimp culture, we have modeling of integrated shrimp pond and 2 shrimp pond revitalization and integrated mariculture program modeling for lobster, crab, and seaweed. Also, we develop aquaculture village. Aquaculture village is an area based on superior commodities and our local commodities by synergizing various potential to encourage the development of competitive and sustainable of farming business. Ladies and gentlemen, shrimp pond modeling is pilot area for integrated modern shrimp farming that apply aquaculture best practice from upstream to downstream. We also set a parameter of aquaculture best practice, such as shrimp pond are built in the and in the context of area, the distance of water intake and exhaust is far apart. Having a reservoir and water pond, having water waste treatment pond, and production pond is designed to facilities and the disposal of waste. Next, to increase shrimp production, we also revitalize traditional shrimp pond to semi-intensive shrimp pond. The traditional shrimp pond is not suitable to have a proper shrimp production because they have, to example, irregular pond shape, no inlet and outlet, no reservoir and wastewater. This existing condition that we went to revitalize by reconstruction the pond, and we allocate the operational maintenance 1 cycle. This revitalization program will ensure more product shrimp aquaculture. The concept has been implemented in several districts of East Aceh, Sud Lampung, Sukamara, Buol, and Cianjur. 1 more minute, okay. Maybe next, sorry. Slide 21, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we also encourage national compliant measure to create more sustainable aquaculture developed in Indonesia. Quality assurance system and safety of fishery product is a prevention and control effort to must to be considered and carried out from production to distribution to produce quality and safe fishery product for human health and also beneficial for the environmental. Furthermore, their aspect need to fulfill. Next, the government through Directorate General of Aquaculture also develop aquaculture standard such as production process management, for example CBIB and CPIB. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we also require fish farmer business entity to register the fish feed and fish drug based on Minister Regulation number 55 year 2018 concerning fish feed and also Minister Regulation number 1 year 2019 on fish drug. This regulation showed that strong commitment from the government to the current sustainable aquaculture developed in Indonesia. That's all my presentation. Once again, thank you very much and have wonderful work. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak Pak Nono. Kita sudah menangkap beberapa clue tadi yang disampaikan. Bagaimana aquaculture is praising the capture fisheries. I think this is the one of the emerging sectors for the blue food. And also we noted also at least 17.8 I calculate the potential land for the aquacultures and the strategies including technology, innovation, cooperation and also quality assurance as part of to ensuring the food safety as part of the food security as well. Bapak Ibu, we are moving forward to the second speakers, Bapak Wahyu Hidayat. Wahyu Widayat, apologize Pak, bukan Hidayat, with W, Widayat. Okay, Pak Wahyu will deliver the topic on the how to strengthen blue food role towards the national food security system. Pak Wahyu has the long experience in food system transformation. Currently, Pak Wahyu serves as a team leader for sustainable, healthy, inclusive food system transformation at Bappenas. Pak Wahyu, time is yours. We only have 10 minutes, Bapak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I speak up in Bahasa for presentation of this session. Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera dan salam sehat bagi kita semua. Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu, para hadirin, peserta event G20 ya, salah satu event untuk mendukung G20 yang tidak dapat saya sebutkan satu persatu. Tadi sudah diperkenalkan nama saya ya. Sebelumnya kami memohon maaf Bapak Anang Nugroho tidak bisa hadir, Direktur Pangan dan Pertanian. Beliau menugaskan saya untuk mewakili terkait dengan sistem pangan nasional. Baik, my presentation in English, I will speak up in Bahasa. Yang pertama adalah terkait dengan sistem pangan nasional ini, kerangka regulasinya itu ada amanat dari Undang-Undang Nomor 18 Tahun 2012 tentang sistem pangan dan pembangunan pangan. Kemudian ada peraturan presiden terkait komitmen Indonesia untuk mendukung SDGs. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah peraturan presiden nomor 18 tahun 2020 tentang pembangunan RPJMN 2020-2024 terkait dengan perencanaan dan pendanaan, kerangka perencanaan dan pendanaan sistem transformasi sistem pangan sebagai prioritas nasional. Dan ini semua dalam rangka mendukung tercapainya SDGs, ya, 10 tahun ke depan. Baik, selanjutnya dalam sistem pangan nasional ini kita ketahui ada kegiatan United Nations Food System Summit. Dialog di Indonesia yang telah diselenggarakan di 6 wilayah yaitu Sumatera, Jawa, Kalimantan, Sulawesi dan Maluku, Bali dan Nusa Tenggara, dan Papua yang ke-6 di wilayah. Dan ini diikuti oleh para peserta dari wilayah masing-masing. Kemudian ada nasional dialog, ya, dialog secara nasional itu pada bulan April 2021. Dan kegiatan ini dalam rangka mengeksplorasi perspektif dan input dari pemangku kepentingan lokal dan konteks negara kepulauan. Kemudian refleksi dari variabilitas budaya, ya, latar belakang budaya, etnis, dan tradisi lokal yang mempengaruhi praktek-praktek yang bervariasi dan behavior dari sistem pangan lokal. Dan ini perlu pendekatan dan partisipatori dari para peserta yang terkait dengan inovasi. Ya. Kemudian next please, terkait dengan tujuan akhir dari sistem transformasi sistem pangan yang sehat, yang inklusif, yang keberlanjutan, dan tangguh. Ini tujuan akhir daripada strategi peta jalan nasional transformasi sistem pangan. Oke, jadi pendekatannya adalah secara komprehensif, lintas sektor yang terintegrasi, isu-isu dan area aksi, ya. Kemudian inklusif melalui platform nasional, termasuk kolaborasi multi stakeholder. Ini penting kolaborasi, ya, karena kolaborasi adalah kolektif intelijen. Ya, untuk ke depan bahwa transformasi sistem pangan itu perlu kemitraan dan kolaborasi. Kemudian regionalisasi sistem pangan, ya, untuk mempromosikan sistem pangan lokal yang lama-lama bisa hilang sistem pangan lokal. Ya, karena kita tahu Indonesia kaya akan biodiversity dan negara kepulauan dan aneka ragam pangan dan budayanya itu mengaruhi ketangguhan sistem pangan. Kemudian prioritasnya tentu mengakhiri kelaparan, meningkatkan diet, dan mempromosikan coastal marine based food. Ya, jadi change of food from land to marine. Karena nilai gizinya luar biasa, marine based food. Kemudian melindungi dan restorasi sumber daya alam, kemudian inklusif, bisnis inklusif, dan ekonomi sirkular, dan ketangguhan dan sistem pangan lokal, dan tata kelola secara inklusif. Jadi tata kelola secara regionalisasi sistem pangan ini, next please. Ini pendekatannya adalah regionalisasi pola pangan harapan. Jadi bagaimana diet masyarakat Indonesia ini seperti apa, ya, untuk menentukan tingkat nilai gizi, asupan nilai gizi bagi penduduk Indonesia. Ya, kita ketahui kita more karbohidrat than vegetable and fruits. Ini berpengaruh, makanya muncul adanya stunting. Kemudian tata kelola dan perencanaan yang polisentrik dan dukungan kebijakan dan fiskal transfer, yaitu dana alokasi khusus kepada daerah-daerah dalam rangka untuk sistem pangan, terutama pangan-pangan lokal. Kemudian regional, menetapkan tata kelola regional untuk sistem pangan, kemudian multi stakeholder platform setiap wilayah, kemudian mempercepat inovasi di masing-masing wilayah dan lokal. Kemudian hasil atau dampak yang kita harapkan adalah sistem pangan yang tangguh dan tata kelola di wilayah dan di lokal. Kemudian keragaman dalam produksi dan konsumsi, dan tentunya logistik ya, sistem pangan itu penting jangkauannya karena kita negara kepulauan. Kemudian diet yang sehat ya, dari berbagai pangan dari lokal, kemudian pangan-pangan tradisional. Ya. Kemudian desentralisasi perencanaan dan proses pembuatan keputusan. Kemudian slide terakhir adalah key milestone dalam transformasi sistem pangan. Yang pertama di 2021 UN Food System Summit Dialogue, ya, strategi dokumen peta jalan nasional adalah menetapkan multi stakeholder, pemangku kepentingan, pengetahuan, ya, platform pengetahuan baik nasional dan subnasional. Kemudian tata kelola, ya, inovasi dan modeling, ya, untuk mendukung sistem pangan. Kemudian piloting inisiatif ini yang sedang dikerjakan, yaitu terkait dengan sistem pangan perkotaan, yaitu contohnya di Semarang. Jadi ini sedang dilaksanakan di Semarang dan ada di global itu ada 4, 2 di Afrika tentang National Food System, kemudian untuk perkotaan yaitu di India dan Indonesia for this urban food system. Kemudian di 2024 dalam perencanaan jangka menengah yaitu kebijakan narasi, kebijakan baru dan transformasi sistem pangan, ya, indikatornya apa saja kira-kira dalam rangka transformasi sistem pangan. Kemudian implementasi game changes, ya, solusi untuk perubahan itu dalam rangka tata kelola yang terintegrasi, kemudian kebijakan fiskal untuk transformasi sistem pangan. Ini dalam Bappenas sedang merencanakan hal ini, ya, dalam rangka sistem pangan regional maupun lokal. Kemudian mereview gap dan intervensi, kemudian meningkatkan tata kelola dan kebijakan menuju regionalisasi sistem pangan, dan terakhir Golden Vision Goal, ya, Golden Indonesia Vision 2045 adalah regionalisasi sistem pangan berbasis keragaman Indonesia dan konteks negara kepulauan. Saya kira demikian. Terima kasih atas perhatian Bapak dan Ibu semuanya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak Pak Wahyu, ini on time sekali Bapak. Pas adik di pojok sana menyatakan stop, pas Bapak mengakhiri presentasinya. Luar biasa, from Pak Wahyu we can catch some ideas how to strengthen the blue food in the food security system, in the national food security system, as we are archipelagic countries, how the logistic has to adjust with the many islands, and also regarding the local food system, I highlighted it's very important, ya Pak, how we also promoting the marine-based food, and last but not least the financial as well as the one of the key important point in strengthening the blue food role in our blue food security system. Talking about the transformation, as mentioned by Pak Wahyu, we need also transformation. And also in our speakers, the third speaker, Dr. Simon Fungi, we would like to hear from you how to mainstreaming and balancing sustainable blue food production for national food security system and livelihood and its link with the SDGs target. I think this is in line with the topic that just delivered by speaker number 2, Bapak Wahyu. And Simon, are you ready for your presentation in the Zoom platform?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right. So time is yours, Simon.
Thank you, colleagues. Selamat pagi from Bangkok, and thank you for the opportunity for FAO to make this presentation today in coordination with UNIDO. My presentation today is about mainstreaming and balancing sustainable food production for national food security system and livelihood, including the SDG targets. Of course, this focuses very strongly on SDG 14. Can I just check that you have my presentation in full screen? We've heard this morning that blue food in national food security and economy is vitally important for Indonesia. As the second largest fisheries sector, when you take all of its marine and brackish water production together, and it's worth around 27 billion to GDP. There are over 7 million jobs in the sector, and food is providing about 50% of the country's animal-based protein needs. There has been a considerable and rapid development over the past 30 years, with the total fish supply from Indonesia now, from both in aquaculture and fisheries, totaling around 8.3 million tons. This is 8% of the regional fish supply, and capture fisheries provide 6.7 million tons of that. It's been increasing steadily, but there has been a recent decline. Finfish aquaculture has also increased over the past 30 years massively, from 55,000 tons to over 1 million tons more recently. When we look at the marine fish stocks, however, we see there is a major need in Indonesia to manage the domestic fleet with over 600,000 vessels. This is a huge challenge to an archipelagic country, particularly where 90% of those vessels are under 10 gross tons, but they're catching around about half of the total fishery catch. When we look at the state of resources, also we see around about 38% of the marine fishery resources are overfished. That means the rest are fished within sustainable limits, but we really do need to get those 38% of stocks back under sustainable levels. There are a limited number of stocks that are routinely assessed, and this is an essential aspect of understanding how much effort and capacity we can sustain with the fisheries and how to allocate that into the management areas. The good news is there's realization that ineffective fisheries management leads to the resource degradation and loss of quality, and there's a will now to get this under control, as we've seen from the Indonesian policy. We have much greater possibility to manage fleets with technology and IT to track vessels and also to track catches and documentation. But we do need to get stock assessment and the data behind that. And this is an identified need in Indonesian policy to get our science and evidence-based harvest strategies and to use data poor methods and multi-species assessment methods for the complex fisheries of the country. We also must be cautious about subsidies. They do overshadow trade, and we do really need to start to get a move towards using subsidies that support sustainable management. We've heard about ambitious targets for MPA development, but we must balance environmental protection with sustainable use. Complete protection or closure of areas to fisheries is really not that effective. It marginalizes coastal dwellers. It may not actually really contribute much to biodiversity protection. And we have to now resolve the interactions between fisheries and management and zoning plans. There needs to be a harmonization over this use. But very, very positively, we see that we can develop marine managed areas and other effective conservation measures which can act to support biodiversity. We see that effective management of nearshore fisheries will improve biodiversity, that customary fisheries management arrangements can also contribute, and we can work very strongly on reducing impacts on habitats through changing fishing methods or excluding fishing from certain critical habitats. Importantly, large-scale conservation or protection of areas that are critical for spawning and juvenile tuna, such as the WPP 714, is also a really positive move. If we look towards aquaculture, there's also a very promising story. There was a massive rise in seaweed production over the past 20 years. Finfish, crustaceans and mollusks have also increased, but be careful with this. Most of this is land-based. So we're not really using that marine area for aquaculture yet. And this is an area where there's substantial future potential. We do need to scale up sustainable mariculture, move off the land, move into the sea, look at innovative species, decouple our resource dependence on fish meal for many of these marine carnivorous species, look at lower trophic level systems like rabbitfish, milkfish and mullet, and also explore integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, and particularly look at regenerative and extractive aquaculture for Indonesia, particularly the use of seaweeds. And finally, we have to start looking at the potential of offshore farming systems. There are ambitious forecasts for seaweed. It's got a huge potential. There's a lot of space in Indonesia to do that. There's an enormous production already in the country, but can we go the next step, increase this by an order of magnitude? This is the vision for how seaweed can start to become a really important agro product, but it will need to be agro-industrial. And that means we need to get a lot more systems going offshore and expand that production, but it can contribute both to food, carbon capture, and also biomass and a wide range of other products. And it can also help us escape our need to use marine meals, for example. It has a great prospect for carbon capture as well, although we have to be a little bit careful about overstating that potential. How do we get it going? We have uncertainty and risks for producers. Prices are variable. A lot of the value doesn't reach farmers. If we massively upscale, there are sustainability issues. Marine litter and plastic, a lot of the ropes and lines and bottles that you can see here get into the sea. We need to make sure we don't actually start creating more damage than we save through our seaweed expansion. Also, if we go really far offshore, how are we going to manage that? There's a lot of issues about issuing marine space and zoning and dealing with many other issues as well. So the governance frameworks need to be upscaled and improved to get the zoning and use frameworks that are needed to ensure that interactions with other users such as fisheries do not turn into conflicts. In value chains, we've also need to get moving on addressing things that are potential trade barriers, particularly food safety and subsidies, but also zero waste in fish value chains and to move fisheries and aquaculture towards a circular economy. And we've heard very promising signs of that today. We need to reduce wastes, obviously, and ensure that small-scale fishers and small-scale producers stay in the value chain because it's such an important livelihood for Indonesia, and we need to keep these people involved and engaged in the sector, whilst also addressing issues that surround this, such as decent work and working safety. Finally, there are a lot of opportunities for using digital solutions to improve the certification and documentation in the value chain to ensure products are safe to eat and can be traded effectively within the country, but also regionally and internationally. Finally, some recommendations. It's a very quick presentation and overview. We need to increase supplies and production from sustainable blue foods. We need evidence-based fisheries management based on improved data for decision-making. This is not just fisheries stock assessment, but it's also aquaculture zoning, the economics of the issues and where we should be putting money and how to increase public access. That includes industry, private sector, also environmental advocates to ensure the sector develops sustainably. We need to integrate fisheries management with other effective conservation measures and conservation initiatives such as MPAs. support sustainable practices by small-scale fisheries and aqua farmers, and try to prioritize low-carbon footprint aquaculture systems that have a high value for nutrition, particularly seaweed, but also low traffic value aquaculture species. We need to improve our coastal and cold chain infrastructure to ensure products are traded efficiently with reduced waste. Finally, we must enhance blue finance because this will underpin all of these transformations that we're trying to achieve in the sector. With that very brief overview, thank you very much for the opportunity to FAO to present today, and I wish you great luck with the rest of the deliberations. Thank you very much.
Jawabannya adalah pengelolaan sumber daya ekonomi yang mencakup pemenuhan pangan dan pertanian, serta pengelolaan kelautan, sumber daya air, sumber daya energi, serta kehutanan. Dan poin berikutnya adalah akselerasi peningkatan nilai tambah, agrofishery industry, kemaritiman, industri pariwisata, serta ekonomi kreatif dan digital. Dalam rangka itu, melalui PP nomor 118 tahun 2021, next, tertanggal 27 Desember 2021 dan ditandatangani akte imbreng pertanggal 7 Januari 2022, RNI secara resmi ditetapkan sebagai holding BUMN Pangan, di mana pembentukan holding ini ada dengan 3 tujuan. Pertama, untuk ketahanan pangan. Kedua, untuk inklusivitas petani, peternak, nelayan, dan pengusaha kecil. Dan yang terakhir adalah bagaimana kami bisa menjadi perusahaan berkelas dunia. Terkait ketahanan pangan, tujuan terbentuk holding adalah untuk bisa memenuhi ketersediaan, mutu, keterjangkauan, dan kesinambungan pangan. Kemudian yang kedua adalah bersama-sama kami meningkatkan inclusivity dari para petani, bekerja sama untuk meningkatkan pendapatan dan kesejahteraan bagi para petani, nelayan, peternak, dan UMKM. Dan Bapak Menteri memberikan arahan kepada kami bagaimana holding pangan bisa berproduksi, tidak berkompetisi dengan para petani, peternak, nelayan, tapi bisa bersinergi bersama-sama dengan mereka. Dan yang terakhir adalah menjadi world class production atau global company dengan operational excellence, kolaborasi dengan mitra, teknologi, dan meningkatkan nilai ekspor. Next. Berikut adalah sekilas lini bisnis di ID Food yang saat ini kami tangani, yang di dalamnya ada 16 subsidiary company yang bergerak antara lain di bidang gula, lewat 3 anak perusahaan kami, di mana kontribusi dari industri gula masih sekitar 35% dari bisnis kami. Kemudian sektor kedua adalah peternakan, lewat PT Berdikari yang berfokus pada bisnis peternakan unggas dan ruminansia. Yang ketiga adalah pertanian tanaman pangan lewat perusahaan Sangyang Seri yang bergerak di bidang perbenihan, beras, hortikultur, serta pupuk. Yang keempat, garam lewat PT Garam yang merupakan perusahaan produsen garam yang memproduksi garam olahan dan garam bahan baku. Kemudian tentunya yang related dengan pembahasan hari ini adalah di sektor perikanan lewat anak perusahaan kami, PT Perikanan Indonesia yang merupakan penggabungan antara Perindo dan Perinus yang memiliki fokus bisnis di bidang perdagangan ikan, pengolahan ikan, produsen pakan, dan jasa kepelabuhan. Kemudian berikutnya adalah di sektor perkebunan, kami punya beberapa anak usaha yang di bidang CPO, palm oil, dan juga teh. Kemudian di sektor berikutnya adalah distribusi dan logistik lewat 3 anak perusahaan kami yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia, di 34 provinsi lewat PT PPI, Raja Wali Nusindo, dan PT GIP Indonesia yang bergerak di bidang distribusi retail untuk mendukung dan menjadi agregator terhadap produksi-produksi yang dihasilkan oleh teman-teman subsidiary yang bergerak di hulu. Kemudian terakhir adalah di bidang manufacture, yaitu kami punya beberapa perusahaan di bidang pabrik karung dan alat kesehatan. Kemudian next slide. Berikut adalah tujuan holding pangan untuk menjadi perusahaan produsen pangan yang berkualitas. Tentunya kalau kita libat lagi ke sektor perikanan dan peternakan, kami diminta untuk bisa meningkatkan kontribusi terhadap ketersediaan dan mutu sumber protein lewat anak perusahaan perikanan agar bisa menjadi perusahaan industri perikanan yang menguntungkan lewat beberapa kegiatan seperti operational excellence dan kepemimpinan teknologi, lewat organisasi kelas dunia, talenta yang superior dan kemitraan, dan kondisi keuangan yang berkelanjutan. Next. Berikut adalah jaringan distribusi yang kami miliki lewat ketiga anak perusahaan kami, yang tentunya pada saat kita bicara tentang supply chain, ini kita bisa manfaatkan untuk melakukan pemerataan distribusi produk-produk perikanan di seluruh Indonesia. Saat ini kami mempunyai kurang lebih dari 70 cabang distribusi, baik lewat PPI, Raja Wali Nusindo, dan GIP yang tersebar dari Aceh sampai Papua. Next. Lebih spesifik lagi, dari 16 anak perusahaan kami, saya akan menjelaskan tentang PT Perikanan Indonesia yang menjadi anak perusahaan yang bergerak di bidang perikanan, yang saat ini fokus bisnisnya adalah fish processing dan trading, pengelolaan pelabuhan, dan juga pabrik pakan. Fasilitas yang kami miliki saat ini adalah ada 1 pabrik pakan, kemudian pabrik X dengan kapasitas 170 ton, kemudian cold storage dengan kapasitas 6.410 ton, kemudian ada 14 unit pelabuhan perikanan, kemudian ada 15 unit penangkapan ikan, kemudian ada 13 unit processing ikan yang sudah tersertifikasi dengan HACCP, kemudian ada 16 unit slipway, ship docking, kemudian saat ini bermitra dengan lebih dari 6.400 mitra nelayan. Next. Pembentukan holding pangan terutama di sektor perikanan adalah untuk fokus kepada peningkatan volume produksi, terutama saat ini adalah perikanan tangkap, budidaya, dan meningkatkan kapasitas offtake kami, tentunya dibantu dengan sinergi dari hulu ke hilir dengan subsidiary kami yang lain yang terutama bergerak di bidang trading dan distribusi. Next. Berikut adalah mapping dari wilayah dan unit bisnis PT Perikanan Indonesia yang kita lihat juga tersebar dari Sabang sampai Merauke, yang terdiri dari beberapa kantor cabang, unit bisnis, dan juga termasuk area tangkap ikan yang memang terus terang saja utilitasnya masih jauh diharapkan, yang pada saat ini pembentukan holding pangan yang baru berjalan 9 bulan, kami diminta untuk terus meningkatkan kontribusi dan perbaikan-perbaikan terutama di basic operasional yang ada di perikanan Indonesia. Yang kedepannya saya kira ini dengan beberapa pihak lain ini kita bisa maksimalkan dan disinergikan bersama. Next. Ini adalah penjelasan tentang unit bisnis yang kami miliki terkait UP, kemudian cabang-cabang, pabrik es, kemudian pelabuhan perikanan, ship docking. Kami juga mempunyai pasar ikan modern, kemudian kami juga mempunyai sea water reserve osmosis, dan beberapa fasilitas lain yang mendukung peningkatan tangkap ikan-ikan dan bermitra dengan nelayan. Next. Baik. Next. Baik Bapak Ibu, dalam 2 tahun terakhir ini kami di BUMN membentuk suatu ekosistem supply chain, terutama di pertanian, yang dimana pihak-pihak BUMN yang terlibat dalam ekosistem supply chain pertanian, kami semua berkolaborasi, terutama dalam komoditi padi, jagung, dan tebu, di mana mulai dari agro input ada Pupuk Holding Indonesia Company yang bertugas dan bertanggung jawab untuk penyediaan pupuknya, kemudian Himbara BRI yang bertugas untuk mendukung pendanaan untuk para petani, kemudian digitalisasi, dan seterusnya sampai off-taker. Nah, tahun ini kami memulai program closed loop yang sama untuk peternakan dan perikanan, terutama di perikanan yang memang baru kami kick off sekitar 2 bulan lalu, seperti yang tertera dalam presentasi. Jadi kami membuat suatu closed loop ekosistem untuk membantu para nelayan, di mana dalam program ini sama-sama kita lihat seperti yang terlampir, ada ekosistem mulai nelayan sampai ke penjualannya di ujung. Pelaku utama di sini adalah nelayan yang mereka bertugas untuk melakukan penangkapan ikan dan aquaculture. Kami ID Food untuk berikan supervisi dan koordinasi di lapangan. Kemudian ada Himbara lewat BRI yang nanti akan bertugas menyediakan pendanaan, baik pendanaan perbankan maupun non perbankan. Kemudian untuk agro inputnya kami juga menyediakan Natura seperti membantu mereka dalam penyediaan seperti solar, es batu yang nanti kemudian akan dipotong pada saat mereka memberikan hasil tangkapannya kepada kami, dan juga menyediakan beberapa fasilitas pendukung seperti docking bengkel dan sebagainya. Kemudian dalam closed loop ini juga dilengkapi dengan digitalisasi, karena kami pikir tanpa digitalisasi kita tidak akan bisa bertransformasi dalam ekosistem dan supply chain perikanan ini. Di Perindo juga sudah mengembangkan yang namanya Perindo Fishery Exchange, yang dimana kita bisa monitoring mulai dari penangkapan ikan sampai nanti pada lelang yang online. Kemudian ada supporting juga dari beberapa pihak lain seperti KKP dalam program penangkapan perikan terukur, juga dengan beberapa kementerian lain seperti Kemenko dan juga Badan Pangan Nasional dalam beberapa program pangan mereka. Dan di ujung harapan yang terutama adalah kami bisa bertindak sebagai off-taker, meningkatkan kapasitas daya serap kami terhadap nelayan, karena salah satu kita ketahui saat ini menjadi permasalahan utama dari nelayan adalah ketiadaannya partner yang teratur untuk meng-off-take hasil tangkap mereka. Next. Proyek ini akan kami lakukan pertama kali di Bacan, di salah satu unit perikanan kami yang akan kami seterusnya akan kami perluas juga di daerah-daerah lain di mana kami beroperasi. Next, sedikit lagi. Satu lagi mungkin yang menjadi usulan kami adalah bagaimana supaya perikanan ini, ikan tangkap ini bisa masuk ke dalam ketahanan pangan seperti yang juga menjadi salah satu holding pangan. Usulan kami adalah memasukkan juga perikanan ini ke dalam beberapa proyek atau program pangan pemerintah. Seperti yang tertera ini adalah contoh yang sudah kami jalankan 4 tahun dengan salah satu daerah, di mana mereka memasukkan salah satu produk perikanan ke dalam program pangan mereka, dan sampai saat ini sedang berjalan juga. Dan kami juga dengan Badan Pangan, lewat program mereka B2SA, pangan yang beragam, bergizi, aman dan seimbang, juga kami mendorong agar penggunaan produk-produk perikanan dalam program ini bisa lebih baik lagi. Dan sebagai penutup, next. ID Food mengutamakan kemitraan dengan nelayan dengan tujuan meningkatkan inklusivitas nelayan yang sesuai dengan tujuan pemulihan holding pangan dan kami tetap komit dengan hal ini. Kemudian ID Food dengan komitmen kuat berjalan bersama pemerintah seperti Kementerian Perikanan, Kelautan, Kemenko Marinvest, Perhubungan, Pelindo, lewat sinergi tol laut, Badan Pangan Nasional dan mitra-mitra swasta untuk berkontribusi dan memperbaiki transformasi rantai pasok yang saat ini yang masih menjadi PR kita. Dan yang terakhir adalah usulan kami juga untuk bisa memasukkan ikan dalam beberapa produk pangan pemerintah dengan menyiapkan rantai dingin untuk tetap menjaga kualitas produk perikanan. Demikian dari kami, sekali lagi terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak Pak Frans. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's very interesting how this piloting, we hope that could be replicate or upscaling into the others area. We noted that for the transformations, you have incentive scheme and also digitalization is part of it, and also the cluster-based approach that will be very interesting, how from the upstream until the downstream from the farmers, fishermen, and also off-takers. Bapak dan Ibu, we are entering the part 2 of these sessions. We will have question and answer, sesi tanya jawab Bapak. So we have, I think, 15 minutes left. So, okay, as already Bapak raised hands, we only have 3 participants to ask the question. Okay, from the left wing. Apologize Pak, I have to give the privilege to Ibu. Please Ibu, could you please introduce yourself, name and your organization, and to whom your question address, please.
Ya, terima kasih. Saya Egy Suciati dari Indonesian Food Security Institute. Menarik sekali sesi pagi ini. Saya mungkin punya 4 pertanyaan yang ditujukan kepada 4 pembicara. Maaf, saya bicara dalam bahasa Indonesia. Sorry. Iya, saya
Dua
pikir
aja boleh ya
oh,
Bu?
2 boleh. Oke, 2. Kalau gitu saya pilih.
Only 2 questions from the 4 questions.
Ya, saya pilih yang paling penting. Pertama kepada Pak Nono nih dari KKP. Tadi saya lihat slide-nya ada breakthrough program ya Pak ya. Kalau boleh ditayangkan, boleh juga sih panitia. Saya lihat yang sebelah kanan kan ada problem yang sifatnya struktural Pak. Contohnya tadi Bapak bilang ada desentralisasi, proses yang mungkin perlu waktu lebih lama gitu ya, kemudian ada aspek regulasi dan segala macam. Nah, dengan melihat problem ini sebagai problem struktural, di mana pembenahannya cukup lama, apakah kemudian justified enough untuk menyebutnya sebagai breakthrough program gitu. Jadi, kiat apa dari Bapak yang bisa menjustifikasi bahwa kita masih punya kok breakthrough program gitu ya Pak ya. Kemudian pertanyaan kedua mungkin kepada Pak Frans nih. Saya lihat tadi kan bicaranya soal 16 company yang mensupport ID ya Pak ya. Tetapi saya pikir inklusivitas kepada sektor yang grassroots-nya itu ada di mana ya Pak ya? Kalau misalnya dominasi dari company-nya itu masih kepada BUMN dan perusahaan-perusahaan yang relatif lebih besar. Itu pertanyaan satu. Yang kedua, tadi saya lihat di slide terakhir, kenapa fokusnya lebih kepada ikan tangkap ya daripada budidaya gitu? Karena saya pikir laut itu kan sekarang sudah terbatas, jadi ikannya juga sudah mau habis gitu. Kalau kita mau menjaga laut, tentunya harus dibiarkan istirahat dulu beberapa waktu sehingga pergeserannya lebih kepada budidaya. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih ladies and gentlemen. Please allow our speakers to respond first. That first question. For Pak Nono regarding the breakthrough program Pak tadi disebutkan desentralisasi, apakah ini masih layak disebut sebagai inovasi atau terobosan, ataupun jika iya seperti apa justifikasi untuk implementasinya? Mangga Pak.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu. Bahwa apa yang tadi kami sebutkan, ada program-program terobosan dari KKP, memang masih banyak masalah yang kita hadapi Ibu ya. Jadi contoh untuk perikanan budidaya, bagaimana ada desentralisasi ya di daerah, kemudian juga ada penyakit misalnya. Nah ini memang problem-problem yang juga tidak mudah untuk bisa dihadapi. Namun demikian, untuk kita tetap menjalankan program terobosan ini, ada beberapa langkah yang sudah kami lakukan. Misalnya untuk problem perizinan di daerah, Bu, ya, karena sekarang ini semua perizinan budidaya itu ada di daerah, ya. Memang kontrolnya dari pusat jauh, ya. Contoh misalnya untuk mendirikan tambak itu tidak lagi ada di pusat, tetapi bagaimana di daerah. Nah, oleh karena itu kami tetap berkonsolidasi, berkoordinasi, dan juga mensosialisasikan kebijakan-kebijakan yang ada di KP dengan pemerintah daerah. Demikian juga Ibu, ada beberapa terobosan misalnya rumput laut misalnya. Kami sedang membangun lab kultur jaringan, Bu, khusus untuk pemenuhan bibitnya. Ya, kami sudah alokasikan beberapa cukup besar anggaran bagaimana menghidupkan lab-lab yang ada. Demikian juga untuk mengatasi penyakit baik itu di ikan maupun di udang. Kami juga mensupport lab-lab penyakit yang ada di UPT kami. Kami ada lab 15 seluruh Indonesia, dan itu kami dorong bagaimana untuk bisa berfungsi. Oleh karena itu Ibu, program terobosan ini memang tidak mudah, tetapi kami berkeyakinan bahwa ini ke depan bisa kami jalankan. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Saya rasa cukup menjawab transformasi atau terobosannya terkait dengan terutama untuk dari sisi administratif tadi terkait perizinan, dan ini sangat penting sekali bagaimana perizinan dilakukan di daerah. Okay, we move to Pak Frans to respond to the question regarding the inclusivity, Pak Frans. You mentioned the inclusivity, but where is the small-scale farmers? Where is the small-scale fisher? Maybe you could elaborate in your program and explain. The second one, why you choose the capture fisheries? Why not focusing yet, perhaps yet, not yet, in the aquaculture sectors? Please, Pak Frans, to respond.
Baik, terima kasih Bu. Jadi ini juga sudah kami tampilkan tadi dalam closed loop program kami. Jadi yang menjadi objek di situ adalah petani nelayan kecil. Karena sebelumnya dalam bisnis Perindo ini kami banyak menggunakan kapal sendiri. Jadi tidak hanya dengan perikanan, pertanian juga kami diminta sekarang untuk meningkatkan fungsi off taking, tidak memaksimalkan our own production sehingga tidak bersaing dengan para petani. Karena kita tahu petani nelayan sekarang kebutuhan mereka terbesar tidak adanya kepastian off taker di ujung. Itu yang kami diminta BUMN untuk bisa meningkatkan fungsi kami, ada peran di sana. Jadi dalam closed loop tadi itu kami bermitra pure dengan para nelayan, tentunya salah satunya untuk termasuk dalam pemanfaatan sistem resi gudang, sehingga mereka tidak harus menjual produk perikanan pada saat itu juga. Yang kedua pertanyaannya, kenapa kami saat ini fokus kepada ikan tangkap, bukan budidaya. Jadi ini lebih kepada masalah prioritas. Jadi sebenarnya tidak usah dibuka di sini. Jadi mungkin kalau anak perusahaan kami yang Perindo ini, salah satu yang perusahaan yang harus kami benahi, basic operation, SDM-nya, dan di masa lalu kami punya bidang usaha aquaculture yang tata kelolanya memang berantakan. Jadi sembari memperbaiki basic operation, saat ini untuk aquaculture kami skip dulu, tapi kami akan kembali ke sana. Karena kita sama-sama ketahui aquaculture masa depan perikanan, di mana sumber daya alam semakin terbatas. One day, dalam beberapa tahun ke depan kami akan kembali ke usaha itu. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Padat, singkat, dan jelas. Baik, kesempatan kedua dari sayap kanan. Oke, Mbak yang pakai baju abu-abu, mohon dibantu untuk mikrofonnya. Mohon menyebutkan nama, organisasi, dan kepada siapa pertanyaan. Silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Rindi Astuti, saya guru dari SMK Negeri 4 Malang, Jawa Timur.
Wow, applause. It's quite far from East Java.
Terima kasih. Kami menyampaikan pertanyaan kepada Pak Wahyu Widayat. Di sekolah kami, di jurusan logistik, kami menyelenggarakan atau membuat aktivitas pembelajaran mengenai belajar logistik dari si Japar. Si Japar adalah jajan pasar. Belajar logistik dari si jajan pasar. Kami memberikan aktivitas belajar kepada peserta didik melalui mereka mencari informasi bagaimana ketersediaan bahan-bahan pangan untuk jajan pasar ini. Dari situ kami yakin bahwa mereka akan memahami bagaimana proses logistik yang betul-betul terjadi di sekitar tempat tinggal mereka. Nah, kami membuatnya menjadi sebuah buku, Pak, hasilnya, produknya itu. Dan saat ini sudah menjadi satu buku. Kami ingin pendapat Bapak terkait kegiatan tersebut, berkaitan dengan ketahanan pangan seperti apa. Yang kedua, bagaimana kami dapat mengakses diskusi-diskusi atau forum-forum yang diselenggarakan oleh ketahanan pangan tadi, Pak, ya. Karena kami berpikir bahwa ketahanan pangan ini harus dimulai dari anak muda, Pak, dari sekolah. Tadi kan belum disebutkan bagaimana itu menyentuh kepada SMK khususnya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Silakan Pak Wahyu direspon.
Ya, terima kasih Ibu Guru, saya lupa namanya tadi ya, dari SMA Negeri Malang. Alhamdulillah Ibu di sekolah Ibu telah melakukan satu kegiatan namanya itu sistem pangan lokal. Jadi sudah mulai melakukan maintaining, yaitu mempertahankan pangan lokal. Kan hasil jajan pasaran umumnya dari pangan lokal ya. Itu salah satu yang memberi kontribusi terhadap transformasi sistem pangan. Jadi mulai dari lokal dulu. Saya beri contoh, ada namanya Sekolah Alam Arido di Semarang, itu juga melakukan pertanian konservasi. Jadi anak-anak di peserta didik itu mulai dari PAUD sampai dengan SMA itu mereka belajar dengan respect nature. Itu penting. Jadi dalam rangka kita juga ini diversifikasi pangan dan mempertahankan pangan lokal. Jadi nanti saya berikan pengalaman dari journey daripada Sekolah Alam Arido kepada Ibu ya, untuk bisa memperkuat pembelajaran. Karena salah satu Sekolah Alam Arido ini menjadi lokasi demo site di program SIF, yaitu Sustainable, Healthy, Inclusive, and Food System Transformation, ya, terutama di urban food system. Saya kira demikian. Nanti untuk selanjutnya saya sampaikan nanti informasi sekolah alam di Kota Semarang. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Berarti diskusinya lanjut ya Pak Wahyu dengan ibu-ibu dari SMK. Nanti Bapak Ibu apabila masih ada pertanyaan, we will have a lunch time. Perhaps during the lunch time you can have a contact or discussion with our prominent speakers here. Bapak Ibu, karena waktunya sudah habis, saya sudah diingatkan oleh panitia. Unfortunately, we have very limited time, very interesting discussion topic and also presentation. Please give a big applause for our 4 speakers. From these sessions, we could conclude some key words, key point. First, the inclusivity, collaborations, digitalization, innovation, and technology. Thank you very much for your time and also your attention. Thank you very much for all of our speakers. Terima kasih. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Do we have photo session with the speakers?
Sure. We can take photos of the speakers. Yes, thank you. And then afterwards, we will have lunch, but if you want before, in the middle of the tables, there's a QR code. If you scan that and fill it out, you get a certificate from us that you've attended this meeting today. We will continue at 1:30 with session 3, but now the photos. Enjoy lunch.
This is the current state of Indonesian fisheries management. A large number of fishing vessels, accompanied by regulations that focus mainly on input control, have made fisheries uncontrollable. Illegal fishing practices using unsustainable methods such as bombings and trawlings are still found, despite the government's continuous prohibitions. Foreign fishing vessels see Indonesia as a paradise for illegal fishing. Throughout 2021, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia arrested 53 foreign vessels caught stealing in Indonesian jurisdictional waters. This number decreased slightly from the previous year, with more than 72 vessels arrested. In addition, climate change poses a real threat to the sustainability of Indonesia's marine ecosystem. Coral reefs that contribute greatly to sequestering carbon from human activities are now bleaching and dying. Although sea is recognized as a source of life, poverty still exists in coastal areas. Slums and organized settlements have been a picture of fishing villages for many years. The Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia started to address the situations, responding to problems and challenges at sea by presenting a breakthrough policy on quota-based fishing, the implementation of which will be accelerated this year. The quota-based fishing policy is an embodiment of the blue economy concept, where fishing is guided by a zoning and quota system to ensure a sustainable marine biota populations in the long term. The quota and fishing zonations are determined in a coordination meeting between the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries and the National Commissions for the Assessment of Fish Resources. The zoning is divided into two categories, commercial and non-commercial, with fishing business actors from industry, traditional, and local fishermen groups, as well as hobbyists. Through quota-based fishing policy, the role of fishing ports outside of Java has also become very potential, because that is where the caught fish must be landed. This policy will spur new economic activities in the port area, such as ice factories, fishery transportation services, fishing supply shops, restaurants or cafes, to fishermen's apartments. The steps taken by the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries for economic equality through strengthening and improving fishing ports outside of Java are believed to be able to alleviate poverty that has so far dominated coastal areas. In addition, the quality of port facilities and infrastructures will be upgraded to become more modern so that the quality of services are also increasing. The quota-based fishing policy also presents a huge investment opportunity in the fishing sector. The total fishing quota in 4 industrial zones, for example, is worth 83 trillion rupiah per year, with a total quota of 4.8 million tons. This policy will also change the stigma of illegal, unreported, and regulated fishing activities in Indonesian waters to become legal, reported, and regulated fishing. The cost for the change is a direct combination of patrol by surveillance vessels and surveillance aircrafts conducted by the ministry using information technology for an optimal surveillance activity. The quota-based fishing policy is Indonesia's commitment to the world in maintaining marine health, food security, and realizing social justice for fishermen as the main actors in marine and fisheries sector.
Langit yang teduh, laut yang tenang, matahari yang mulai meninggi. Alam yang indah di desa penuh warna memanjakan sepasang mata. Di tengah keramahan alam ini, para nelayan mulai melaut berjuang mencari nafkah. Sementara para istri dan keluarga mereka juga berjuang dengan cara yang berbeda. Setahun yang lalu, desa ini diresmikan menjadi kampung nelayan maju oleh Menteri Kelautan dan Perikanan Sakti Wahyu Trenggono. Berbagai fasilitas dibangun dan diperbaiki. Berbagai keterampilan ditularkan kepada para wanita istri nelayan di desa ini. Desa Suakbual, salah satu desa di Pulau Mendanau, Kecamatan Selak Nasik, Kabupaten Belitung. Desa penuh warna di tanah Melayu ini kini telah melangkah lebih maju. Keterampilan yang dulu diberikan kini menjadi manfaat yang terus berjalan. Menjadi salah satu mata pencaharian untuk para istri nelayan. Produk yang semula diolah dengan seadanya, kini menjadi produk dengan nilai jual lebih tinggi dan permintaan yang meningkat.
Di Desa Suakbual, sebelum kedatangan atau sebelum ditetapkan sebagai salah satu desa percontohan, desa Kalaju, kampung nelayan maju, semula masyarakat Suakbual itu melaut biasa, mereka mempunyai keterampilan secara tradisional dan juga pengolahan ikannya, ikannya tradisional. Ya. Tapi setelah ada ditetapkan sebagai kampung nelayan maju, maka nelayan desa Suak Gual itu mendapat pengenalan di teknologi seperti teknologi bubu lipat, cara pembuatan kapal atau sampan dari fiber, dan juga di ibu-ibu nelayan itu diajarkan juga, didampingi juga dan dilakukan pelatihan terhadap pengolahan hasil ikan yang selama ini memang udah dikerjakan oleh masyarakat ini usai di nelayan, tapi untuk perbaikan mutu dan sebagainya ya, akhirnya dilakukan pelatihan. Setelah ada pendampingan, ada brand segala macam, itu permintaan cukup banyak. Dan juga di nelayan itu kemarin kan ada pendampingan juga berkat Kalaju ini ya, menggandeng perbankan yang semula nelayan Suak ini jumlah kapal kurang lebih 75 kapal, tapi dengan adanya kemudahan yang diberi oleh perbankan untuk permodalan, akhirnya sekarang 130 kapal, lebih ramai. Itu dari 1 tahun ini.
Tak hanya itu, penetapan desa Suak Gual sebagai kampung nelayan maju juga menciptakan satu identitas tersendiri yang berhasil menarik para wisatawan untuk berkunjung ke desa ini. Dengan meningkatnya kunjungan wisatawan, perangkat desa pun dapat mengenalkan setiap sudut yang dapat menjadi tujuan wisata di desa ini, sehingga mampu mendorong pemasukan dan perputaran uang di desa Suak Gual.
Ya, ini Suak Gual akhirnya punya identitas gitu ya, dengan ditetapkan sebagai kampung nelayan maju. Nah, otomatis dengan tampilannya baru, dikasih warna-warni, akhirnya menjadi daya tarik sendiri bagi lokal, kan? Sementara desa Suak Gual sebenarnya punya potensi baik di alam bawah laut, ya, gitu, kan? Mangrove dan bentang alam seperti gunung, wisata duren, camping ground, Suak Gual punya gitu. Dengan kapal nelayan maju ini kan alhamdulillah sekarang pasung umum udah mulai ada kan untuk mempermudah nelayan, dan mudah-mudahan ke depan dari aspek bisa ditingkatkan menjadi pabrik es yang jadi suatu kebutuhan untuk masyarakat, kedua dukungan dari SPBN misalnya kan, nah itu untuk mempermudah nelayan kita ya. Ditambah lagi di tahun 2022 ini Suak Gual ini masuk dalam desa yang memiliki geoset. Jadi salah satu desa pendukung di geoset Belitung, dan akhirnya desa Suak Gual juga menjadi salah satu desa yang direncanakan untuk dikunjungi delegasi. Nah, untuk mendukung itu semua kami berterima kasih kepada Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan Indonesia telah memperdayakan lagi ibu-ibu nelayan kami ya, untuk menambah penghasilan ekonomi mereka, meningkatkan ekonomi mereka dengan pelatihan ekoprint ini, di mana sekarang ini kami cukup berbahagia banget, berbangga banget dengannya ada ekoprint yang sudah barang tentu ini hanya satu ada di Belitung. Ini pertama di Belitung dan menambah lagi ya identitas desa Suak Gual, bukan hanya kampung nelayan maju tapi kampung ekoprint lagi.
Kabar keindahan alam, cagar budaya, dan keramahan desa ini tidak hanya sampai di telinga masyarakat Indonesia saja, akan tetapi juga sampai ke mancanegara, sehingga Suak Gual menjadi salah satu desa yang direncanakan akan dikunjungi untuk perhelatan konferensi tingkat tinggi G20 pada tahun 2022 ini. Kemajuan desa Suwakgual tidak terlepas dari keramahan adat masyarakatnya. Setiap permasalahan dan pekerjaan mereka selesaikan secara bersama-sama, saling bahu-membahu membantu, baik secara finansial maupun tenaga.
Jadi desa Suwakgual ini masih memegang kuat kearifan lokal. Jadi desa Suwakgual ini walaupun kita punya beberapa desa di sini, desa Suwakgual punya ciri tentu masyarakat yang welcome. Dengan pendatang mereka welcome, juga punya kepedulian atas desanya sendiri. Mereka tidak memandang siapapun pemimpinnya, yang penting mereka, yang penting kepedulian itu masih ada. Terus segala permasalahan di sini tetap sebenarnya di masyarakat ada masalah, tapi kami bisa menyelesaikan secara keluargaan karena di sini ada lembaga adat segala macam. Nah jadi gotong royong itu di sini memang udah mendarah daging. Setiap kegiatan baik bersih kampung atau kegiatan hajatan itu juga dibantu secara gotong royong untuk persiapan perhelatan itu. Untuk fasilitas umum di luar dana desa ya itu cukup besar partisipasi masyarakat di sini. Ada yang bantu secara ekonomi, secara keuangan, ada yang material, ada yang tenaga. Itulah Suwakgual.
Dari beberapa keterampilan yang diberikan, satu persatu mereka coba untuk kembangkan. Dengan jiwa wirausaha, pantang menyerah, dan semangat mendongkrak ekonomi keluarga, siapa sangka kini keterampilan tersebut berbuah manis, menjadi salah satu ikon dan produk khas desa Suwakgual. Eco-printing adalah salah satu keterampilan yang diberikan kepada istri dan keluarga nelayan sebagai mata pencaharian alternatif, kini juga menjadi identitas desa Suwakgual. Produk ecoprint merupakan hal yang baru bagi masyarakat desa Suwakgual. Meski awalnya dianggap sulit, namun kini semua terasa lebih mudah setelah mereka menerima pelatihan dan menjalani proses produksinya bersama-sama.
Awalnya dari Kampung Nelayan Maju. Sebenarnya ecoprint ini tuh idenya bukan dari masyarakat, tapi emang dari kementerian lah yang datang ke sini, emang mengadakan pelatihan untuk ibu-ibu istri nelayan. Jadi setiap istri nelayan atau perempuan itu produktif. Karena kita belum tahu ya, ini sesuatu yang baru bagi kami ya. Pertamanya sih susah, kita pemikiran kita susah, tapi setelah kita menjalankannya tidak sesusah yang kita pikirkan.
Para istri dan keluarga nelayan ini dibagi menjadi 10 kelompok usaha bersama atau KUB. Dan masing-masing KUB diwakili oleh 4 orang dalam hal produksi ecoprint. Namun, meski dibagi berkelompok-kelompok, mereka enggan untuk bekerja sendiri-sendiri. Jiwa berbagi, bertukar pikiran, serta gotong royong seolah telah membudaya dan mendarah daging. Bagi mereka, berkelompok bukan tentang berkompetisi, melainkan berkolaborasi.
Yang kami ikut ecoprint ini 10 KUB. Satu KUB perwakilan kami 4 orang, jadi kami 40. Yeah. Kami waktu pertama kali per tim kan 4 orang. Tapi sekalinya kami jalan itu kami satukan. Jadi kami kerja sama-sama. Kami tidak ada misalnya tim kelompok ini bagus, tim kelompok itu tidak bagus, tidak ada. Kami semua saling support, saling saling tukar pikiran, sharing. Jadi mana kira-kira tidak cocok, kami saling mengingatkan. Tidak ada istilah per kelompok itu tidak lagi. Sekarang satu kelompok gotong royong kami. Kebersamaan kami utamakan.
Untuk menentukan corak dan motif yang indah, bukanlah sesingkat cerita yang dibayangkan. Proses demi proses mereka lalui dengan memanfaatkan dedaunan dari tumbuh-tumbuhan yang ada di sekitar mereka. Satu persatu corak ditemukan. Perpaduan daun dan pewarna alami juga menjadi kunci sukses dalam membuat motif ekoprint yang indah.
Kita menemukan motif itu kita berproses ya, berproses sambil belajar. Jadi kita menentukan daun-daunnya misalnya untuk ekoprint itu pertama-tama kan daun yang dekat-dekat sini saja lah, terutama daun-daun yang akrab dengan masyarakat sini. Biasanya daun-daun itu di luar tidak ada ya, kita ambil daun-daun yang sekitar lingkungan yang kita berlatih pertama-tama. Terus dicoba lama-lama kita ke tempat-tempat yang khusus untuk daun-daun yang ada di Gali nih, misalnya seperti daun simpur, daun keleta, daun apa namanya, sapu-sapu itu pasti sapu-sapu. Kami tidak menyangka daun sapu-sapu itu akan bagus sekali. Kami coba bagus sekali. Kami pokoknya semua daun-daun, bahkan rumput-rumput dan ranting-ranting kami coba. Kenyataannya apa yang orang buang-buang karena mengganggu tanaman pertanian sebenarnya bagus.
Produk ekoprint yang diberi label merek Ekoprint The Gual ini menjadi solusi tepat saat musim paceklik tiba. Saat tidak melaut, selain memperbaiki dan menyiapkan alat tangkap serta kapal mereka, para nelayan terkadang juga ikut membantu dalam proses produksi Ekoprint The Gual ini.
Jadi apabila misalnya bapaknya tidak ke laut, suami-suami kami tidak ke laut ya, tapi kami kan ada kerja tetap walaupun hujan kan kami ada tempat. Biasanya suami-suami kami ikut menolong. Soalnya kerja ini kadang-kadang ada yang agak berat untuk perempuan. Misalnya ketika menggulung itu kan dia harus terik, digulung terus ini waktu menarik besi itu biasanya agak kuat sedikit. Biasanya kini ada suami kami yang membantu ikut naik ke atas. Dapat juga kan kalau orang lain dapat hadir, mereka dapat juga ikut memberi masukan.
Proses yang panjang, tenaga yang ekstra, dan tuntutan kreativitas yang tinggi menghasilkan karya yang indah dengan harga yang tidak dapat diremehkan. Tentu saja, tiap produk yang dibuat adalah produk eksklusif dengan corak dan motif yang hanya dibuat satu untuk satu produk, sehingga dapat dipastikan tidak akan ditemukan produk ekoprint dengan corak dan motif serupa yang diproduksi.
Prosesnya itu bukannya mudah ya, rumit. Terus bahan-bahannya bahan-bahan yang benar-benar alami, tidak ada bahan sintetis. Terus nilai artistiknya tinggi. Iya, ini bukannya limited edition, bukan. Ini eksklusif, bukannya limited. Karena kalau sudah kita buat satu, tidak dapat lagi ditiru. Tidak ada kopian. Satu-satunya, semuanya satu-satunya. Walaupun itu seribu produksi, 1000 tidak dapat lagi ditiru. 1000 macam seni itu.
Rumah adat ini menjadi pusat kegiatan masyarakat desa Suak Gual. Begitu juga dengan proses produksi ekoprint The Gual. Semuanya dilakukan di rumah adat ini. Seiring berkembangnya produk ekoprint Suak Gual membawa harapan untuk memiliki rumah produksi sendiri agar para wanita nelayan dapat lebih produktif dan mandiri.
Semua kegiatan sementara di rumah adat. Kami belum ada tempat produksi. Iya, itulah kebersamaan mereka. Walaupun tempatnya masih tetap di situ, tapi tetap semangat. Kami berharap ke depannya mungkin dapat lebih baik lagi. Kami dapat menyisihkan sedikit-sedikit untuk membuat rumah produksi yang lebih baik lagi. Jadi mandiri.
Keindahan alam dan keragaman hayati menumbuhkan cerita di balik tercetusnya pemikiran untuk mengembangkan produk ekoprint di desa Suak Gual. Beberapa tumbuhan yang tidak ada di daerah lain pun memberi corak khas produk ekoprint The Gual.
Jadi ekoprint itu adalah teknik melakukan print itu seperti batik, tapi kita melakukan membuat cetakan yang bersifat alami dengan menggunakan pewarna alami dan blockingnya menggunakan daun. Kenapa daun dipilih di sini? Karena daun itu bersifat alami. Jadi ini konsepnya adalah konsep ramah lingkungan. Nah, kalau kita melihat di sini, Suak Gual ini potensinya bagus karena memiliki banyak sekali daun-daun khas endemik yang hanya ada mungkin di Suak Gual. Sehingga inilah yang kemudian kita pakai sebagai salah satu titik yang memang perlu untuk kita kembangkan di sini, apalagi dikaitkan dengan di sini ada banyak sekali masyarakat nelayan dan ibu-ibu yang bisa melakukan kegiatan ini dengan memanfaatkan kekayaan alam yang ada di sini. Kalau kita melihat banyak sekali bahan-bahan alam seperti simpor, daun simpor yang ada di sini itu hanya ada di Belitung. Dan di Suak Gual ini ternyata daun simpornya sangat bagus dan ketika kita melakukan pencetakan hasilnya sangat optimal. Kalau melihat di sini juga seperti ini ya, waru ini berbeda dengan waru di tempat lain. Di sini warunya lebih ngejreng. Artinya apa? Artinya di sini paparan matahari bagus, kemudian salinitas airnya, pH airnya itu cocok sekali untuk digunakan sebagai produk-produk ekoprint. Sehingga inilah yang membuat kita kenapa ekoprint itu cocok diterapkan di Suak Gual. Ini bukan batik ya, ekoprint bukan batik, beda. Karena ekoprint itu cetakan alam. Jadi kalau batik kan kita menggunakan canting, kemudian digambar dengan menutup blockingnya dengan malam. Tapi ini blockingnya tidak menggunakan malam, tapi blockingnya menggunakan daun-daun dan bunga-bunga. Dan karena mereka mengandung tanin, jadi kenapa ini ada ini? Karena mereka sendiri sebetulnya mengandung pewarna alam. Inilah yang kita eksplor sehingga menghasilkan hasil yang sangat luar biasa. Dan bedanya dengan ekoprint di tempat lain hampir sama, tetapi di sini ada kekhasan itu tadi. Jadi ada daun-daun yang hanya ada di Suak Gual. Seperti ini, daun sapu-sapu. Di sini banyak di hutan. Ada juga daun gelam ya, seperti jenis eukaliptus yang beda dengan yang lain. Ini. Jadi kenapa ini banyak sekali hanya ada di sini? Makanya inilah yang keunggulan. Mungkin sama dengan tempat yang lain, tetapi hanya Suak Gual mempunyai khas karena mempunyai kandungan daun-daun endemik yang ada di hutan. Jadi mereka di sini tinggal mengambil saja, mengeksploitasi sehingga menghasilkan sebuah karya seni yang sungguh luar biasa dan khas Suak Gual.
Kesuksesan tiap produk dari desa ini tidak terlepas dari peran tenaga yang tidak pernah lelah untuk terus memberikan pendampingan, baik edukasi produk dan pemasaran. Peran penyuluh perikenan pun sangat dirasakan kehadirannya oleh masyarakat nelayan di desa Suak Gual.
tembang-tembang yang ada di desa Suaguan sendiri.
Rasa bangga tidak hanya datang dari keluarga. Harapan yang dititipkan Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan setahun yang lalu kini telah merekah menjadi bunga yang indah.
Ya, saya bangga sekali produk nelayan yaitu ekoprint, batik ekoprint ini bisa diterima kemarin di Wakatobi, diminati oleh Bapak Presiden, apalagi sampai ke mancanegara. Di verifikasi usaha ini ada kegiatan dari Dijen Perikanan Tangkap untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan nelayan melalui peningkatan keahlian keluarga nelayan. Jadi di samping bapaknya ini melaut, keluarganya bisa ibunya, bisa anaknya. Ini kita berikan pelatihan-pelatihan, apapun pelatihannya, yang intinya adalah meningkatkan keterampilan mereka untuk bisa meningkatkan kesejahteraannya. Saya kira yang utama harapan kami adalah bagaimana nelayan ini bisa meningkatkan taraf hidupnya, bukan hanya bergantung kepada laut saja, tapi juga bisa meningkatkan dengan keterampilan yang ada bisa meningkatkan kesejahteraannya.
Alam terbentang luas, menawarkan segala berkah yang dikandungnya. Tugas kita sebagai insan adalah untuk menjaga dan memanfaatkannya. Jika tongkat kayu bisa menjadi tanaman, maka getahnya menjadi corak indah selendang alam.
Di masa pandemi tercatat ada 17,5 juta pelaku UMKM yang telah masuk dalam ekosistem digital. Jumlah ini belum cukup dan harus terus kita tingkatkan. Momentum saat ini harus kita manfaatkan sebaik-baiknya untuk mendorong percepatan transformasi digital.
Indonesia sebagai negara maritim terbesar memiliki wilayah laut seluas 3.257.357 km persegi. Dengan luas wilayah laut tersebut, Indonesia memiliki potensi kelautan dan perikanan yang sangat besar dan bisa menjadi sumber pendapatan utama bagi masyarakat pesisir. Hal ini terlihat dari banyaknya jumlah usaha mikro, kecil, dan menengah di sektor kelautan dan perikanan yang berjumlah kurang lebih 60.000 unit dengan beraneka ragam jenis UMKM. Mulai dari produk olahan ikan, kerajinan, hingga produk kesehatan dan kecantikan. Jumlah UMKM ini tentunya masih bisa bertambah lagi, mengingat potensi UMKM sektor kelautan dan perikanan sangat terbuka luas untuk dikembangkan. Cirebon, salah satu kota yang berada di Provinsi Jawa Barat, menjadi rumah bagi sederet UMKM sektor kelautan dan perikanan karena kondisi geografisnya yang terletak di pesisir utara Pulau Jawa atau yang dikenal dengan jalur Pantura. Di Cirebon ditemukan berbagai UMKM dengan jenis produk dan keunggulan yang beraneka ragam.
Nama saya Septiariani, saya owner dan juga kreator dari Rumah Garam Ramasinta Cirebon. CV Ramasinta itu terbentuk dari keprihatinan dari petani garam sendiri gitu. Keprihatinan saya waktu itu jadi petugas tenaga pendamping dari program PUGAR, Pemberdayaan Usaha Garam Rakyat dari PRL Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan. Jadi pada saat itu karena prihatin dengan adanya harga garam yang hanya 200 sampai 300 rupiah saja per kilo, sedangkan effort mereka di tambak itu besar gitu ya. Jadi saya prihatin melihat kenapa sih harga garam kok tidak bisa naik gitu. Pada saat itu ada juga yang dari Kementerian Kelautan itu membuat produk seperti garam mandi. Kami dilatih oleh Kementerian Kelautan untuk membuat garam mandi, tapi yang dilatih adalah para ibu-ibu petani garam. Jadi istri dari petani garam. Pada saat itu dilatih, tapi kemudian yang lebih mengelola dari pelatihan itu sendiri, kelanjutannya adalah saya. Kenapa focusing di garam kecantikan? Karena ternyata manfaat dari garam itu banyak untuk kesehatan dan juga kecantikan yang tidak semua masyarakat itu tahu. Sedangkan ketika kita bisa bicara masalah kesehatan dan juga kecantikan, otomatis value added atau nilainya itu nambah gitu loh. Dari yang tadinya mungkin tidak bernilai penting, 1 kilo cuma 300 sampai 500 ribu rupiah per kilo. Ketika saya bikin produk kecantikan bisa sampai 100 ribu rupiah per kilonya. Untuk Ramasinta sebetulnya inovasinya masih sederhana ya, hanya seputar garam mandi dan juga garam rendaman kaki. Dari garam mandi sendiri kami juga ada turunan-turunannya, seperti kami campurkan dengan ada produk-produk untuk stamina, yaitu stamina laki-laki. Ada juga kemudian produk-produk seperti detoksifikasi garam. Jadi garam bisa membantu mendetoksifikasi tubuh sendiri. Jadi turunan-turunan dari produk Ramasinta itu ada juga untuk rambut juga, untuk mengembangkan volume rambut, untuk juga menghilangkan atau mengurangi kutu rambut juga, dan banyak lagi produk lainnya. Kalau untuk focusing dari awal, Ramasinta memang memberdayakan para petani garam lokal maupun para ibu-ibu atau perempuan, pemberdayaan perempuan di lokasi garam Ramasinta. Karena kemarin sempat COVID, sebelum COVID kita bisa sampai 500 kilo per hari, tapi karena COVID hanya 100 sampai 200 kilo per hari, tetapi itu juga kami produksi satu minggu hanya 2 sampai 3 kali saja. Nah, sisanya itu kami kebetulan ada produk untuk pada saat kemarin masa pandemi itu ada produk tambahan atau kita create produk baru, yaitu produk untuk ikan hias air tawar. Jadi kami buat garam untuk ikan hias air tawar baik di akuarium maupun di kolam atau tambak-tambak ikan air tawar. Sebenarnya kalau dibilang tantangan sekali ya, karena memang usaha garam ini di Indonesia kan masih jarang gitu ya, karena mindset orang itu garam itu hanya untuk konsumsi, hanya untuk sebagai pengawet makanan ataupun hanya untuk industri saja gitu loh. Tetapi untuk berpikir bahwa garam itu bisa untuk kesehatan dan juga kecantikan jarang. Jadi tantangannya amat sangat besar, terutama di pemasaran, karena kita setiap memasarkan produk dari Ramasinta ini kita harus berusaha untuk memberikan edukasi yang amat sangat banyak. Dan juga tidak hanya cuma satu orang per satu orang, jadi kita harus kasih presentasi ke konsumen sendiri. Kalau dibilang terdampak sangat ya, karena ada sekitar penurunan 60-70%, karena memang pasar dari Ramasinta adalah hotel dan juga salon spa. Pada saat pandemi otomatis hotel dan salon spa kan tutup. Akhirnya kami berubah mindset orang bahwa tidak hanya di salon atau hotel saja, salon spa atau hotel saja untuk penggunaan Ramasinta, tapi kita bisa aplikasikan di rumah juga bisa gitu, hanya dengan merendam kaki dengan air hangat, kemudian diberikan garam Ramasinta, kemudian kita bisa sambil beraktivitas sehari-hari.
Garam sebagai salah satu sumber daya laut memiliki banyak manfaat bagi kesehatan. mulai dari memelihara fungsi organ tubuh hingga mencegah hipotensi. Garam mengandung mineral yodium yang memiliki peran penting dalam menjaga organ tubuh agar berfungsi dengan baik. Beberapa manfaat garam bagi kesehatan tubuh meliputi menjaga produksi hormon tiroid, mencegah tekanan darah rendah, memelihara keseimbangan cairan tubuh, meredakan gejala sistik fibrosis, memelihara fungsi organ tubuh, dan mencegah gangguan perkembangan otak. Tidak hanya untuk kesehatan, garam ternyata juga berkhasiat untuk kecantikan kulit dan wajah. Garam memiliki sifat antibakteri yang bermanfaat untuk kesehatan kulit. Bahkan dengan merendam kaki menggunakan air garam dapat membuat tubuh menjadi rileks dan tidur menjadi lebih nyenyak. Ada beberapa manfaat garam lainnya bagi kecantikan, yaitu membersihkan pori-pori, menghilangkan kantung mata, mengatasi jerawat, sebagai masker wajah, dan mengangkat sel kulit mati.
Untuk produk Ramai Sinta sendiri, kami sudah ada 5 produk yang terstandar BPOM, yaitu ada Black Lava Salt, kemudian ada Food Salt, kemudian ada juga Bath Salt, ada Milk Bath, dan juga spa mineral. Kalau untuk produk yang lainnya, kenapa kami belum membepomkan? Karena pada dasarnya sama. Jadi di sini itu hanya garam rendaman kaki dan juga garam mandi. Untuk pendampingan KKP terutama pada saat itu PRL ya. PRL itu mendampingi kami Ramah Sinta di tambaknya. Jadi produksi garam dari air laut sampai dengan proses bahan baku itu kami didampingi oleh PRL, namanya Dirjen PRL ya, pengelolaan ruang laut. Kemudian dari situ setelah kami processing baru kami dibina oleh PDS PKP gitu ya. Dari situ kami difasilitasi dari PRL bagaimana caranya membuat bahan baku garam yang sesuai atau terstandar oleh BPOM. Sesuai standar untuk garam kosmetik, saya bilang garam kosmetik gitu ya. Kemudian dari sisi PDS sendiri itu kami diberikan fasilitasi yaitu kemasan. Salah satu kemasan adalah garam stamina salt dan juga garam detox. Itu adalah bentuk wujud dari perhatian dari PDS sendiri. Kemudian PDS juga memberikan fasilitasi business matching atau bazar juga. Bazarnya itu kemarin sempat ke Dubai dan juga ke Turki.
Sektor kelautan dan perikanan memiliki banyak potensi untuk dikembangkan dan memiliki nilai ekonomis. Bahkan limbahnya juga bisa menghasilkan keuntungan yang besar. Dengan kreativitas yang ada, limbah dapat dimanfaatkan menjadi produk seni bernilai tinggi. Seperti yang dilakukan Nur Handiah Jaim Taguba melalui usaha yang dimilikinya, yaitu CV Multidimensi yang memanfaatkan limbah kulit kerang untuk diolah menjadi produk kerajinan yang bernilai tinggi dan berorientasi ekspor. Bahkan berkat usahanya, kini masyarakat mampu menghidupi dirinya lewat industri ini.
Nama saya Siti Nur Handiah dari CV Multidimensi Cirebon. Kami memproduksi dan mengolah kerajinan berupa home interior decoration dengan berbahan baku limbah kulit kerang dari berbagai macam jenis kerang laut. Dulu itu kan krisis moneter sedang melanda perekonomian nasional dan global. Kemudian secara ekonomi kondisi kami memang mengalami kesulitan di mana suami saya sebagai kontraktor dan saya sebagai ASN pada saat itu. Kemudian ada permintaan dari kenalan suami saya di Filipina untuk kulit kerang simping kotor. Nah, disitulah kami mulai mencari tahu potensi-potensi kulit kerang yang ada di Indonesia. Kami mulai melakukan lawatan-lawatan seperti di ujung kulon, kemudian daerah-daerah pantai yang sekiranya banyak timbunan kulit kerang. Jadi kami memang meminta kepada nelayan karena awalnya sih memang sebagai sampah yang menggunung di mana masyarakat mengambil dagingnya, kemudian membuang kulitnya sebagai sampah begitu saja. Tapi dengan adanya permintaan yang rutin dan terus-menerus, akhirnya kami membiayai atau memberikan bekal kepada nelayan bagaimana untuk bisa mengambil kulit kerang ini dari laut, dan juga kami melakukan semacam pelatihan secara langsung di lapangan jenis-jenis yang bagaimana yang bisa dimanfaatkan, kemudian bagaimana menyortir, bagaimana mengemas sehingga dikirim ke Cirebon sudah dalam keadaan siap pakai. Sampai saat ini itu mereka sudah menjadi semacam pengepul di pinggiran-pinggiran pantai di beberapa lokasi. Yang paling banyak itu karena kerajinan ini kan belum membudaya ya. Lain halnya seperti dengan batik misalnya atau anyaman pandan mungkin sudah turun-temurun. Tapi untuk kerajinan kulit kerang ini relatif baru di masyarakat. Jadi kami harus melakukan pelatihan-pelatihan, kemudian juga harus meyakinkan mereka bahwa apa yang sedang mereka kerjakan itu akan mendapatkan hasil. Dan awalnya itu memang tidak mudah, tapi secara rutin hasil dari yang mereka kerjakan itu kami beli untuk keperluan kami olah kembali di sini sesuai dengan permintaan buyer. Akhirnya sekarang bisa berjalan secara kontinu. Ya memang terdampak, sangat terdampak karena mungkin bukan hanya kerajinan kerang saja, karena adanya pembatasan produksi juga dari pemerintah juga membatasi untuk berproduksi di mana tidak boleh seluruh karyawan masuk, maksimum 50%. Ya pada saat-saat pandemi di mana kami sepi order itu justru kami melakukan inovasi-inovasi untuk desain. Nanti setelah rame lagi kita harus luncurkan sesuatu yang lebih bagus yang kemarin-kemarin belum ada.
Kulit kerang merupakan bahan yang memiliki kandungan mineral dan umumnya karbonat tinggi. Jika limbah kulit kerang dibuang terus-menerus tanpa adanya pengolahan yang tepat, maka dapat mengganggu keseimbangan dan mencemari lingkungan.
65% dari karyawan kami memang wanita karena mereka biasanya mengerjakannya mudah untuk diarahkan menjadi sangat halus. Yang kami tuju adalah hasil yang sangat halus karena kalau sudah mengeluarkan dengan ongkos produksi yang tinggi, kalau hasilnya kasar tentu sangat disayangkan. Sehingga di situ bisa jadi ciri khas bahwa hasil dari kerajinan kerang multidimensi Cirebon itu halus, rapi, dan juga beberapa produk itu tidak diproduksi di tempat lain karena memang ini ide inovasi dari kami sendiri di sini. Misalnya saja seperti taplak meja, kemudian juga kaligrafi, kemudian juga ada beberapa barang-barang gift yang kami sengaja luncurkan, kemudian menyesuaikan, kami coba bikin versi kerangnya, kayak misalnya standing handphone. Ketika orang menggunakan standing handphone plastik, kita coba standing handphone dari kulit kerang. Nah, kemudian menanam foto ke dalam kulit kerang yang dicetak, ini juga sangat eksklusif dan juga sangat personal sifatnya. Ya, selama ini memang kami merasa mendapat support yang baik atas adanya kerajinan kerang di sini, di mana KKP juga sering mengikut sertakan kami dalam pameran-pameran. Dan ini memang sangat penting karena bagaimanapun kami memproduksi kalau pasarnya susah ya tidak ada artinya. Tapi di sini KKP juga menjembatani dengan mengikut sertakan kami dalam pameran-pameran. Dan juga menggunakan juga secara langsung dari KKP menggunakan produk-produk kerajinan kerang dari sini. Ya, tidak kalah pentingnya juga support dari kementerian itu dengan selain juga menggunakan produk-produk multidimensi untuk di kementerian, juga ada kehadiran Ibu Dirjen, kemudian juga disusul dengan kehadiran Ibu Menteri beserta rombongannya, 1 bus dan sekian mobil. Itu tentu merupakan support yang sangat besar bagi kami karena kemudian masyarakat memahami betapa Ibu Menteri pun begitu berkenan untuk hadir ke sini. Tentu masyarakat ingin tahu lebih jauh gitu. Kemudian juga apa sih yang disukai Ibu Menteri dan lain sebagainya. Apa sih tamu-tamunya kok semuanya menenteng tas ketika keluar pulang semuanya berbelanja. Ini secara umum sekarang ini menjadi semacam endorse gitu kan.
Sebagai salah satu bentuk usaha mikro kecil dan menengah, unit pengolahan ikan memainkan peran strategis dalam pembangunan perekonomian nasional dan memegang peranan penting baik secara ekonomi maupun ketahanan pangan. Industri pengolahan perikanan tidak hanya berperan memanfaatkan produk perikanan serta mengawetkan dan menjaga kualitas produk perikanan yang mudah rusak, namun juga memberikan nilai tambah sehingga bernilai jual tinggi. Usaha pengolahan produk perikanan juga menjadi solusi dalam menjaga nilai jual produk perikanan. Karena saat hasil perikanan melimpah, harganya cenderung turun. Sementara harga akan naik saat hasil tangkapan nelayan turun. Salah satu usaha pengolahan ikan yang ada di Cirebon dilakukan oleh kelompok pengolahan dan pemasaran Torani Sumber Makmur.
Saya Muhammad Solahuddin, Ketua Poklaksar Torani Sumber Makmur. Teman-teman manggil saya namanya Kodin. Jadi di tahun 2012 kami bersembilan mendirikan kelompok Torani Sumber Makmur, berawal dari mengageni suatu produk fish jelly dari seputaran Jakarta, Jabodetabek. Kami mengageni, kami distribusikan, kami pasarkan di Cirebon dan sekitarnya, Ciayu Majakuning secara umum. Terus kemudian pelan-pelan kami mulai produksi. Awal adalah 2 item, yaitu bakso dan otak-otak. Kenapa otak-otak? Karena pada saat saya survei memulai bikin kelompok ini, otak-otak yang beredar di kota Cirebon, 80% saya survei itu sehari penyerapannya 600 kilo di kota Cirebon sendiri dari beberapa pedagang. Jadi kami menyimpulkan serapan atau daya beli masyarakat senang ke otak-otak, dan bakso nomor 2 karena memang yang lebih menjual bakso sapi. Jadi saya dari otak-otak, kemudian bakso, terus berikutnya nugget dan seterusnya, sampai ada waktu itu 30 item produk, sekarang tinggal 22 item. Kami dari awal memang berkeinginan usaha itu memang awalnya memang kita mencontoh atau meniru, tapi kita mencontohnya itu tidak sama persis. Hasil produksi kami adalah berbahan baku dari hasil samping. Seperti kita ketahui, hasil samping perikanan itu ada 2. Hasil samping dari penangkapan atau nelayan itu yang istilah bahasa Inggrisnya bycatch. Kalau kita hasil samping dari pabrik pengolahan. Jadi pabrik itu memfilet ikan untuk dipasarkan di pasar modern atau ekspor. Nah, daging ikan yang masih ada di duri, di kulit itu kita ambil dengan cara ada yang dikerok, ada yang pakai namanya bone separator. Waktu awal dulu 2013 kami dapat bantuan yang namanya bone separator, pemisah duri tulang. Itu kita optimalkan, kita fungsikan. Jadi kenapa kita pakai scrap meat, atau ada yang bilang scrap meat, ada yang bilang tetelan, ada bilang daging kerok, karena memang harganya sangat terjangkau sehingga menghasilkan produk yang nilai tambahnya atau value added-nya tinggi. Tapi olahan kami saya mix, jadi bukan cuma daging ikan saja, tapi pakai namanya surimi. Surimi itu memang dari pabrikan, daya simpannya lebih lama, terus kemudian udah nggak amis yang terutama. Karena memang salah satu kelemahan dari ikan adalah amis. Kalau duri sudah kita buang.
Ikan merupakan salah satu pilihan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan protein hewani dengan kontribusi mencapai 50% dari seluruh protein hewani yang dikonsumsi penduduk Indonesia. Dari tahun ke tahun, tren konsumsi ikan nasional terus mengalami peningkatan. Sehingga ke depannya, ikan sebagai sumber pangan protein hewani sangat penting untuk dijamin ketersediaannya baik dari sisi kuantitas maupun kualitas dengan harga yang sesuai dengan kemampuan.
Hello, Denisa, can you hear me?
Yes, we can see your screen very clear now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'll leave and let you, Ibu Yolanda join later.
bakso, begitupun dengan MD yang dengan susah payah alhamdulillah kita dapat MD siomay, otak-otak dan bakso. Keinginan pasti ada. Munafik kalau saya bilang saya nggak mau ekspor, tapi untuk meraih jalan ke sana belum ada jalan lah. Dari waktu awal juga kami produksi Torani ini adalah bagaimana kami produksi bisa diterima masyarakat, artinya enak, harga terjangkau. Nah, waktu itu juga kami tidak berpikir untuk bisa MD, karena menurut saya capaian mendapat sertifikat MD ini sangat luar biasa dan baru sedikit dari UMKM terutama perikanan yang punya MD. Itu yang paling mendorong kami perkembangannya.
Melihat besarnya potensi UMKM di sektor kelautan dan perikanan, Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan terus mendukung pertumbuhan UMKM dengan mengupayakan kemudahan akses bagi pelaku UMKM untuk bisa memasarkan produknya sampai mancanegara. Memberikan pendampingan kepada UMKM dalam menjalankan usahanya agar bisa tumbuh dan berkembang, dan memberikan bantuan peralatan hingga pembangunan gedung operasional usaha.
Kalau saya menyambut baik tuh dengan tumbuhnya UMKM dengan segala macam inovasinya. Nah ini tentunya memanjakan konsumen karena keanekaragaman makin banyak. Dan tentunya dengan berbagai macam inovasi tadi adalah peluang usaha makin besar. Kalau kita lihat struktur dari pelaku usaha, memang mayoritas kita itu UMKM. 98% UMKM dari misalnya pengolahan. Begitu juga dengan pemasaran. Nah, oleh karena itu bobot terbesar kita adalah membantu para UMKM tadi. Nah, kalau yang diberikan oleh Kementerian Kelautan Perikanan itu banyak. Jadi satu misalnya bantuan akses permodalan, kemudian bantuan juga pembinaan, pendampingan sampai pengurusan perizinan berusaha, kemudian kemampuan teknisnya, kemampuan teknis misalnya dalam hal pengolahan atau handling ikan yang baik, kemudian juga nanti di dalam promosi. Ketika pendampingan untuk pengolahan misalnya didampingi juga misalnya sampai ke kemasan. Jadi bagaimana menjadikan satu produk itu sudah ready to sell gitu ya, tetapi dalam bentuk yang menarik. Kalau harapan kami UMKM tadi adalah mandiri. Kemudian juga memperhatikan lingkungan, gitu. Jadi misalnya produk kemasan begitu ya. Kami berharap nanti ke depan itu juga pada menggunakan kemasan-kemasan yang ramah lingkungan. Kemudian di dalam pelabelan misalnya itu juga ada unsur edukasinya. Jadi misalnya bagaimana menangani itu dengan baik, bagaimana membuang sampah pada tempatnya, begitu. Jadi itu tentunya akan berdampak luas.
Keberadaan usaha mikro kecil dan menengah sektor kelautan dan perikanan menjadi salah satu pilar penting dalam menopang perekonomian Indonesia. Perpaduan jiwa kewirausahaan, kreativitas, dan inovasi para pelaku UMKM, serta dukungan penuh dari pemerintah, mendorong UMKM yang ada untuk terus tumbuh, berkembang berdaya saing, inovatif, solutif, dan senantiasa mampu beradaptasi sehingga dapat memberikan kesejahteraan bagi masyarakat. Selain itu, kehadiran UMKM sektor kelautan dan perikanan juga senantiasa menjaga kelestarian dan keberlanjutan ekosistem.
Terima kasih kepada Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan Republik Indonesia atas segala bantuan, kemudian komunikasi, kemudian juga pendampingan, baik dari segi produksi, baik dari segi kemasan dan juga pemasaran.
Tentu kami sangat berterima kasih kepada KKP yang telah memberikan pembinaan dan juga support baik melalui kunjungan-kunjungan dan juga mengikut sertakan dalam pameran dan juga aktivitas-aktivitas lainnya.
Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Kementerian Kelautan Perikanan dari 2012 hingga kini. Terbukti kami dengan ada bantuan-bantuan itu salah satu sedikit dari UMKM yang mempunyai sertifikat SNI dan MD.
Dan juga untuk kedepannya diharapkan juga adanya lebih concern lagi masalah pemasaran di luar negeri. Barangkali memang bisa membantu UKM-UKM kita, tidak hanya petang garam, tapi juga semua UKM bidang kelautan dan perikanan di Indonesia. Terima kasih.
6 kali 3.
15.
6 kali 4.
24.
9 kali 4.
36.
9 kali 3.
Tiga 357.
234 kali 4.
NKRI, negeri bahari dengan sejuta potensi. Perairan lautnya yang luas menyimpan kekayaan yang melimpah. Setiap desiran ombak mampu menjadi penggerak ekonomi rakyat, khususnya bagi para nelayan yang setiap hari menggantungkan beban pada setiap kapal yang dikendalikannya. Kehidupan nelayan tersebut membawa kami ke sebuah kawasan yang menjadi salah satu penghasil potensi laut yang melimpah. Kabupaten Indramayu merupakan penghasil potensi perikanan terbesar di Provinsi Jawa Barat. Hasil kelautan dan perikanan di Kabupaten Indramayu menjadi sektor andalan untuk menggerakkan roda perekonomian masyarakat. Semua potensi kelautan dan perikanan ada di Kabupaten Indramayu, mulai dari perikanan tangkap, budidaya, pengolahan, dan bahkan produksi garam. Salah satu sektor kelautan dan perikanan dengan jumlah produksi tertinggi di Kabupaten Indramayu adalah sektor perikanan tangkap. Perikanan tangkap di Kabupaten Indramayu didukung dengan kondisi geografis wilayahnya. Selain itu, Kabupaten Indramayu juga memiliki 14 pangkalan pendaratan ikan atau PPI untuk mendukung dalam meningkatkan produksi perikanan tangkap di Indramayu.
Alhamdulillah Kabupaten Indramayu dianugerahi potensi yang beragam dan lengkap. Ada perikanan tangkap, perikanan budidaya, pengolahan, dan juga tambak garam. Jadi memang Indramayu potensinya cukup besar dan insya Allah memberikan kontribusi produksi perikanan bagi Provinsi Jawa Barat lebih dari 31%.
Untuk melihat potensi perikanan tangkap, kami mendatangi sebuah perkampungan yang bernama Desa Dadap. Desa Dadap berlokasi di Kecamatan Juntinuat, Kabupaten Indramayu. Mayoritas dari penduduk di Kampung Dadap berprofesi sebagai nelayan. Berbagai jenis ikan bisa mereka tangkap, seperti salah satunya ikan yang menjadi komoditas utama penangkapan nelayan Dadap adalah ikan teri. Ikan teri hidup secara bergerombol dalam kawanan besar, dengan jumlah kawanan bisa mencapai ratusan hingga ribuan ekor. Ikan yang memiliki karakteristik fisik berbentuk pipih memanjang dan membulat di bagian perut ini bisa ditemukan di berbagai wilayah di perairan Indonesia. Ikan teri merupakan primadona, serta ikan khas dari Dadap. Hasil tangkapan ikan teri di Dadap mencapai 80% setiap harinya. Sementara itu, ada pula tangkapan ikan lainnya seperti bawal, tongkol, juga ikan kembung.
Perikanan tangkap di Indramayu dengan panjang pantai 147 km, kemudian memiliki 14 pangkalan pendaratan ikan. Jumlah armadanya juga besar, sebanyak 6.074 unit kapal. Beragam memang dari ukuran kecil sampai dengan ukuran 200 gross ton ada di Indramayu. Dan masyarakat nelayannya juga alhamdulillah memiliki kegigihan usaha yang tinggi sehingga cakupan fishing ground-nya bisa sampai ke wilayah Papua. Jadi ini alhamdulillah kami bersyukur dan mudah-mudahan ini bisa berdampak positif bagi pertumbuhan ekonomi masyarakat pesisir khususnya, mobil umumnya untuk masyarakat Indramayu secara keseluruhan.
Setiap hari, hasil tangkapan ikan teri yang melimpah dikumpulkan di Pangkalan Pendaratan Ikan atau PPI Dadap. PPI Dadap yang merupakan PPI terbesar ketiga di Kabupaten Indramayu ini menjadi lokasi sehari-hari untuk para nelayan melakukan aktivitasnya. Sama halnya dengan berbagai pekerjaan lainnya yang tak jarang dihadapkan dengan kendala, nelayan di Desa Dadap pun demikian. Nelayan Dadap pernah mengalami berbagai kendala dalam menjalani aktivitasnya. Salah satu yang menjadi kendala terbesar bagi mereka adalah terkait dengan permodalan. Untuk bisa pergi berlayar, para nelayan membutuhkan modal yang tidak sedikit guna memenuhi kebutuhan perbekalan. Rata-rata, mereka membutuhkan modal sekitar 1 sampai dengan 2 juta untuk pergi melaut selama 1 hari. Nelayan mengalokasikan modal tersebut untuk membeli berbagai peralatan, terutama jaring yang dibutuhkan untuk menangkap ikan. Tak hanya kebutuhan teknis, para nelayan juga menggunakan modal untuk membeli kebutuhan logistik. Namun kini, permasalahan modal nelayan sudah bisa teratasi dengan hadirnya sebuah koperasi produsen perikanan laut atau KPPL Ngupayamina di Desa Dadap. Sejak tahun 1968, koperasi ini telah menjadi tempat meminjam modal untuk menyokong kegiatan menangkap ikan para nelayan.
Jenis permodalan kita fasilitasi oleh KPPL Ngupayamina ini untuk sekarang modal usaha, modal kayak perbekalan dan juga modal kayak untuk pembelian jaring atau apapun itu.
Kepengurusan KPPL Ngupayamina saat ini dipimpin oleh Fatur Rohim dengan misi untuk mewadahi para nelayan melalui organisasi formal dan sistem yang lebih baik. Pria asli Indramayu ini memiliki mimpi besar untuk bisa mengoptimalkan potensi kelautan menjadi sumber perekonomian yang menjanjikan.
Latar belakang berdirinya KPL Ngupayamina ini adalah kebutuhan masyarakat, Mas. Akan adanya sebuah organisasi yang mengatur dan menyambungkan antara nelayan dan bakul. Nah, di mana posisi KPL Ngupayamina ini sebagai penengah antara bakul dan nelayan.
Latar belakang pendidikan Fatur di bidang perikanan menjadi bekal utama untuk mengelola KPPL Ngupayamina. Setiap hari, Fatur menjalankan tugasnya dalam mengatur anggota dan pengurusnya. Meski pengambilan keputusan terbesar pada koperasi berada di tangan anggotanya, namun hal ini tak bisa lepas dari peran Fatur dalam merumuskan setiap keputusan di KPPL Ngupayamina. Dalam menjalankan tugasnya, Fatur Rohim tidak bergerak sendiri. Ia dibantu oleh pengurus lainnya di KPPL Ngupayamina. Pengurus utama koperasi terdiri dari sekretaris dan bendahara yang mempunyai tugas masing-masing. Sekretaris berurusan langsung dengan anggota dan memenuhi kebutuhan internal, sementara segala urusan keuangan pada KPPL Ngupayamina dikelola langsung oleh bendahara.
Untuk sistem pengelolaan KPL Ngupayamina pada dasarnya sama koperasi yang lainnya, yang dikelola oleh beberapa pengurus yang dipilih oleh anggota. Nah, pengurus ini berasal dari anggota yang memenuhi syarat tertentu yang ditentukan dan dipilih pada waktu rapat tahunan. Pada saat ini pengurus ada 3, yang saya sendiri sebagai ketua, Fatur Rohim, sekretaris Padariwan, dan bendahara Nasuka. Nah, untuk tugas masing-masing ketua biasanya untuk lebih ke eksternal, berhubungan sama eksternal. Kalau sekretaris lebih ke administrasi dan internal ke anggota, bendahara, dan untuk mengelola keuangan koperasi.
Anggota KPPL Ngupayamina.
Good afternoon. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. So if you have friends who you know are still outside, please message them to come back. sessions now with a keynote address from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Let me welcome Mr. Nyoman Radiarta, Chairman of the Agency for Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resources, for opening the afternoon session. Thank you.
I think I have a slide presentation with me this afternoon. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, greeting of virtue, a blessing to all of us, and a very good afternoon. His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Coordinating Minister of Marine Affairs and Investment of Indonesia, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Ms. Valerie Julian, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Maritime Resources, Bapak Jody Mahardi, esteemed colleagues and friends from UN agencies and Indonesia ministries and organizations, honorable speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nyoman Radiarta. I am a chairman of the Agency for Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resource, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia. On behalf of Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Sakti Wahyu Trenggono, I would like to thank the UN Office of Resident Coordinator in Indonesia for inviting us to join with this workshop. Bapak Trenggono would really love to be here in person, but there is an occasion that has been scheduled in advance for him. And so I have the pleasure to convey on his behalf a keynote speech on perspective and strategy of the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries in effective management to ensure the sustainability and conservation of marine resources. Ladies and gentlemen, and all that participants, the growth of world population put ecological and economic pressure of the world marine and fisheries resources. Every coastal country faces the same challenges of meeting the food and economic need of society in the middle of declining resources. In responding to this problem, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia implements the Blue Economy, a policy based on principle of balancing between prosperity of the people, economic and socio development of the nation, with the sustainability of marine and fisheries resource for the future. I would like to take your attention to the philosophy of blue economic and how it's applicable to Indonesia. The Indonesia Constitution, Chapter 33, stated that earth, water, and natural resources contains therein are controlled by the state and used for the greatest prosperity of the people. Indonesia has enormous resources, both in terms of human and natural resources. There are 275 million population in Indonesia, living on more than 17,000 islands with 6.8 million square kilometers of the ocean and over 100,000 kilometers long of the coastline. In addition, producing about 12.1 million tons of fish. Indonesia has the world's largest coral reef seagrasses, and mangrove ecosystem. Our Minister, Pak Sakti Wahyu Trenggono, stated that the Blue Economic Program manages that abundance natural resources actively and equitable to become healthier, safer, more resilient, and productive by focusing on ecological and economic understanding on marine space activities. Next, please. In implementing the blue economy, our minister has 5 priority program. Namely, the first one is establish a conservation area up to 30% of the total area of Indonesian waters. The second, implementing a responsible fishing practice by fishing quota policy based on zonation. The third is the development of sustainable and environmentally friendly aquaculture. The fourth, protecting our coastal area and small island. And the fifth is the love, the ocean month, or we call in Bahasa Bulan Cinta Laut, to clean up our ocean from the growing problem of marine debris. Next, please. The first priority program is a conservation. Indonesia faces challenges such as degradation of marine biodiversity due to human activity. 19.6 thousand hectares of mangrove and annually deforestation by 71% of, while 71% of coral reef is degraded. To achieve marine conservation area up to 30% of Indonesian water, we set up target of protecting 32.5 million hectares of conserved marine ecosystem by 2030. By 2021, we have achieved 28.4 million hectares of conservation areas. The expected outcome of this policy is increasing the ocean ability to absorb carbon, thereby helping the offset of the climate problem, while at the same time increasing the sustainability fish stock for the long term. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the second priority program is responsible capture fisheries Indonesia fisheries sector facing challenges of declining fish stock due to overfishing and IUU fishing activity. 35% of fish stock is overexploited, while loss due to illegal fishing is about $4 billion per year. Implementing quota-based policy means the government is taking active approach in management of fishing zone and distribution of quota to offset illegal and irresponsible practices. We divided a fishing zone into 6 zones. Next, please. The blue zones are open for domestic and international investors to fish. The green zone are specifically reserved for domestic investors. The red zone is conservation area for nursery and breeding with strict and limited fishing activity. Next, please. All fishing vessel operation in Indonesia fishing zone, which will be monitored using the latest satellite-based technology and high digitalized system. Our minister has a command center here in Jakarta to survey, to monitor the fishing activity. Certain quota will be set and give based on the ecosystem approaches, scientific calculation and assessment. About 64.9% quota will be reserved for industrial fishing. About 35% of quota is given for traditional fishing through cooperative, and less than 1% is given for recreational fishing. This policy will create multiplier effect such as employment of 1.5 million workers force for fishing crew, product processing, freights and shipping. An estimated of 1,100 shipyards needed to support the fishing industry. Establishment of fishermen apartment, promotion of fisheries industry such as fish processing unit and ice factories, freshwater installation and fossil fuel cells. This multiplier effect will create money turnover of 406.99 trillion rupiah a year. Our third policy is sustainable and environmental friendly aquaculture. The growing human population will need more protein from fisheries sector. Currently, Indonesia only supply 3.3% of global fisheries market share. With the blue economy, we understand that we need to produce our own food instead of relying on the natural stock. Right now, we build our national shrimp, crab, lobster, and seaweed products to meet the global demand. In the future, we have the target of reducing capture fishing activity while promoting aquaculture products to become the dominant fisheries product to be exported overseas. One of our priority in aquaculture, next please, is the development of the shrimp estate, which is large and highly industrialized shrimp farming, using the latest technology and mechanization, but still employing a good environmental practices such as waste and water treatment management. In addition, we have aquaculture villages using a local indigenous fish communities of high economic value to help improve the community's income and economic growth while preserving the endangered local fish commodities. Ms. Julians, ladies and gentlemen, our fourth priority, next please, is the protection of coastal area and small island. The main problem we face in the violation and inappropriate use of marine space in the form of unlawful constructions, reclamations, or mining activity in protected area. To tackle this problem, our minister, as the central regulator, implements a comprehensive marine spatial plan, working hand in hand with the local governments. Together, we will make sure that every utilization plan of marine space will have a prior approval with the right feasibility and assessment before any clearance can be issued. The fifth priority program is the Love the Ocean Month, or Bulan Cinta Laut, for the marine debris cleanup throughout Indonesia area. Beginning this year, a month will be dedicated for ocean cleanup project where fishermen are encouraged and facilitated to collect and gather marine litter or garbage while they are not fishing. The collected garbage will be bought and paid by the government with the value equivalent to the lowest price of fish. In addition, the collected debris or garbage will be further processed by local community to create more economic value. This program is expected to help Indonesia achieve a target of reducing marine debris by 70% in 2030. Next, please. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for Indonesia, a blue economy is the future. We believe that opportunity to sustainability means our oceans while taking care of our people to give them prosperity and economic equality is wide open. This workshop is such as an important meeting where we met together to share some passion and commitment for the future of our ocean. I hope from here we can work together to invite international community to mobilize opportunities for collaboration and investment to realize sustainable ocean management and economic development. Thank you very much. I'm wishing you all well. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for that. Now we move on to our session 3, which is on blue innovation. I'd like to ask our moderator, Irman Lanti from UNOPS, to come to the stage and then take it from here. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a difficult session, usually after lunch, so we're all sleepy and everything, and so hopefully you can bear with me, stay with me for a while, and then for this interesting session that we're going to have in the next 1.5 hours or so. We have 4 very distinguished speakers. I would like to invite one by one to come to the podium, to the stage, so we can sit, with me here. And this is the first session that we have in which everybody is present at the room. So, no one is going to be connected online. So the panelist 1 is Dr. Intan Suci Nurhati. Please, Bu Intan. Yes. Big round of applause for Bu Intan. Bu Intan is the head of Research Center for Deep Sea in the Indonesian Research Council, or BRIN. The second speaker I would like to invite, Mary Kent, Miss Mary Kent. Please, round of applause for Mary. She's the Chief Technical Advisor of UK Skills for Prosperity Program with the International Labour Organization, or ILO. Welcome, Mary. The third speaker is from far away, actually. I would like to thank him for being able to join us here physically. Pak Indrajit Taliwongso, please, Pak. He's the senior lecturer in the School of Business in Klabat University in Northern Minahasa in North Sulawesi. So he came all the way from Manado. Yes. I think I will be taking that chair. The last but not least of the speakers, of course, is Professor Yohanos Surya. He's the Senior Advisor to the Coordinating Minister of Marine Affairs and Investment, Republic of Indonesia. Okay, so let's start now. Right away. It's like we have a very tight agenda. So I would like to invite for the first speaker, Bu Dr. Intan, to make the presentation. Her presentation is entitled Sri Kandi Bahari, Gender Inclusivity Catalyzes Knowledge Production During the UN Decade of Ocean Science. Time and the stage is yours. Thank you.
Oke. Terima kasih Bapak Irman, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the introduction. So my name is Intan. I'm a I work at the Research Center of Deep Sea of BRIN. It's a new conglomerate of national research agencies. So what I want to share with you, really, this is just sharing ideas in its early phase from the perspective of scientists trying to be inclusive in terms of the deep sea science and marine science in general. And this could be a catalyst on how we could achieve the goals of the UN Decade of Science. So at the Research Center for Deep Sea, it's actually one of the research centers under the Research Organization for Earth Science and Maritime. There are 10 research centers. I just happen to lead one of them, which is Deep Sea. And we also have 5 other research centers related to the ocean, such as fisheries, oceanography, conservation, and bioindustry. But what's interesting about Deep Sea, we're talking about the frontier of ocean science. We're talking about areas deeper than 200 meters that requires a lot of technology and often feel very cold and distant because we don't see this ecosystem. And what's striking also, among all the research centers head, of 10 of us, I'm the only woman in holding that position. So 10% of head of research centers related to the oceans and earth science is women. Can we do better than that? So next slide, please. Right. At the same time, we have this very ambitious goal of UN Decade of Ocean Science. Now, we're doing a really good job trying to distill the goals, what could be achievable or not. But I think one thing that we should think about UN Decade of Science, because it's the only thing that probably going to happen during my career and your career. There's probably no other UN Decade of Science after this. We have to think about the legacy. What can we do during the decade that could have multiplying impacts even after the decades has passed? So let's think about that through systems, through our minds, through how we can change people's minds so that it could have an everlasting impact. So next slide, please. Can't really see. Okay. So one thing that we want to push forward is inclusivity. Let's start with gender inclusivity, but you can make it even broader, right? In marine science, you can talk about to non-scientist inclusivity. You can talk about science in Eastern and Western Indonesia, which still having such a huge gap, for example. But I have to say this. I don't memorize them. So we think that inclusivity is a key ingredient if we want to make this UN decade a successful decade and have an everlasting kind of impact. Now let's think about what kind of research out there, what we know about what's the current status. Now we know that the marine science in general is actually doing a pretty good job in terms of involving women. We are, from previous report, we are about 39% involving in terms of woman representative. Now this is still a pretty low number, but it's actually 10% much better than any other science. So we should give us applause for that. But now this comes back to my first explanation, but we still have this problem with glass ceiling. When you talk about senior professional managerial positions, then, for example, at BRIN, it's only 10% for earth science and maritime. So let's do something about that, but it's not an easy thing. I know everybody cares about this, not just the female scientists, but also the male scientists are very supportive. But perhaps there's something missing in terms of how we see things. Now, we also know that international collaborations has been giving us success stories. So if you read about discriminations in ocean science, especially doing research vessel seagoing kind of expeditions, you will read a lot about discriminations in Europe and in the US, for example. But there was time when, for example, scientists from the Russian sides of the Earth was they're more progressive in terms of including women. And the history has shown that their influence, they have influenced how people, their colleagues in the US and Europe, would be more inclusive of women being aboard the research vessels. Because before in the US, it was pretty sticky in terms of women wanting to go, just want to join the research vessels. So what I want to highlight is through international collaborations, kind of influencing people's mind, we can actually bring about a huge change in terms of research, how research can be done and be more inclusive in the future. So from my perspective as well, in Indonesia it's not so bad, but maybe there's something about how inclusivity of gender in Indonesia that we can learn from. And we also, what I want to highlight is that we have to also focus more on the success stories, not just the discrimination practices that we all know are still happening. Next slide, please. So I want to just kick this off, sharing with you. Everybody is welcome to join. This is still in the very early phase. So we are starting this Srikandi Bahari initiative. It's basically not just from the earth scientists, the natural scientists coming with this idea, but also the social scientists, actually a huge part of this. But we want to look at gender inclusivity, not just from a practical point of view, not just having more women aboard, but we want to really think about this from the conceptual point of view. So as hard scientists, we always think about, let's go to the sea, let's dive, but nobody ever dived into our mind to find out what has been disabling how we conduct science, how we think about inclusivity, and these lessons can be important in terms of thinking ahead how inclusivity should be treated in ocean science. Now, this is a collaboration of natural and social scientists, as I said, but it's also important that we need to also define gender as social constructivism, not just based on physiological differences. Maybe there's some biases in terms of how we think about women, how we think about deep sea. For example, when scientists were asked, what do you think about the ocean? It's like the mother of nature. Mothers are very loving character. But when they were asked, what do you think about deep sea? It's like mean mother or aunties. How on earth you think like that? I mean, how on earth could you move forward with that kind of thinking? And think about how we can influence young scientists, early career. Oh, don't say young scientists, that's not even inclusive as well. How we can influence this kind of thinking to be everybody's are aboard. And we also have to think about how we perceive non-human objects. What do you think about your samples, your papers? Do you assign gender or not? Or are you being inclusive? Do you feel kind of, oh, I don't like to be in the research vessel. I love the ocean, but research vessel is so manly. Where do you come up with this kind of thinking? Maybe there's something we need to dig and change for the next generation. So this year we start with a social scientist kind of project, which is very important to dive into our mind. But next year we are planning for the Srikandi Bahari deep sea expeditions. This is not woman-only expedition. This is a gender-inclusive expeditions with lessons to be more inclusive in every step of the science process, business process. So that will be the end of it. Thank you, Pak Irman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bu Dr. Intan. I actually have, it's like, this is amazing actually, Bu, because, in the UN as well, Bu Valerie, for instance, has issued an instruction to all UN agencies that we shouldn't be involved in the so-called MANEL. It's like all-man panel and everything. So, it's like there is a rule in the UN. It's called no MANEL. It's like activities and everything like that. And when I was actually arranging this session, I didn't have any difficulty because I already have you and I already have Bu Mary. So we have like an, equal gender representation here. I wish that the moderator could be a woman itself and everything. So, it's like, it's amazing to see that because it's like, as we know, probably ocean science is, as you mentioned, it's a very manly world and everything. So, but aside of that, Bu, if you don't mind, I mean, because I believe that a gender balance policies are always better than policies that do not have any gender perspective. Say, for instance, in your science, I mean, in the ocean science, do you produce better science because of the, better, balance between men and women? Oh, there. I think, yeah.
That's okay. I think the basic idea is the word inclusivity. We start with gender inclusivity. The more brains you can pick on, the better, right? The faster changes you can move. I mean, in Indonesia, we say Bhinneka Tunggal Ika is the same concept. The more you involve, the more you're being inclusive, the better in terms of production. So this is just a way, starting with gender, because that's something that's close to my heart, knowing that 10% of the heads are is women. But we can be larger than that. That's what I meant. So I'm representing scientists, but when you talk about changes in marine conservation, I mean, there's a lot of aspects in terms of empowering women in the coastal areas. So you can expand that. But yeah, of course, if anything, the more heads that you can pull and you take a lot of ideas, the more changes you can make.
Thank you very much, Bu. I think, later on when we open the questions from the floor, you can see the applause when you mention about the gender balance and everything. So expect questions coming from the floor later on, Bu. Okay, now let's move on, because we have some limited time. So the second panelist, Ibu Mary Kent, who will be presenting on developing Indonesia's human capital for a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable blue economy. Ibu Mary is of course from the ILO, International Labour Organization. Time is yours, please.
Terima kasih, Akirmam, and I'm delighted to be propping up 50% of the panel, of the gender balance on the panel with Ibu here, so thank you. Ibu dan Bapak, Deputy Bapak Jody, Ibu Winnie, UN Resident Coordinator Valerie Julian, international partners, fellow speakers, and UN colleagues, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Selamat siang, good afternoon. I'm going to talk about developing Indonesia's human capital for a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable blue economy. So, change slide, please. So to introduce the ILO is the UN agency for the world of work. So as such, we focus on driving benefits under SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. And of course, this is deeply linked with other of the goals, such as the elimination of poverty, quality education, developing skills for employment, reduced inequalities, and critically for Indonesia, SDG 14, life below water. In collaboration with Bappenas and colleagues in the UN, ILO is currently supporting the development of the Blue Economy Roadmap, which was shared recently at G20 meetings in Belitung. And also this month, ILO hosted the Fair Seas Conference, Southeast Asia Labour Conference in Bali. And you can see here with Menko Marves and Deputy Bapak Basilio, who opened the conference. Next slide, please. So why is human capital development so important for Indonesia's blue economy? Well, because Indonesia has the largest population and economy in Southeast Asia, and 70% of this population lives in coastal areas. Indonesia has set the vision to become one of the leading global economies by 2045, and there is a great potential to capitalize on the demographic dividend up to 2030. We've heard that the estimated potential value of maritime sectors could contribute up to $1.3 trillion to the economy. That's larger than the entire economy now, and 17 times as large as the maritime economy currently in Indonesia. However, Indonesia suffers high numbers of youth not in employment, education or training, and this number rises to almost 1 in 3 young women. Indonesia's traditional maritime sectors are dominated by a low-skilled workforce, the majority with junior high school education or less. And this in turn means that Indonesia only realises a relatively low share of the value of the global maritime economy. Next slide, please. To illustrate this, I want to credit Andreas Schall from the OECD, who presented this slide at the G20 Blue Economy event a couple of weeks ago. And he presents a paradox that for developing countries most often reliant on the ocean economy, but they capture only a negligible share of the sector's global value. And if you look at the diagram on the left, you'll see that the relative share of value added from ocean-based activities, the majority is captured by high-income countries, and only a very low proportion is captured by developing countries, and that includes Indonesia. And one of the big underlying reasons for this, the availability of skills. And this needs to be a wake-up call for the need for strategic skills transformation and modernisation in Indonesia's maritime sector. Next slide, please. So we'll turn now to the Skills for Prosperity programme, which is run by the ILO and funded by UK government. And this operates at national, institutional and community levels. At the national or the macro level, we work in collaboration with Marves. Thanks again to Pak Jody, Pak Razman, Pak Firman for support. And recently we came together in Bandung with several ministries, industry, workers' organisations, academic partners to forecast the emerging skills needs of several subsectors of the traditional maritime economy. And this shows the workshop that took place, which was undertaken in the context of the recent presidential decree on the need for national TVET revitalisation and, of course, the ongoing development of the Blue Economy Roadmap. Next slide, please. At the MESO or institutional level, Skills for Prosperity programme is facilitating partnerships between Indonesian polytechnics and international academic institutions through developing international quality curriculum content and teaching methodology for 4 important subsectors of the maritime economy. And those are international logistics in Batam, seafaring in Semarang, shipbuilding in Surabaya, and sustainable tourism in Manado, North Sulawesi. And these academic institutions or partnerships are really a way to help internationalise and modernise the skills base, creating a basis for research, a knowledge exchange, and a foundation for future innovation in the blue economy. Next slide, please. So at the community level, Skills for Prosperity programme is working through education partners, and we'll hear from one of our education partners shortly, in North Sulawesi to provide community-based training in sustainable tourism for 4 coastal communities. And these are all centred in and around the super priority tourism destination of Likupang. 5 modules have been developed and delivered, and to date, 187 people have been trained. Next slide, please. Here you can see some of the micro-businesses that have been established in culinary and in crafts, and these are supported through monitored coaching over 12 months following the initial training. So there's a large commitment here. And through the ongoing coaching, villages are really emerging as community-led tourism destinations. And many of these businesses are being run by women who are earning income for the very first time. I'd like to draw your attention to the homestays in the bottom left of the screen. These are investments by government relating to the super priority tourism destination. destinations. But many of them have been given to families intended to benefit from these investments, but with no experience of running a business, of food hygiene, of welcoming guests, COVID safety, practicalities of pricing and marketing. And so the training has been essential to realise the potential of these investments. Next slide, please. So we come now to the impacts of this activity. And the first picture shows Lentice Joyce Dumundo, one of our participants, talking about how her homestay business can be more environmentally sustainable, reducing single-use plastics, for example, and in time offer more employment opportunities to young women. And what we're seeing here in these communities is that they are becoming custodians of their immediate environment. These environments are clean, waters are free from floating waste, because communities understand the relationship between an attractive area and an attractive tourism destination. The middle picture is the first international visitors, and this is a family from Jordan in the Middle East, and here you can see them getting involved in mangrove conservation. And the last image relates to Budo Village, one of our destinations, which was recognised this year by Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy as a top 50 tourism destination. And we hope that in future that there are 100 or even 1,000 coastal communities that can be recognised as attractive tourism destinations. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the skills base for the blue economy requires structural transformation. And this implementation needs to happen at national, institutional, and community levels. Where there are infrastructure investments, there needs to be skills training for the community so that they can benefit from new jobs creation and work in the extended supply chain upstream and downstream from these investments. And finally, sectoral skills dialogue is needed between government, industry, academia, and communities in order to accelerate the skills required for the transition to the blue economy and to ensure that in this transition, no one is left behind. Final slide. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you.
Okay, it's back on. Okay. Thank you very much, Bu Mary. I think it's very interesting to see. To hear from your presentation because Ibu Dr. Intan also spoke about knowledge production, and there is a very strong knowledge component in your program. I see. One of the questions that some people it's like reading your presentation is that the program actually twin between universities in the UK and the higher educational institution also in Indonesia. How would that work though? It's like in practice, it's like what sort of exchanges that you have, or do you produce research together or something like that?
So thank you for the question, Pak.
Yeah.
That's a really good one. That's been one of the success stories of this program, and it's worked very efficiently. The partnerships have been established to look at specific areas of the maritime sub-economy, and international specialists have been chosen and through a competitive process. The way it's worked has been focused on the development of one single D4 programs, so equivalent to a 4-year bachelor's program.
D4 is D4, yeah? Program D4, Diploma 4.
And yes, the curriculum content has been influenced by two ways. The first is through the international partnership, and that's been set out through a work plan. And the second has been through the formation of an industry advisory board who has advised from the perspective of local industry skills needs. So it's had the influence of both quality from the international partner and relevance from the employment sector.
Yes. I can see why you chose polytechnic rather than universities, say for instance, because you're from ILO. Basically, this is related very much to labor, work and labor skill, enhancement. It's like. But let me just invite someone from the university then. It's like after this. Pak Indrajit Taliwongso is from the university in one of the areas in your program as well, right? In North Sulawesi. So next, you're up, Pak Indrajit. Please, it's like hopefully you're not jet lagged from your trip to Manado. I'm from Manado. Thank you very much. Please, Pak.
Thank you very much, Pak. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It was a very great opportunity for me to be here. I am from North Sulawesi, Manado. I'm from Universitas Kelabat in Armadidi in North Minahasa, whereas the North Minahasa is where the area of Likupang, one of the areas that become like the super priority destinations that be set by the government since this year. So what Mary Kent has been sharing a while ago is like the overview, and now I'm going to get one of the, what should I say, success story that is going out from the Skill of Prosperity program done by ILO. So my topic, my short sharing or stories is entitled The Almost Left Out. As I can say that Likupang is becoming one of the priorities destination by the government. But how about the local people? Are they going to be left out? So in the beginning of 2021, in the middle of 2021, ILO funded our university, one of the universities in partnership with ILO, to do a research in the villages in the coastal area to know what are actually the needs that are needed by these people. Because we don't want to just go and do some trainings and those things that they might not be really needing. So we are doing this research, and in this research, we found out that there are challenging factors that they facing, such as financial management skill, market access, financial risk tolerance, financial access, business idea, entrepreneurial mindset, and financial usability. And because of we know that there are needs for these items, then we set the team and we made a TOT program based on ILO modules that can support those needs. And these modules of ILO is very, very good. It's very simple yet powerful. It's very participative. It makes people, the villagers, want to stay for hours in the training. It's their testimony, their own testimony. They said that this is the only time that we want to stick in a training for hours and not going out early. So with these modules, we involve not just scholars, but also business people, government, so include everyone. The key is inclusion, so we try to include everyone. So we can also later on include the villagers, the local people, in this great endeavor by the government to make Likupang as a super priority destination. The foundation will start with financial education. We want them to aware of what are they spending before they just spend and spend and spend without knowing what are they actually spending, and they end up broke and having poverty. So with this now, they are very aware about what they're spending. Now their economy is getting better. And then after having the foundation of the family financial, Now we are trying to improve their business. Like they have problem in business idea, entrepreneurial mindset. The problem is they are very, not that very, but there are only one craftsman in the village. So we want to improve this by making this product development a training model and green business modules. So we invite a local successful craftsman by the name of Wale Gonofu. They've been exporting their product mainly based on coconut fibers, coconut shells. They've been exporting their products to Singapore. And after doing this training with development with these local people, now this Wale Gonofu, they can forward if ever they overwhelmed by orders. Now he can work together with the villagers. Now the villagers are not left out in this craftsmanship. And just like the concern of Her Excellency Junior, that she's afraid there will be an island of plastic. So we also have to create this awareness about this environmental friendly to the people. And through this simple practice, simple training, we give them out pictures of products, and they will put in the wall which are green, which are not green. And 90%, more than 90%, that actually they are aware of this green, but they just have to be reminded all the time. And then again, the theme is inclusion, so we also include the local officials of the villages. So they will know what is going on with the villagers, with the local businesses. They know how to support, and they know how to protect these local villagers. And they can also connect these villagers because they have more power. So they can connect them with the other part of the city. And Mary have mentioned a while ago about homestays. We invite hotels in Manado to give trainings in the village. So the people, they know how to do the right housekeeping. Like I think Mary has mentioned a while ago also that when they were given these homestays, they just don't know what to do with them. So through these trainings, they now know how to manage their homestay well. And we're not just bringing the hotel to the village, we also brought the villagers to hotel for them to upscale their businesses, to upscale their homestay. Many of them come home inspired. They were thinking that, oh, I can do this, I can do that, I can make a lot of improvement in my homestays. And then the last modules that we gave is tour package. In this tour package, the villagers now know how to budget their tour plans. Before, they just giving up numbers out of nowhere, feelings, just grab it from the air. Now they know how to budget their tour package correctly. If ever there is a request, could you please decrease your price? They know what to eliminate, not just basing on feelings. So now they will have more profit. And the final activity, we made a business matching program in one of the hotels in Manado. We gather all the villagers, bring all their products. We ask the students, help them making their business plan. Everybody involved. We also invited banking because they have financial access. They have problem with their financial access. So we include the banking sectors, business people. So now the villagers are not left out. We are still having many challenges, but we are hoping that maybe today, most of you, after seeing this, you can join us in these great endeavors for the people in North Minahasa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Indrajit. It's very enlightening, actually. I mean, it's like to see. But first of all, let me ask you something. I've been to Manado, but I've never been to Likupang. Where is it, Pak?
Okay, Pak. So Likupang is actually in North Minahasa, same residency with our university. So it's like another 2.5, 2 or 3 hours the most from Manado city.
To Bitung area or to?
No, this is another part. Well, actually, there is a shortcut from Bitung going to Likupang.
Going to Likupang.
Yeah, you will pass this mining company.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a gold mining company nearby. So if you pass by from Bitung, you will pass this this mining company going to Likupang.
Okay, and this is one of the super priority.
Yes,
areas.
yes. Mas Menteri Sandiaga Uno came there a couple of times this year. So yeah, it will become one of the priority.
I think we've been following news, yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's like on these, what happens in these super priority areas. Some are good, of course. Others are not so good. I mean, like we have, for instance, before the F1 or MotoGP in Mandalika, there were stories about people who got left out, basically. It's like so. So I think it's very interesting your twist there, the almost left out and everything. So, but let me just ask you one simple question. I mean, it's like, how are you guaranteeing that what the trainings that you have offered and everything, I mean, it's like, will sustain after the ILO project ends, say, for instance, because then, people, I mean, especially those who are living, on the subsistence level, usually they lose a lot of interest in all of the trainings if the trainings don't bring sustainable income to them.
Yes, that's right.
So how do you ensure that the income will remain, income making capability from your trainings after the end of your program?
Thank you very much, Pak. So the good thing with the ILO modules, the training doesn't stop on the training day. There are after training services. So we keep on coming to the villages like at least 5 more times, 5 more months. So it's a year engagement with the village. So it's a year engagement. But then we know the fund is not unlimited. There will be times that, but as universities, we must do community service. We must do community service. So we are planning. We have this great idea from Pak Leo a while ago. We are planning to make our university as a center of excellence. So we can help out the villagers if ever they have problem with market access or they have financial access. We become their 911. We become their 911. That's one. We're going to make our university as a center of excellence. We're going to have a, incubators. Right. We're going to help out their financial access. And the most important things, like you say, about to sustain their income, we keep on connecting the villages with business sectors.
Exactly.
Yes, with the hotels, with the association of travel agency, with the banking, and we are very grateful that people in those areas, travels, banking, businesses, many of them are our alumni.
Okay.
So we have the network. So we just have to maintain the networks and the awareness that we are actually now helping. This is the first time actually for our university for doing this, thanks to ILO.
Yeah.
And we plan to continue this by that, making a center of excellence, and keep on building, maintaining networkings between the villagers, business sectors, finance, and tourism agencies.
Thank you very much, Pak. And I think ILO should also thank you. You know, it's like for being there. I mean, it's like on the site and everything, and be with the community. So later on, we will have questions from the floor. Pak.
Thank you.
The last break. Well, the last speaker, who doesn't know him actually? This is Professor Johannes Surya, the famous Professor Johannes Surya, who's you know, I mean, it's like he's an educator and everything like that, and you know, he has a lot of innovations on education. He's, you know, I remember that you also taught students in Papua, yeah, Pa Johannes Surya. You know, basically, I mean, he has a methodology that you know, he would like to share with you, and especially in the maritime space as well. And Pa Johannes Surya is now advising Pak Luhut Panjaitan, you know, on things related to how, you know, it's like the younger generation can actually be trained on the things that are related to maritime affairs. Space and time is yours. You have, Professor.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Irman. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah, I would like to share some interesting things before we discuss how to improve the quality of human resources or education, like what Pak Indrajit already did, and especially for the children who live in coastal area, whose numbers are very large throughout Indonesia. Yeah. In the last meeting with UN, I shared that in 2008, I went to Tolikara, a very remote area in Papua, and then we know that the quality of education there is very, very low. But then I took 5 children from Tolikara and also from several other areas in Papua. Then we trained them with a better method. Then the results were amazing. In just 6 months, these children could complete mathematics grade 1 to grade 10, grade 6. So this result made me even more convinced that there really are no stupid children. There are only disadvantaged children who do not get the opportunity to learn from a good teacher and the right method. This result motivated me to develop a learning system that is easy, fun, and enjoyable, what I call gasing. I have been experimenting with this method for many years. And then in December 2021, at the request of the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment, I trained 30 teachers from 3 districts along with 60 students at IT Del near Lake Toba, the beautiful lake in North Sumatra. The result is amazing. As shown in this following video, the student able to calculate very quickly. So they can do addition, multiplication, division, subtraction, even fraction, only 1 month.
Now,
this one is the video. Let's look this video before. Yeah.
6 kali 3.
12.
6 kali 4.
12.
9 kali 4.
36.
9 kali 3.
27.
51 kali 7.
357.
234 kali 4.
930.
13 kali 23.
299.
Yeah. This one is after 10 days training. So usually after 2 weeks, then they can do division, and after 1 month they can do this fraction and decimal. So because of the result of this training were very good, and then the Humbang Hasudutan, a district in North Sumatra, requested that this method be applied to all students in that kabupaten. We started by training 30 teachers, then 261 teachers, and 692 students. So in the training, it's interesting. The average pre-test score is 36.46, and then increase to 90.07 in the post-test. So the end gain is 81%, which is very good. Then now about these 300 teachers teach other teachers, and has reached right now 27,000 students in this kabupaten. So almost all the students in that kabupaten already get this method. Now mathematics is one of the favorite subject in Humbang Hasudutan. Yes. So this result was so extraordinary that President Jokowi came to visit this training. Yeah. So how we train the teachers and then how we train the student, let's look at this video.
Beda ya. Oke. Sekarang ada yang sama. Yeah, so you will see that how fun is the training program, even though they study 10 hours a day for 2 weeks. And they really enjoy it. Yeah. So, and then next in Bangli, Bali, and Morowali. So we have already this also training, Central Sulawesi. And then now, how about the coastal area? If we see the coastal area, there's a huge gap in average mathematical achievement between urban area and coastal area. In 2019, the average math score for Jakarta High School was 52.45, while the coastal area, Riau, 42.25, and Tete, 31.68. So you can imagine that how low this mathematical ability of these coastal children from the coastal area. Therefore, I think it would be very good if we can try this method for helping the children in the coastal area. So we can start actually by training 50 teachers in each area, and then these 50 teachers will spread to the next 300 teachers like in Humbang, Hasudutan. So they can reach 20,000 or 30,000 students only, I think within 6 months. So we can get this in one kabupaten about 6 months to 1 year. So then we'll solve many problems in education, I think. So we need to help this coastal area because we know that every child really deserves to get good math training. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Johannes. I mean, I still remember a few years ago when I was watching a YouTube video in which you taught this method, and I couldn't help thinking, but you know, I mean, it's like if only my math teacher was like that, I would have probably gone into math. So you know, it's like. You know, I decided to go to social science exactly because I hate my math teacher and everything. So, you know, so basically, you know, I mean, it's like I was just hoping like that. I mean, it's like, what of the questions though? I mean, it's like, why are you a special advisor to Pak Luhut? Why not to Pak Nadiem Makarim?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a good question.
Actually, I'm helping Pak Luhut in technology. Because there's many companies from outside that come here and then bring technology, then I should assess this technology. And then also I should have also education, especially in the rural area and in the place where the investment are. Yeah. Okay. So we need this. We need to improve the education, especially the basic education like arithmetics.
Exactly,
yes,
exactly. Yeah. Because I think that's probably, you know, science subject are actually something that Indonesia is lagging behind, you know, compared to other countries in Southeast Asia. So I thought that probably, you know, I mean, it's like, or maybe with Pak Bambang Brojo and Brin, you know, I mean, it's like, you know, is there any, you know, Pak Luhut is a super minister and everything like that, so he can actually just call Pak Nadiem and said that, you know, take this Professor Johannes Surya to be your thing and everything. I hope that it will happen one day, but I mean, it's like, because I think your you know, I mean, it's like your method is actually amazing. You know, I mean, it's like math is a subject that everybody hates, but you know, if you can make it as a subject that everybody loves, I think this country will make a lot of, you know, quick development or major revolutionary type of development in terms of, you know, math and science and everything. So thank you very much, Professor Johannes Surya. We still have around maybe, you know, time for questions and answers. I mean, I would like to invite the audience if you have questions for any of the speakers and you know, any of the panelists, of the amazing panelists that we have today. Please direct your questions. You can ask the question in Bahasa Indonesia as well. I will be happy to translate, if needing translation. No question? Yes, please. Oh, sorry. Mike, please.
Terima kasih banyak. Saya Lieutenant Colonel Laut Heloïse from the French Embassy, and I'm a Maritime Security Advisor, and I work a lot with Babak Basilio Diatharos juga, and I'd like to have a question for Professor Johannes. If you have one training, one basic training for coastal community, to advise about it, more about maritime training, what will it be? I don't know if it's very clear. So, what will be your advice if you have to pick or to choose a basic training about maritime skills for coastal community? and mostly for remote islands.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, you might respond, right? What kind of subjects that the coastal community specifically need? You know, so I mean, it's like not you know, mathematics is basically basic science and everything. So do you have an idea of what other subjects that need to be tailored specifically for the coastal community children?
Yeah, I suggest we start with the arithmetics. That's the basic things. So we start with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. That's for basic things. And then after that, the student gets self-confidence. From that, then we can teach any subject very easily. That's what happened with the Papuan student that I teach, and then also with from many areas, the same thing. Once they understand how to calculate this simple arithmetics, then they can learn anything very fast. This is, yeah.
Yeah, is there though, I mean, it's like any, you know, you mentioned that the quality of the grades, you know, from the coastal community and the urban community, there is such a gap and everything. I mean, it's like, is that gap, you know, coming from, you know, the lack of school facilities, or you know, I mean, it's like budget for education in that area, or this is something because, you know, the teachers are not trained, you know, so is it more facility, or is it
No,
is it
I think
software or how?
yeah, because of the quality of the teachers and the method. There's two things very important, I think. Yes, because with this method, only takes about 2 weeks to learn as simple arithmetics. And you know, this simple arithmetics cover about almost 50 to 60% of the mathematics curriculum in the elementary school. So only 2 weeks, you can cover that 50% of math, yeah.
Well, this probably explained, you know, we as archipelagic nations, right? I mean, it's like Jody this morning mentioned that we have such a long coastline and everything like that. But our fisheries industry is probably still lagging behind, exactly because probably that, you know, what you mentioned, I mean, it's like the quality of human resources at the coastal areas are not as good as the ones who are going to work with Gojek, you know, or with Traveloka, or with, you know, Tokopedia, you know, something like that. So we have that kind of digital divide. I mean, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's like, is there anyone here who's quite interested in looking at the digital aspects of all these things? I mean, since we're talking about blue knowledge, blue innovation as well. But I don't know. I mean, I would like to ask the questions to any of the panels. I mean, it's like probably Pa Indrajit, you know, in your accompaniment, I mean, it's like pendampingan, I mean, it's like, or trainings and everything. Is there any of the digital aspect that you train to them so they can find access to market, access to finance, for instance?
Yes, thank you, Pa. So during the training, in the marketing module, we include digital marketing. So, of course, when it comes to this, you know, with the village people, we try to make it as simple as possible. So we can start with social media, how they can really make use of their social media, not just for, you know, posting status or flashing their new shoes or whatever, and how to get more. So the basic thing that we are sharing with them is the power of hashtag.
Hashtag.
The power of hashtag. So every time they post about Likupang, the beach, the product, put all the hashtags needed. Hashtag Likupang, hashtag Manado, hashtag North Sulawesi, hashtag beach, hashtag.
Right.
So every time the people from all around the world, they're looking for beach in Indonesia, or craft or anything they search, they will find, hopefully they will find them. So yes, slowly but surely we are sharing with them about digital, and we think that digital is very important nowadays for the sustainability of their business.
Yes, occupying the digital space. Yeah. Bu Mary, do you want to add something on that?
Yeah, thank you. I'll come in on this one as well. What we have seen in North Sulawesi particularly is challenges with internet connectivity.
Connection.
And it is very difficult when you're trying to encourage institutions to learn and teach and incorporate digital methodology. It is challenging when the infrastructure doesn't support that, and we've got stories of people going up hills and out to sea on boats in order to receive their lessons. But that aside, one of the things that has really helped the digitization and that we've seen working in this program is through the international partnerships. Because certainly within education, it's not just the process is not quite as simple as just taking things online, which so many institutions had to do during COVID. It's about creating, gamifying and creating really engaging content. And that's something that has been learned. Obviously, we know that young people are very digitally engaged, but that is something that has been shared through this program, through the international partnerships as well.
Yeah, I think it's correct. I mean, it's like we have the largest users, the second largest users of Facebook or something like that in Indonesia. But I think most of us are actually using Facebook to update status and to reconnect with friends before and everything like that. I mean, it's like I see that the younger generation are more adapt to it and everything. It's like they go into productive world and everything like that. But I think it's probably it's like we need to actually bring that for really that kind of productive purposes rather than that kind of recreational. Although we do need some recreation from time to time and everything. I mean, it's like when I saw Professor Johannes' video, I saw that a gender balance there. A gender balance. I mean, it's like women students and male and female students and everything are equally adept. Everything. Now, I would like to switch to Bu Intan. I mean, it's like you mentioned that 39% in ocean science are actually women. But how come at the managerial level it's only 10%?
Thank you, Pak. I think there are many reasons, and it probably share among different fields as well. So there are many routes for that. So in terms of promotions of career and also family obligations, so in terms of, I guess, for solution for that, for example, sometimes when you go up in the career professionally, like as a scientist, not as managerial, you have this clock to do, for example, you become assistant professors and associate professors. Those are your prime time, but at the same time, those are your prime time to build families. So this could be a very conflicting agendas for women. But I think one of the solutions, I just want to focus on solutions, is I think also when you give that flexibility for women, that you don't have to do both at the same time, but you probably can prioritize on family first, but then you catch up again. So I think, for example, in the US, when you have tenure, you can actually, when you have a family obligation, a very important time to do that, to deliver that, you can ask for example, for these 2 years, I can have stop my clock for tenure.
Exactly.
So those kind of solutions actually help women to keep up. And there's a lot of ways. So basically, promotion is one thing, making sure that their environment is supportive, so they can do this dual career at home and in the office. But also, it's something that all women needs to keep pushing, because I mentioned that we don't have that many women in the managerial, but that doesn't mean we didn't try. I actually encourage a lot of other women to to step up and apply for this managerial option, but there are many different answers for that, but usually it relates to family obligation first, which is very important to society.
Of course, I mean, it's like, but I think, it's like Britain should have, like daycare facilities and everything like that,
Yes,
right?
lactation room. And it kind of relates to your first question, but I mean, you mentioned about what's the benefit of including women.
Yeah.
Actually, in my office, we just built this building. It's an 8 stories building, and what was interesting is that the technical teams were women, and therefore we could actually have people who say that, oh, this is very homey kind of building. It's very homey kind of working environments because we have this like very comfortable lactation room, and we even have a room for just female and male to just rest. So your first question, actually, sometimes by tapping more brains, we have ideas that wasn't even in consideration before in building a research facility.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah. I think we should have gender balance, everywhere in this country. I mean, it's like I did have some knowledge also on that issue actually, because one of my programs while I was still working with UNDP is really about women in public offices and everything, and we encountered that kind of thing very, very the same. I mean, it's like in the military, in politics, in the police and everything, in civil servants and everything. We are faced with that kind of challenge of, it's like a pyramid structure in which the harder, the higher the position, the less women you will have on top, or everything like that. So I wish you luck, basically, in the future. Okay. If there is no more question from the floor, I guess we should end this session. Yes.
I would actually have a question.
Okay.
I found that story from Nukupang really fascinating. Indonesia is a huge country with many coastal communities, I'm guessing, with similar needs. Can this be seen as some kind of a pilot project, and are there plans to expand this to other regions? And if so, who would finance that?
I know,
Thank you.
probably.
You are both laughing. I hope that's good, not bad.
Thank you very much for the question. I mean, the Skills for Prosperity programme is finite, and it's been funded by UK government and will come to a close in March next year, we think. What we will leave as a legacy, and what we wish to share with local governments, and we hope ministries as well, is some of these methodologies that have been effective, and Indrajit and his team will come in on this as well, because through the project we've had this iterative experience of working with communities, going back, improving the modules, improving the training techniques, improving the train-the-trainer processes. And what we will do at the end of this is create a body of resources, and we want Indrajit's organisation to help with that, but we'll create a body of resources which can literally be taken as a package and used in any village coastal community to encourage entrepreneurship and sustainable tourism. And we'll include case studies and things like that. So that will be a package that can be applied and taken forward. But that's as far into the future that I'm able to see at the moment. I don't know, Indrajit, would you add anything more?
Yeah, just like Mary mentioned a while ago. So we are planning to make this module after our experience more than like almost a year of implementing this, what are need to be improved from these modules, because these modules are very adaptable, it's very flexible, and we have a high hope that it can be a pilot and it can be implemented in other coastal area in Indonesia. So, but then, the project funded until 2023. So we are hoping that we can still get more funding from many other institutions, and thanks to ILO, we have a very good portfolio, and we can have a very good plan and proposals. So yeah, support is very much needed, but the pilot, I think it's there.
Thank you, Pak Indrajit. Tapi that's a challenge facing us all, in the development community, right? I mean, it's like, how international organizations, international development partners can come in and help. But the moral hazard there is that there is a sense of dependency, later on. It's like, and we have so many examples where, once the donor shut the valve, the project stops, and everything actually went back to the usual practice. This is exactly why I think this kind of sessions like this between international organization, the UN, and a very powerful ministry of the coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment is something that we should actually do more in the future, in which that, it's like we have to develop a sense of that this is really in a partnership situation rather than a donor-recipient type of relationship. And I think, it's like there will always be opportunities out there because the government actually, it's like the government has a lot more money than the UN, really. It's like, the UN money is just very, very small, compared to the state budget. It's like, what we need to actually do is that how can what we provide as international development partners, can then be elaborated, scale up, it's like providing examples and everything like that, without having to create a sense of dependency over aid money, really, something like that. We can talk about this until tomorrow morning, probably. It's like, and there will be a PhD course probably on this, on the international development, 101. But on that note, I would like to thank Ibu Dr. Intan from BRIN. Thank you very much, Bu. Ibu Mary Kent from ILO. Pak Indrajit Taliwongso from far away, from Eastern Indonesia, from Klabat University. And of course, Professor Johannes Surya from around here, but you are everywhere also, sir. Okay, thank you very much. So on that, thank you very much. I would like to return this to the moderator. Thank you. Have a good rest of the session. Thank you.
Wilayah perairan yang lebih luas dibandingkan wilayah daratannya menjadi wujud karunia tersendiri yang diberikan Sang Pencipta bagi Indonesia. Hal itu membuat Indonesia menyimpan keindahan alam bahari. Dengan lautan yang luasnya 70% dari total keseluruhan luas negara, perairan Indonesia menyimpan keindahan pesisir pantai dan bawah laut yang siap memanjakan mata. Desa Padaguar, salah satu surga tersembunyi di kawasan Lombok Timur, Nusa Tenggara Barat yang menyimpan keindahan alam bawah laut yang mempesona. Bentangan pasir putih yang halus, air laut yang biru dan jernih seperti kristal, serta keindahan alam bawah laut dihiasi dengan terumbu karang, membuat Desa Padaguar pantas disebut sebagai surga bawah laut bagi para pecinta snorkeling dan diving. Terletak di Kecamatan Sambelia, Kabupaten Lombok Timur, Desa Padaguar menawarkan keindahan wisata bahari melalui sejumlah gili atau pulau-pulau kecil. Terdapat 3 gili yang menjadi primadona wisata bahari, yakni Gili Petagan, Gili Bidara, dan Gili Kondo. Masyarakat menyebutnya Gili Petarando. Gili Petagan merupakan gili terbesar di Desa Padaguar dan menjadi wilayah konservasi mangrove. Di sini, para pengunjung disuguhkan pemandangan hijau dari hutan bakau dan kita bisa melihat burung-burung yang singgah di pulau saat melakukan kegiatan susur mangrove. Gili Bidara dikenal sebagai surga bawah laut Lombok Timur. Hamparan beragam jenis terumbu karang warna-warni serta kumpulan ikan hias dan bintang laut yang hidup aman di terumbu karang membuat Gili Bidara menjadi spot terbaik bagi para wisatawan untuk snorkeling dan diving di kedalaman 7 hingga 12 meter. Gili Kondo merupakan pulau kecil dengan pemandangan pasir putih dan air laut yang bergradasi, menyuguhkan suasana sepi, tenang, dan damai sebagai tempat favorit wisatawan untuk camping. Keindahan panorama bawah lautnya juga menjadikan Gili Kondo spot favorit untuk menikmati keindahan terumbu karang. Namun siapa sangka,
Di balik keindahan bawah lautnya, Desa Padaguar memiliki sejarah kelam dan perjalanan yang panjang dalam menjaga kelestarian ekosistem laut. Dahulu, sekitar tahun 90-an, masyarakat Desa Padaguar merupakan penambang karang. Masyarakat dengan aktif mengambil terumbu karang dari bawah laut, lalu dibakar untuk dijadikan kapur yang bernilai jual tinggi. Tidak hanya itu, dahulu masyarakat juga kerap menangkap ikan menggunakan bom dan potasium. Bukan hanya ikan besar saja, tetapi terumbu karang beserta biota laut juga ikut mati karenanya. Kurangnya edukasi dan sosialisasi menjadi salah satu faktor ketidaktahuan masyarakat tentang bahaya kegiatan destruktif tersebut terhadap kelestarian terumbu karang yang berperan besar terhadap kelangsungan ekosistem laut. Akibatnya, kelestarian terumbu karang di Desa Padaguar terancam karena kegiatan ekonomi masyarakat. Padahal butuh waktu 1 tahun lamanya agar terumbu karang dapat tumbuh sepanjang 1 cm.
Luar biasa bagus, cuman beberapa ada karang banyak sekali yang rusak. Itu dikarenakan dulu sebelum adanya Pokmaswas dan sebelum beberapa masyarakat kita sadar tentang pentingnya menjaga laut, banyak dari nelayan kita yang menggunakan bahan alat tangkap menggunakan bom, potasium, dan ada juga masyarakat yang dari luar pulau untuk atau luar daerah untuk mengambil ini karang itu diambil untuk dijadikan kapur.
Yang paling mengerikan pekerjaan masyarakat kita pada saat tahun 90-an sangat mengerikan. Mereka selalu menggunakan penangkapan ikan yang praktis, yang instan, yaitu melakukan dengan cara pengeboman. Terus kedua, pemutasan. Nah, ini yang membuat ruang lingkup laut kita di sini itu menjadi rusak. Sehingga kita sebagai pemuda di sini sangat merugikan, sangat merugikan dengan langkah orang tua kita yang dulu, seperti orang tua saya dulu sebagai perusak gili petaga menebang pohon bakau untuk dijadikan pembakaran kapur.
Zaman berganti, kerusakan demi kerusakan akibat ulah masyarakat perusak terumbu karang dirasakan oleh generasi kini. Bagai secerca harapan, generasi muda Desa Padaguar yang tergabung dalam komunitas penyelam Nusa Tenggara Barat atau Kapela dan kelompok masyarakat pengawas perikanan atau Pokmaswas mulai aktif melakukan restorasi melalui transplantasi terumbu karang. Selain itu, penanaman mangrove juga dilakukan sebagai upaya memulihkan ekosistem laut.
Kebetulan Pokmaswas berdiri pada tahun 2016. Dulu sebelum Pokmaswas didirikan di Desa Padaguar ini, banyak sekali masyarakat kita yang tidak cinta lingkungan, yang sistem istilahnya yang merusak lingkungan. Satu contoh seperti pengeboman, pembakaran batu kapur di sini, terus pemanah menggunakan kompresor. Kegiatan kita sehari-hari itu monitoring. Kita melakukan monitoring di 3 pulau, yaitu Gili Petagan, Pidara, Kundu, gitu. Sehingga dinamakan Pokmaswas Petrando, gitu. Singkatan dari 3 kawasan yang kita jaga ini. Hampir 1 kali sebulan kita melakukan sosialisasi di kantor desa, gitu, dengan masyarakat, terutama pemandu wisata yang menuju 3 pulau ini.
KPLA NTB dibentuk pada tahun 2018 dan kami fokus di membantu KKP dalam pengembangan ekowisata bahari yang ada di Nusa Tenggara Barat. Kalau proses penanaman transplantasi terumbu karang itu sangat sederhana, banyak karena dari sekian banyak media kami menggunakan beberapa media yang simpel saja. Seperti sehari ini kami menggunakan media spider, ada rak meja dan ada namanya pisdom. Nah kalau spider ini kita bentuk dari seperti laba-laba dan kami ambilkan dari beberapa bibit karang yang sudah rontok atau patah-patah, atau kami sering dibantu juga oleh KKP juga untuk mengelingkan kami ke pengusaha-pengusaha terumbu karang, sehingga kami mendapat bantuan juga dari beberapa pengusaha terumbu karang yang ada di komunitas di NTB sendiri. Pada hari ini kami menggunakan sistem yang sangat simpel, yaitu spider dan pisdom. Kalau spider itu seperti laba-laba, kemudian kami taruh karang ikat menggunakan kabel tis. Spider juga rak meja juga seperti itu. Nah kalau pisdom kami harapkan untuk kedepannya bisa menjadi rumah-rumah ikan dan tempat berpujahnya ikan di sana. Peran komunitas penyelam KPLA sendiri dalam membantu transplantasi terumbu karang ini sangat luar biasa sekali. Beberapa kali terakhir kemarin kami melakukan transplantasi juga di perairan Gili Meno dan di Taman Wisata Gili Goleng, juga di perairan konservasi yang ada di Gitanada. Itu juga kami dapat dibantu juga oleh KKP juga dalam menjalankan program itu sendiri. Banyak sekali kami dibantu oleh KKP, pertama DJPL untuk mengelingkan KPLA NTB untuk dari mana bisa mendapatkan CSR untuk kita lakukan transplantasi karang di perairan. KPLA NTB juga saat ini fokus di membantu KKP dalam pengembangan ekowisata bahari yang ada di Nusa Tenggara Barat, dalam melakukan atau menambah atraksi-atraksi wisata bahari yang ada di Nusa Tenggara Barat, seperti penanaman terumbu karang dan penanaman mangrove.
Kelompok anak muda ini terus melakukan perbaikan demi ekosistem pesisir yang semakin lestari. Sosialisasi kepada masyarakat di Desa Padaguar, mulai dari anak-anak, remaja hingga dewasa. Banyak cara yang dilakukan untuk menjaga dan melestarikan ekosistem laut.
Dalam kegiatan sosialisasi yang kami lakukan oleh Pokmaswas ke masyarakat, yaitu satu, menjaga lingkungan laut, terutama itu kebersihan, terus menggunakanlah alat tangkap yang ramah lingkungan, hilangkan keburukan masyarakat untuk pengambilan karang, untuk dijadiin batu kapur, walaupun harga batu kapur itu mahal.
Udah siap tanam karang? Ayo kita mulai.
Salah satu bentuk sosialisasi tersebut adalah memperkenalkan kepada anak-anak kecil bagaimana proses transplantasi terumbu karang yang benar hingga membawanya ke bawah laut.
Hari ini kita lagi memberikan edukasi kepada adik-adik pesisir yang ada di pantai Gili Lampu, Desa Padaguar, tentang bagaimana pentingnya kita menjaga ekosistem terumbu karang. Hari ini kita mengajarkan kepada adik-adik kita untuk bagaimana caranya menanam terumbu karang. Yang kita tanam itu tadi ada sekitar 30 spider. Nah, 30 spider itu kita isi terumbu karangnya dalam satu spider isinya sekitar 14 terumbu karang. Jadi bisa dikalkulasikan apa isinya dalam satu semua keseluruhan keseluruhan tadi. Jadi kita melibatkan anak-anak pesisir yang ada di pantai Gili Lampu, Desa Padaguar, sama beberapa dari Universitas Mataram yang kebetulan KKN tematik di Desa Padaguar. Ada Pak Kepala Desa juga, dan ada teman-teman Pokmaswas Petrando serta dari KPLA NTB. rider itu akan dibawa oleh tim diver kami dari Pokmas Hospet-Rando. Itu akan membawanya nanti ke lokasi penanamannya di agak ke tengah, karena kalau di pinggir sini kan itu terlalu rentan dan sedikit berbahaya dan kemungkinan tumbuhnya sedikit. Tapi kalau dia ditaruh di posisinya yang pas, kemungkinan tumbuhnya akan bagus dan terjaga oleh manusia sendiri karena nanti tidak bisa diinjak. Tapi kalau untuk pertumbuhan nanti yang kita harapkan sih ke depannya ini akan menjadi rumah ikan.
We will start in about 5 minutes. So those of you outside, if you can hear me, please come in. If you can't hear me, we'll come and get you.
Perlahan tapi pasti, wilayah bawah laut yang dulu merupakan ladang terumbu karang rusak, kini berubah menjadi taman terumbu karang yang dipenuhi oleh ikan-ikan. Wilayah pesisir pantai yang dahulu terkena abrasi, sekarang sudah rimbun dipenuhi hutan bakau yang ditanam oleh masyarakat. Seiring dengan upaya generasi muda melestarikan ekosistem laut, alam memberikan timbal balik dengan keindahannya yang luar biasa mempesona. Hal itu menjadikan kawasan Gili Petarando, Desa Padaguar, kini dikenal sebagai destinasi wisata bahari terbaik di Lombok Timur. Siapa sangka, mata pencaharian masyarakat Desa Padaguar yang sebelumnya merupakan penambang karang dan nelayan, kini mulai beralih menjadi pengelola wisata bahari. Keindahan alam bawah laut yang mulai dibenahi memunculkan niat pemerintah melalui Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan untuk mencanangkan Desa Padaguar menjadi desa wisata bahari atau Dewi Bahari di Lombok Timur.
Sebagaimana arahan Pak Menteri Kelautan dan Perikanan sekarang bahwa apapun kegiatan kita kalau untuk Direktorat Pengelolaan Laut mengedepankan bagaimana kita menjaga kesehatan laut. Jadi wisata bahari ini adalah salah satu kegiatan di mana kemudian kegiatannya itu tetap mengedepankan bagaimana kita menjaga kesehatan laut. Nah, kalau menjaga kesehatan laut, maka yang kita pelihara dari wisata bahari adalah daya dukung ekosistem. Kalau daya dukung ekosistemnya tetap baik, maka apapun yang kita lakukan dengan mewartakan sumber daya yang ada terutama wisata bahari itu bisa kita lakukan. Kalau terkait wisata bahari sebenarnya ini pas sekali karena yang kita jual dari wisata bahari dalam tanda petik itu adalah jasa ekosistem. Artinya yang kita lakukan adalah bagaimana mempertahankan ekosistem pesisir dan hulu kecil atau ekosistem lautan ini, ekosistem laut ini, agar kemudian ekosistem tadi bisa menarik orang menikmati jasanya. Contoh yang kemarin teman-teman di Lombok Timur itu menikmati terumbu karang, itu adalah jasanya. Jadi bukan makhluknya ansur, terumbu karangnya harus diambil, tapi menikmati jasanya. Sehingga ini sangat pas dengan apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Menteri Kelautan dan Perikanan. Jadi Dewi Bahari ini kan adalah salah satu program kegiatan yang kita coba dekati agar ada beberapa target yang kita penuhi. Yang pertama selain melestarikan ekosistemnya, jadi yang kedua adalah pemberdayaan masyarakat. Nah, yang ketiga adalah bagaimana kita memberdayakan budaya pesisir. Nah, ada tiga hal inilah yang kemudian kita gabung. Karena apa? Kalau kita ingin melestarikan ekosistem di mana masyarakatnya kemudian tidak sejahtera, maka ekosistem tadi dalam jangka waktu yang sangat pendek itu akan rusak karena dieksploitasi besar-besaran. Makanya pendekatan pemberdayaan masyarakat itu dengan wisata bahari. Karena dari wisata bahari yang dia jual adalah jasa, sehingga ketika ekosistemnya bagus, masyarakat bisa menjual ekosistem tadi dalam tanda petik dengan datangnya wisatawan. Nah, untuk memilih bagaimana lokasi tadi, Dewi Bahari itu sudah dicanangkan dan ditetapkan melalui Peraturan Menteri KP nomor 93 tahun 2020, di mana ada kriteria-kriteria desa yang bisa kita dorong menjadi desa wisata bahari yang baik.
Okay, let's start.
Melalui pencanangan Desa Padaguar menjadi
if you could turn the music down, please.
Timur oleh KKP, membuat Gili Petarando semakin berbenah diri menjadi tujuan wisata bahari para wisatawan. Bantuan yang diberikan serta
Okay, so we've spoken about many topics so far today, but we all know that without money, none of them will come to anything. So we'll have our final session of blue financing, and I'd like to hand over to Abdul Situmorang from UNDP to moderate this session.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me invite our speakers who are already with us here. Pak Leonardo, do you mind to come to the stage? And we are still waiting for Pak Denny. According to our organizing committee, he is still on the way to this hotel. But anyway, because we have a very limited time, we will then, ask Pak Denny to present his ideas, when he is with us. But along with us, we already have Pak Leonardo and Yolanda will be joining with us through online. So let me start to say that this last topic, session 4, on unlocking blue finance for ocean solutions will be a very fascinating topic because we will discuss financings. We will discuss, financing instruments and funding source because it is actually a test, to our daily life, money, right? So for Indonesia, this is very important to have more investment, in blue sector. So Indonesia can meet the target related to the oceans as outlined by Pak Jody and our speakers in the previous topics, such as tackling marine debris, expanding marine conservations, or rehabilitating or restoring mangrove, or even, financing the technology innovation. So let me cite in the Blue Financing Strategy documents published by Kemenko Marine Pes and UNDP in 2022 with valuable feedback and inputs from ministry agencies and development partners, experts, that according to these financing strategy documents, the average annual investment is estimated around 1,392 trillion rupiah per year. And the total investments needed is around 33,000 trillion rupiahs when the rate of depletion of ocean resources increased to 3% under the scenario of targeted 7% contributions to blue economy to the national GDP. So we need to unlock blue financing instruments in addition to the government budget. And we will walk through our speakers. So again, Pak Denny, thank you, Pak. Give applause to Pak Denny. Pak Denny, come to the stage, Pak. So we are very grateful to have esteemed speakers who will discuss and inspire us around the topic. So let me introduce you with our first speaker, Pak Denny. Pak Denny Ridwan. Pak Denny Ridwan is Director of Government Debt Securities at the Ministry of Finance and have been working for 25 years with the Ministry of Finance. So he must be very knowledgeable, on this topic. And our second speakers, Bapak Leonardo Adi Purnama, PhD. Pak Leonardo is Director for Industry, Tourism, and Creative Economy with the Ministry of National Development Planning Agency. So similar with Pak Denny, Pak Leonardo has been 25 years, Pak, with Bappenas, with the Ministry of Development Planning Agency. So you are in the same years, when become the government official. And our third speaker is Ibu Yolanda Chang from DBS Bank Singapore, and Ibu Yolanda joined with DBS in 2017 as a head of Sustainability of Institutional Banking Group, and she leads the bank's responsible financing and net zero framework, combining due diligence expertise with business originations capabilities. So we are very lucky with to have Ibu Yolanda Changs, and will share, her ideas around, enhancing opportunities for Indonesia blue economy, ecological investment. So let's start by asking Pak Denny. Pak Denny, are you ready, Pak? No? So please, drink first, Pak. Pak Denny to present and share his ideas regarding the implementation of Indonesia Blue Bond and Blue Sukuk. As Pak Denny will inform us, it is possible now for the government of Indonesia to issue a such blue bond in the global capital market under the SDG security framework. And if it happen, it will be rare cases of countries to use the blue bond, to mobilize financing for financing their activities, government project related blue sector. When I use blue terms, it refers to sustainable use of ocean resources. So please, Pak Denny, floor is yours, Pak.
Please allow me to open the mask. It's hard to speak while wearing the mask. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to share our experience. Wonderful. Thank you for having me. And as already mentioned by Budator at the end, we would like to share our experience in thematic bonds. We have DG bonds, which is for the green global sukuk, the first green global sukuks in the world. So, having to the, if you look at the blue financing strategic documents that published by the coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs, also with collaboration with UNDP, it stated that for the financial instrument for investment in blue economy divided into the small, medium, and the medium large projects. And for the medium and large projects, one of the alternative options is the government budget through the issuance of blue bonds or blue. So let me bring you to the more broader perspective on this event, on this context. If we look at our government budget for sustainable finance, next slide, we actually has tried to integrate all the aspects of budget, including the revenue policy, spending policy, and also the financing policy into one package. For example, in revenue policy, the revenue, the next slide. The revenue policy is directed at stimulating the development of renewable energy and friendly environment business sector. So the tools could be the tax holiday and tax allowance, import duty exemptions, VAT deductions, also reduced property. On the expenditure side, the spending policy is directed at encouraging low carbon and climate resilience. We call the theme is spending better. For this purpose, we already implement what we call as climate budget strategy at national and regional level to determine the contributions of state budget or regional budget to climate change. On the financing side, the budget financing policy is directed to support expansionary fiscal policy through development of innovative financing. We try to innovate through blended financing, for example, through public-private partnerships, also with the issuance of thematic bond like green bond, SDG bond, and also the SDG Edition 1. So you know maybe the SDG Edition 1 is a blended finance platform managed by PT Sarana Multi Infrastructure SPMI to finance SDG from various sources of funds like philanthropists, international donors, climate change institutions, green investor, commercial bonds. So, talking about the green or SDG bonds, actually, in the next slide, when we're talking about how we manage the use of proceeds when we issue the government bonds or government, there's two types of approach. First, general financing. in which the proceeds is non-earmarked, the projects function as underlying, and the project securities placed in the state general treasury account. On Indonesia, we call it general rekening umum. And the other approach is project financing, which is the proceed is earmarked, directly finance the projects, and the proceed of the securities placed in a special account. So when we talk about the thematic bond, we're actually using the first approach, the green general financing. So please bear in mind when we're talking about the green sukuk, green bond, SDG, including the possibility of the blue bond or blue sukuk in features, we will use the general financing in which the projects becoming as underlying, and we need to make sure that the projects already put in our budget. So, looking at our history, the review of our thematic bonds issuance, the next slide. It started in January 2018 when we published a green bond and green sukuk frameworks and obtained a second party opinion from Sasero. Based on these frameworks, we have issued 5 green sukuks, including at the global stage, including also 4 retail golden sukuk. So I think at this time, we are the first country to green global sukuk at sovereign level, and also the first retail green sukuk. Next slide. Okay, so then we try to diversify our customer base, and also we want to finance not only green project but also social projects. That's why in August 2021 we have upgrade our frameworks, become the SDG government securities frameworks, in which we divided into 2 focus: the green focus and the social focus. The green focus will be the proceed will be financed to will be used to finance the green projects, whether the social focus the proceed will be used to finance social projects in relation with SDG goals. And as you're already aware as well, that for the green focus can be extended into the blue focus. So actually our existing frameworks, as mentioned by the moderator, already ready to be used if we would like to issue whether blue projects, blue sukuk or blue bonds. So the content of the SDG framework itself, there is 4 contents. First, about the use of proceeds. We need to make sure that the proceeds will be used only for the specific targets with the whether green, social or blue. And then another step is the project evaluation and selections. As I mentioned earlier, that for this type of securities, we need to make sure that all projects already included in the budget, in the existing budget, and then we put tagging, whether it's green, blue, or it's social. For example, for the green projects, for green sukuk, the process of tagging will be conducted by the line ministries. It will be reviewed by our fiscal policy office to ensure the correctness of the tagging. For the SDG, similar process, the tagging will be conducted by each line ministries, but will be reviewed by our Secretary of SDGs from Bappenas. And I don't know, for the blue or for blue bond or for blue sukuk, who will be act as the one who will verify whether the tagging that conducted by line ministry is correct or not, whether Bappenas, like the SDGs, or could be another ministry, whether Ministry of Maritime or other ministry. I don't know. We still open option for that policy. And next slide, we like to make sure that our securities is adhere the highest international standard for external review. That's why this framework is already reviewed by Sasero and ISA to obtain second party opinion at risk issuance level. And based on the SPO review, this framework is found to be in alignment with green bond principle, social bond principle, and also sustainability bond guidelines. And the next slide, if we can see what kind of project that can be financed for the green and blue projects. First, the green, for the dark green, next slide. For the dark green projects, the proceeds can be used to finance renewable energy, resilience to climate change for highly vulnerable areas and sectors, also disaster risk reductions. For the medium to dark, this can be used to finance sustainable transport, green tourism, waste to energy management, and also sustainable water and wastewater management, and the light to medium for energy efficiency, sustainable management of natural resources of land, and the last one for the light green can be used for the green building and also sustainable management of natural resources on also. The next slide, for the SDG bond, we also have several projects that can be used for as an underlying. First, employment generation, including through the potential effect of SME financing and microfinancing, and then the socio-economic advancement and empowerment. The third, access to essential services, food securities, and sustainable food system, and affordable basic infrastructure. And currently, we are in the step of finalizing our first impact report for SDG bonds. And as the preliminary information that the last year SDG issuance is used to finance three types of a project. First, in the health sectors, to provide a vaccination program, and the second for education projects under the Ministry of Education and also under Ministry of Religious Affairs, just to make sure that Indonesian kids or Indonesian children has access to education. And the third projects with the Ministry of Telecommunications, especially to provide the access internet for the remote areas. So just to make sure that our children, especially who live in remote area, when they conducted the school from home activities, they still have access to the internet. So next slide. This is the result our issuance green sukuk and green bond. As I mentioned, the first issuance is on March 2018. The amount is 1.25 billion, tenor 5 years, and the yield at the time is 3.75%. And the last one this year on May 2025, the volume is 1.5 billion, tenor is 10 years. In terms of tenors, I think last year we have the longest tenor ever in the world, which is the 30 years of green global sukuk, is to show our commitment to the sustainable finance. In the domestic market, we also issue, as I mentioned, the retail green sukuk. First in November 2019, tenor 2 years, the volume is 1.4 trillion, and the last one is last year, November, the volume is 5 trillion. And we are planning to issue another retail sukuk by November 2020. And for SDG bonds, our first debut last year on September, the volume is 500 million euro, and the tenor is 12 years. So next slide, when we're talking about the possibility to finance the blue projects, in the framework, we already input some eligible blue projects. There's two types of the project. First, the navy blue or high relevance. The sectors like waste management. The subsector could be like, this is just an example, marine debris, waste to energy, and wastewater treatment. An example of eligible projects, the waste collections and plastic waste conversion into infrastructure material. And some indicator that can be used is the water pollution level and SDG 14.1, index of coastal eutrophication and plastic debris density. And the other sector that can be used as the eligible project, the marine and coastal protections, and also sustainable fisheries. This is for the navy blue, the high relevance. And the next is for the safer blue or moderate relevance. The sector can be disaster management and risk reductions, marine renewable energy, and ecotourism. So you can see the detail on the eligible blue projects in our SDG government securities framework that's already published for public. So, in terms of this, we're talking about the supply side. We have ability to supply the thematic bond, sukuk, SDG, and also blue sukuk or bond in the futures. And if we look at the demand side, actually the asset under management of global SDG investors could climb to more than a third of the projected 140.5 billion global by 2025. In the next slide. And then the 2.2 trillion SDG debt market could swell into 11 trillion by 2025, and green bond, social bond, and sustainability bond are poised to surpass 4 trillion in cumulative volume by end of 2020. So this is the demand side. Actually, there is a demand that can be utilized by us in order to get an additional funding for sustainable finance. And in terms of blue bond or blue sukuk, actually the case still limited. In the next slide, the first issuance of blue bond by Seychelles in October 2018. So the size is quite small, only 15 million, 10 years. And this is itself through a private placement, not through the market mechanism. Other project, other case study issued by corporation, like in Nordic Baltic Blue Bonds, Morgan Stanley, and also Bank of China. The last one, 2021, issued by Asian Development Bank. The is through capital market, and the size around 200 million Australian dollars, and also 217 New Zealand million. So this is still. We haven't seen any significant sovereign issue blue bond or blue sukuk as a case study, as a reference. In the last slide, we just want to share with you the challenge and lesson learned that issuing thematic bond as sukuk need extra effort from the preparation of frameworks, getting second party opinion, and also the impact report. Therefore, this need strong commitment, coordination from all stakeholders, especially aligned ministries, because the line ministry is the one who has authority on the projects, not us as the issuer. That's quite challenging for us. And the last one, we need price compensation, because with all the efforts, what is the benefit for us? At this stage, we haven't seen any significant price benefit. So for us in Indonesia, because we have commitment for sustainable finance, we still keep issuing the thematic bond. But if we want to invite other sovereigns, other corporations to issue similar securities, they're asking, or I think the word, the investor need to provide better price benefit or gain. Stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Denny, for very informative, comprehensive, and interesting presentations. On the potency, the opportunity or potency for Indonesia to issue a blue bond or blue sukuk. Also learning, from the previous issuance. I believe there are so many questions, will be coming from the participants, but please hold because we have a limited time, and let's go, to the second speakers, Pak Leonardo, and Pak Leonardo will speak more on, the eligible projects under, the blue economy framework. Time is yours, Pak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Thank you for inviting Bapanas in this important occasion. Now I would like to share about one of the effort or initiative started by Bapanas in shaping up the consolidation of blue economy development in Indonesia. Slide number 3. So based on the current condition, the impact from the COVID-19 pandemic, Bapanas has a task to develop a roadmap on how Indonesia can accelerate the economic transformation. Slide number 3, please. Next. Bapanas is asked to develop the roadmap for economic transformation of Indonesia, and there are 6 game changer strategies to build forward better. And blue economy is one of the strategy that will be included in the economic productivity, on how we can improve the economic productivity. Blue economy is put in this strategy with regards to the many opportunities provided by the blue economy, on how we can optimize the potentials that we have in Indonesia as an archipelagic country, and on how we can also sustain the resources, as well as to provide an inclusive development for the people. So in order to develop this, Bapanas also consider there are 2 groups of sectors. Next slide, please. So 2 groups of sectors that we would like to develop, that there are existing sectors such as in fisheries, whether it's aquaculture or cap service, and then also tourism, ocean-based manufacturing, as well as trade. Now we are also looking into developing future sectors, whether it's related to renewable energies, R&D and education, bioeconomy, environment, and resource management. So the focus is on how we can uplift the existing sectors, in improving the productivity, enlarging the capacity, and then also promoting the new sectors to be developed in Indonesia. Next. So we are now developing the roadmap after we completed a framework for blue economy development for Indonesia. This document was launched by our minister on the 25th of November 2021 during the Indonesia-Sweden Sustainability Partnership Week. And with the support for the UN family and the EU project in Indonesia, as well as one of the Swedish agency and one of the well-known local NGO, we developed this roadmap together, and hopefully this roadmap will be completed by the end of this year. The result of this roadmap also, the substance of this roadmap will also be become one of the content on how Indonesia can take the leadership in blue economy development in ASEAN in 2023, when Indonesia become the chairman in ASEAN. We also included in this roadmap is blue economy indicators, that we would like to develop these indicators in order to classify the blue economy sectors, because it is not a traditional sector such as manufacturing, agriculture, trade, and services. It comprises different parts of or subsectors from different sectors. So we would like to work on the data, on how we can define the blue economy based on the real data, and that is why we refer to the EU blue economy indicators, on how we can develop this data, as well as to make sure that we have actually the data for helping us to provide evidence for our decision making, as well as to determine to identify priorities. Next slide, please. Next. So based on the roadmap, and also there is still ongoing, and also the indicators that we would like to develop, we also use some references from the UNCTAD and also from OECD, as there are many projections about blue economy development, such as OECD projected the value of ocean economy will reach $30 trillion by 2030, while a high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy, for example, they also projected that if we invest around between 2 until 3.7 trillion of investment globally, there are many multiple revenue that we will have. So this become our main motivation on how Indonesia can consolidate different stakeholders to work together on attracting investment in blue economy. Because this is a challenge, as Pak Denny mentioned, there are many challenges in how we can finance blue economy, as the potential are quite significant. And the important for sustainable blue economy, a balance between effective resource management and protection, sustainable production, as well as inclusive development. Hopefully, the investment is not only to be focused on the economic side, but also on how we can support the sustainability of our resources. In terms of sectors, as I mentioned before, next slide please. We would like to focus on how we can improve the existing sectors. As Pak Denny mentioned, maybe we can also support the investment in tourism, in marine non-living industry, marine living industry, as well as in trade. And based on the potential of blue economy, it seems that tourism has become one of the highlights, one of the biggest ocean economy in the world. So maybe in the future there are more opportunities that we can explore in the tourism sectors. While next, in the emerging sector, we still have many opportunity on how we can define the research priority in Indonesia that can later on be commercialized into businesses. So the challenge is on how we can attract international partners to explore more about the resources in Indonesia to become one of the modalities for added value creation. Next, please. And we also would like to improve our research and education as one of the basis on how we can later on explore the diversification of our products, as well as maybe tap into new opportunities on how we can provide a good and sustainable system to support our management in environment and resources. The current project in Indonesia, they are still ongoing. Next, please. According to RPJMN, our medium-term development plan 2020 until 2024, still focus on sustainable fisheries management, marine connectivity, marine protection area, protected area, low carbon development or blue carbon, manufacturing and marine tourism. So based on, if we compare to the future aspiration, it seems that there are still many rooms to be developed. And for mangrove ecosystem, next, is one of the project that has been developed so far, while in renewable energy, next please, the ocean energy is still zero. Yeah? So I think we still need to explore the potential of ocean-based energy. Maybe later on, there are many pilots already in Indonesia, but the pilots have not been realized into scalable projects. So this is a challenge on how we can also see the future project in Indonesia. Next. Next, please. Next. So stakeholders collaboration is important, and under the G20, next please, the G20 Development Working Group, we have agreed that green economy, including blue economy, through low carbon and climate resilient development, will become one of the deliverables that under Indonesia presidency This is our modality on how we can attract more collaboration from other countries, also other partners. Because we identify, next please, based on the study by ADB, for example, we see, although the projection may not be academically proven, but we see this is one of the attempt on how we can define the financial gap by region that maybe later on the government can respond to. For example, because Indonesia has the largest, second largest, the fishery or capture fish sector in Asia. But the financial gap is still there. So I think we can develop more on how we can collaborate in this sector. While for the other sector, the new sector, including the ocean infrastructure or blue infrastructure, can also become one of the opportunity to be explored. We also recognize the blue financing strategic document issued by the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, as supported by the UNDP. And also, we see that this has outlined on how we can move forward with our effort in closing the gap in development financing. Next, on slide number 25. Yeah, next. Based on our RPJMN medium-term development plan, there are many finance that we need. And only 20 or 25% have been fulfilled through government budget. And we need to attract more private sector participation. And maybe we can direct the investment, next please, into the several financing gaps that we have. This is a study by Climate Policy Initiative in 2021, and hopefully this can also become of our reference on how we can also attract collaboration by different institutions to support the development of blue economy in Indonesia. And we see that based on our identification, next please. Maybe so far we have discussed about blue bond or sukuk, maybe parametric insurance, debt for nature swap, but there is a big opportunity also to explore environmental impact bond. I've tried to discuss this, for example, with UNDP several years ago, and try to map out the regulation framework regulatory framework in Indonesia, but there is still none that can support this type of scheme. So I think there is still room on how we can explore more about opportunities, alternatives that we can have for blue financing in the future. Lastly, slide number 29. So based on, as Pak Denny also mentioned, maybe Indonesia will issue, next please, will issue the first blue bond, and but there are still steps to be done, and one of them is to develop the guidance on how, like the SDGs bond, on how we can shape and also put the right criteria on how we can select projects based on the right sectors and according to the Indonesian development priority. This will become a challenge also if we would like to have a scalable project. Pak Denny mentioned maybe the first start will become a general bond maybe, yeah? But later on we also would like to pursue project-based bond, meaning that we prepared some projects that is scalable enough for international financing, that we can also manage the security of the scheme, and hopefully maybe in the future we can also offer this to international community. So hopefully Indonesia will also diversify the source of finance for blue economy development to accelerate the blue economy development in Indonesia. Maybe that is all my presentation. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pak Leonardo, for your presentations. It is very informative and comprehensive. You outlined the Bappenas ongoing initiative to develop blue economy roadmap, indicators and product development. You also inform us of the current government priorities in relation to the blue sector, and you also note that ocean-based energy project is still zero, while as Pak Denny said, under SDG security framework, such projects is actually suitable, to punch, through the issuance, if the issuance, happens, in the coming years. And let us, move to the second, the third speaker, Ibu Yolanda Chang, and Ibu Yolanda will share her ideas, what Indonesia should do, to grab the opportunities, to enhance the opportunities for, in terms of, blue financings, and invite more private sector and financial institutions, to invest more on blue sector. And Ibu Yolanda Chang, if you are also okay, could you also share, your ideas? Because Pak Denny said in his last presentations, the price benefits. Because Pak Denny said, there is no difference between blue, green, social bond issuance with, the normal one, because the price is similar. So I know, you share, your idea, in several meetings that we have when we develop the SDG security framework, but we welcome, your ideas, on this particular issue. So screen is yours, Ibu Yolanda.
Thank you very much. First of all, we are very honored to be invited to speak to you this afternoon. And we are also very honored to have been involved in the formulation of the SDG bond framework and learning a great deal from the ministries and UNDP in outlining the eligible blue criteria. Let me share my screen. So today I want to touch on very lightly on the blue financing criteria, as my esteemed panelists have already touched on what will be the eligible categories. This is really just to highlight that what we have included in the SDG bond, the blue focus areas, are aligned with international best practices. We know that the thresholds being set and the areas of project activities that we consider blue are really dark blue. And there are also different tiers from navy to sapphire to differentiate the scale of impacts. To answer the question whether we will be able to secure greenium, the green premium, when we issue blue bonds or any other debt capital markets instruments. First, you want to understand the dynamics of how pricing comes about. It is actually quite simply a dynamic of investor demand and supply. We have seen in the last few years, there is a shortage of supply of thematic bonds, whether it is sustainability, a catch-all, whether it is green or social or SDG specific. And in our outreach to investors, we've come to understand that there is a wide spectrum of investors in the market looking to invest in thematic bonds. They all have different investment mandates and preferences. As a result, it is really heartening to see that there is a specific blue focus in the SDG framework, because we do see the benefits of having a standalone section dedicated to explaining very clearly what does blue finance means for Indonesia. How does Indonesia define blue financing? When you have a dedicated section or framework on blue financing, you are able to communicate a lot more effectively to investors what you mean by blue, even though in many instances you could capture it under the overriding green umbrella. Communication to us is very different from doing marketing. Many of the issuers that we've dealt with, they may first approach doing a thematic issuance, saying that this is just for marketing purposes because they are not witnessing any pricing benefit. However, we always stress that there is a very clear difference between what is marketing and what is communication. Communicating to investors is really about outlining your vision and your ambition for a particular area that you want to aim to achieve, whether it is specific SDGs, blue or green activities. And with greater and clearer communications, you will be able to attract more investor interest and also investor diversification. Investors who would otherwise not look at your bond through clearer communications and dedicated segments describing the criteria, they would pay attention. We've always said that many issuers, they may have reams of information on their website or in different publications talking about their sustainability strategy. But apart from the dedicated ESG analyst, many of these publications are left unread. However, when you do a blue bond with the segment dedicated to outlining what is blue for Indonesia, investors will pay attention. The investor diversification comes about when we know that there are a wide range of investors in the market and you want to capture as much interest as possible. We know already that there are many that are interested in marine and coastal related sustainable development projects. We would also say that in having this dedicated section in the SDG framework with the blue focus, you are going to set the de facto standard for other island states and archipelagic countries. Thereby, really, is rising tides lifting all boats, setting the standard for the others to follow. And there is always premium in the pricing that you can command when you are among the first to do something. Investors will also look for your sustainability commitments. So it's not so much about earmarking the projects per se, or not only about earmarking the projects. It's also about outlining the overall story, the overall strategy of what Indonesia aims to achieve. There are several case studies that DPS has been involved in, and we really see that yes, there are opportunities for blended finance for the involvement of philanthropic donations or multilateral development banks. But in our experience, it has always been possible to do it also entirely on a commercial basis. For example, a blue bond done by CSSC, a state-owned shipping company in China, they have done a bond issuance that has both the green and the blue label, and it receives very high oversubscription because of the joint labeling. The Bank of China blue bond that was also mentioned by my fellow panelists is also another example. And this is actually quite a mega issuance with CNH Chinese yuan 3 billion issued for a tenure of 2 years. Again, very attractive to investors. And the proceeds for Bank of China that is allocated blue are the offshore renewable energy projects and wastewater treatment categories. Finally, recently we did a blue loan for a Taiwanese customer, Far Eastern New Century. They specialize in salvaging ocean plastic and recycling them into sustainable polyester. They formed a partnership with the apparel brand Adidas to use the recycled plastic turned polyester in the apparel production. All 3 case studies are done entirely on a commercial basis. We would also like to draw a parallel between what we've done in blue finance And what we are now doing with INER, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Indonesia, with regards to our mandate to serve as a financial advisor to INER in refinancing coal-fired power plants for earlier retirement. The reason I brought this up as a parallel for discussion is that we have seen that there is a lot of interest from the philanthropic community, and many of them have big ticket donations or financing that they can deploy. And they are interested in making real world impact. It is not just about making sure that their own investment portfolio is green. It is about whether the impact to reducing emissions can be realized in the real world. And as a result, I believe when Indonesia comes to the market with their blue bond, you will be able to receive a lot of investor interest with a clear framework, with clear commitments on the impact reporting, and a good outline of the earmark projects, even though you'll be issuing that with the tagging in place as a general financing instrument. I hope that answered the question on the greenium, that with greater investor demand, a shortage of good supply of thematic bonds, especially blue bonds, a greenium is not a far-fetched reality. Thank you.
your name correct. Pak Leonardo, Pak Denny, do you want to react on on Pak Pukatin's statement? It is basically it is not about funding availability. Funding is there, but the important is a project is ready to be funded, and that the project should be with the projects must be along with a very compensing that this project will result in positive impact to oceans.
Okay, let me give some short comment to Bukati. Thank you for sharing your view. I think I wish we could live it that word. Because what happened, I just give you some illustrations. Currently in Indonesia, our fiscal position is quite strong. Our economic story quite strong. I've been in Ministry of Finance more than 25 years. And these are the years when we enter the second semester, we still record surplus in our budget. So it's quite a strong story, right? A strong story. And I think there's no other countries in the world that having such experience. So our macroeconomic is quite robust, our fiscal surplus, our political situation also stable. So we have all good story to tell to the investors. But the reality is, up to now, we still see the capital outflow from debt market. The problem is because our status as emerging market. So I want to say that there's other criteria that used by investors, not only about the story of the projects, but the others surrounding environment, such as our status as emerging market. We need to not only give good story, but also need like endorsement from other parties, third party, to make sure that our story is credible. That's why when we issue the frameworks, we need to be audited by second party opinions. And also when we publish the impact report, it will also need to be audited by international auditors, meaning that we need to get some kind of endorsement or approval from international institution that our story, our report is credible. So it's quite challenging for us as emerging market, emerging country.
Thank you, Pak Denny. Pak Leonardo, please, Pak.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. I think it is more into comments, but I agree with you. It is difficult to find the good project, but once a good project is there, I think financing is not a problem. What we have learned from on how we can prepare the international project under international cooperation, for example, there are certain standards that we need to meet, and although the project can be financed finally, but somehow in the implementation. So it's not only preparing the project, but also committing to the project on how we can make sure the project can be implemented timely. So this is a challenge. The overall environment is not only about the fiscal stability or macroeconomic stability, but also the challenge on how we can coordinate among line ministries. Sometimes the bottleneck is related to coordination. And as I mentioned before, if we would like to explore more about the new or emerging sector, for example, as you mentioned about marine debris, and the third speaker also mentioned about the potential of marine debris to be explored through the collaboration with the private sector. We learned that many Scandinavian countries have tried this. Maybe European countries have tried this. To use marine debris as one of the new materials for furniture, for clothes, sustainable clothing, and this is something big in Indonesia. And some of our big companies, particularly in textile, for example, they are now sourcing about new potential materials from different sources. And we have worked with the Ministry of Industry on how we can support these initiatives, this small initiative, maybe and monitor the progress and whether this can be become one of the future scalable project for Indonesia. Looking into the source of materials that we used to import, but now maybe we can find it through the innovation, to providing innovation for using maybe marine debris or other types of resources. Maybe that's from me, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Leonardo. Hope those may answer your curiosity, Pak Buketin. Well, before I give to the other participant, Ibu Yolanda, do you want to have a quick reactions, comments?
Hello, everyone. Apologies for a little while. I actually couldn't hear the audio at the end. So if you don't mind giving me a very quick recap.
Okay. Well, that's all right, Ibu Yolanda. Well, basically, Pak Pokotin said it is not about it is not about financing. It is about finding a good projects. But our other speakers already answer that question. So anyway, is there any questions from Ibu Egi?
Yeah, I just want to ask the question to Pak Leonardo actually. You mentioned in your slide that there is like a plan under RPJMN that there will be like a rehabilitation of mangrove area, right? And at the same time, I read the report of Bappenas and also ICCTF regarding buku inovasi pembangunan di sektor kelautan dan perikanan. In that report, there is a statement that actually the root cause of the mangrove area is not really about how to make the mangrove area wider, but also how to manage the behavior of communities while using mangrove as a source of, let's say, like for cooking or for building the houses and so on and so forth. So whether this point or this issue you have accommodated in the plan so that maybe the solution will go directly to the problems, real problems on the field. So that's my question, because I think if we just having like more plan, and more money for rehabilitation or making like wider area of mangrove without actually recognizing the real problem on the side, maybe we just wasting our money. Thank you, Pak.
Yes, Pak.
Thank you, Ibu Egi. Thank you for the comments. I agree with you, Bu. And actually, for mangrove, for the development of blue economy roadmap, we engage Econusa Foundation, the local NGO that have worked with so many local communities, particularly in coastal area, as well as local government and local universities, in order to take the lessons learned from the field. And how we can translate it into the policy that can be included in the Blue Economy Roadmap. With this collaboration, we hope that they can also convey different shades or challenges when we are working with local communities or local government. Because in every location, there are different culture practices on how they can maybe avoid any damage to the mangrove ecosystem, and maybe later on rehabilitate. But hopefully with this collaboration, we can take up some lessons learned. Of course, maybe along the way, we also will conduct some discussion, consultation, public consultation, involving wider local communities in order to capture the aspiration, their aspiration, and hopefully we can accommodate good recommendations or solutions. They are available locally, but when maybe we can discuss whether it can become one of the bottom-up input for national policy. I think my answer is that.
Thank you, Pak Leonardo. Yes, this is the last questions.
Good afternoon. I'm Murali, the regional coordinator for the Indonesia's Large Marine Ecosystem Project with FAO. Just to talk about the financing blue economy, I think one of the aspects that we are working on is and this is for the Indonesia Sea Large Marine Ecosystem, we have developed the transboundary diagnostic analysis. What are the ecosystem problems and issues, both at the national level and the transboundary level between Indonesia and Timor-Leste. And now we are, within a few months, a couple of months, we are going to develop the strategic action program with all the stakeholders involved. And I find the presentations made now very useful, because when you develop the strategic action program based on the transboundary diagnostic analysis, we have already developed the causal chain analysis. So based on that, when we develop the strategic action program, an essential part is the financing of it. And you have already shown some road directions of how it could be financed. And I just was refer to Ibu's comment, like understanding the problem clearly, whether increasing the area of mangroves or managing the way the community manages the mangroves, what are the priority and where exactly the problem lies, and we have to plan and finance that. So I find this for a workshop a very good starting point for that, and all their presentations we will be making use of it. And from the participant list, I would also like to invite for the strategic action program planning when we do it, because we don't want to do it.
Thank you, Pak Maroli, for your comments and inputs. How to enrich, these discussions, and may also include in the action plan, under this blue partnerships framework. Is there any comment, Pak? If there is no any.
Just a short.
Yes.
Maybe we can engage later on with the project. I believe it is under the Ministry of Marine and Fisheries. Yes. Maybe later on we can discuss more about on how we can align the action plan between the two projects that maybe some of the national policy can be created based on the lessons learned from the project.
Okay, thank you, Pak Leonardo. Before we close, Pak, let me also give a very short statements from each speakers, and I would like to start from Pak Denny. Pak Denny, please, Pak, and if you may, Pak, you may also share with us, when May Indonesia issue a blue bond in 2023, 2024, if that time is already in place.
Okay, thank you. I think first of all I would like to give some comment regarding the Yolanda explanation about the greenium. I think I agree with you, Yolanda, that based on experience when we issue global green sukuk and also SDG bonds, when we put label on our bonds or our sukuk, yes, we see the book order is growing. But when we're talking about how far we can tighten the price, that's different story. So because usually, just illustration for the one those who are not familiar with the transactions. In one-day transaction, usually in the morning, we issue what we call as initial price guidance to the investor. The investor put the orders. And then in the middle of the day, before closing, we send to them the final price guidance. And usually the investor already put some conditions that if you put the level at this lower than this point, they will pull out the bulk order. So yes, the bulk order is growing, but how much we can tighten the price, it's still limited. And when we meet the investors, because we also conduct the non-deal roadshow, some investor, they already have two type of management. The one who manage the ESG bonds and the one who manage just general account. And when I ask whether you have any difference indicators like what they call ikut apa itu? A key performance indicator KPI is a different KPI in terms of bottom line for both management. They said no. So the KPI for both bottom line is similar, meaning that the behaviors of investor or manager will be the same, whether it's ESG or non-ESG. So that's why in terms of pricing, it's quite difficult. And then talking about when we will issue, I will ask to the line minister, to Bappenas, to Marinvest, okay, when you will have adequate underlying project to be financed through the green bond or blue bond or blue sukuk. Because currently what I heard from the Bappenas, also from the Marinvest, that projects that tagging as blue usually small projects.
That's correct.
So the most challenging issue is how to find the sizable number of projects that can be used as the underlying. So if you're ready, maybe we can issue by next year, as long as the line ministry is ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Denny. So it depends on your line ministries. Yeah, you're right, Pak. We help. We support, to identify underlying activities, and it also compete, with green eligible project as well. Pak Leonardo?
Just a share, Pak, just to highlight also what Pak Denny has mentioned, that when we are developing the Blue Economy Roadmap, we also realized that this is not the only challenge on how we can make the roadmap, but how to implement. And then the question is how we can finance it. So we welcome the proposal from OECD, for example, on how we can develop a hub in Indonesia as one of the reference on how we can integrate or coordinate or create synergy among line ministries to make sure that everyone is committed. Commits with the action, the implementation of action plan, and maybe we can later on develop different projects that can initiate the implementation using different sources of funding, whether it's based on government budget or a local budget, commercial-based funding, or what we call now is blended finance. Because for small projects, maybe we can create blended finance because it's not maybe commercially feasible. But for scalable project, we need to prepare the project well. And we hope that maybe later on we can engage more participation for our development partners. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Leonardo. Yolanda, your last statement?
What I would like to conclude is to say that when it comes to anchor projects or identifying projects that would lend themselves easily to raising capital, it is all about efficient risk allocation, meaning you have to identify the right party, the right ministry, the right stakeholders involved to be responsible for mitigating certain risks. And in the case of blue financing, we could see in the area of sustainable tourism, aquaculture, sustainable fisheries, these are the areas whereby an enabling regulatory regime and enabling a funds market commitment, for example, identifying the buyers who will be able to purchase the outcomes of the aquaculture, sustainable fishery products, or sustainable tourism projects would be key. So I quite agree with the statement that there is no shortage of money. There is a shortage of good projects, and good projects come about with good risk allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. So with Yolanda last statement, I would like to conclude this session by saying thank you so much, Pak Denny, Pak Leonardo, and Yolanda, and hope this this discussion will will contribute to the action plan, the partnership, the blue sector partnership action plan that Kemenko Marine Pest and UN agencies are developing right now. So thank you so much, and give us a big applause.
Thank you very much. So we've learned that good blue is green, and then there's money to go around. We just need good projects. We will now, or you'd like, yes, okay, photo session. Sorry, could we get the Ibu on the screen if she's not gone home yet? Maybe you guys should go closer to the screen. Yeah. She looks like the goddess. Okay, very good. Thank you, thank you. So for our final session, I'd like to ask Andreas Hutahayan from the Coordinating Ministry to go on the stage, along with the moderators of the session so far, to run us through the conclusions for today.
This is the last one. So we already have many idea, many information from this morning until now. I think it's a very dense meeting today, and now this is the time to ask the moderator what is actually the result from the session. So this is a chance for us also to have a brief the summary of each session that can be presented by the moderator of the session. Please, I would like to invite all the moderators to come to the front. So I'm not making stand-up comedy here.
Or at least not alone. Can we get Ola on the screen? Is he still around? Nico? Yeah? Okay.
I'm around, thank you.
And from the UNIDO, the lady? Because if there is no lady, we should go down, all of us.
Yes.
Uita?
Would perhaps any of the speakers from that session be still here? And would they volunteer to
Yeah, I
go on
think
the
there is
stage?
a key person also, Pak Rahmat here. Maybe can give some information or others. And Pak Sudari also. Oh yeah, this is Pak Sudari, the champion. First, I would like to give the floor to the first moderator, Mr. Ola Vestergaard. Pardon? Yeah, Ola. I think, could you give us about in 3 minutes or 4 minutes maximum what is actually the key points message that coming from your session regarding the current status and maybe the future of what kind of program that can be implemented based on there were several speakers during your session. Maybe you can give us some information regarding this. Please, Pak Ola.
Thank you. It was a very rich conversation, and I also have been listening to the other panels, and during the day, a number of very important points have come up. I have tried to distill a few practical steps to tackle the issues in session 1. There's a need to explore how marine conservation and sustainable use of marine resources can practically unlock social, environmental, and economic benefits. And for this, marine protected areas play a key role in safeguarding the quality of oceans. Well-functioning MPAs support fisheries, carbon sequestration, tourism, and other benefits. And there's a need to both expand MPAs and ensure the good management to achieve Indonesia's national blue economy objectives. And I think that the MPA Vision 2030 clearly outlines the targets for MPA management that should be a key element for this blue economy transition. So MPA development should go hand in hand with fisheries management, marine spatial planning, and other sectoral management. And we need a system of highly protected areas and marine zones for sustainable use. And fisheries management sector could join a broader integrated blue economy planning and governance framework. Also, we heard about the need for more joined up approach an integrated approach that can enable blue economy transition. There's currently lack of upstream and downstream integration across policy areas and institutions, so we can create value between SDG and blue economy processes. SDG targets and indicators provide an important benchmark and framework for collaboration and performance management. We can capitalize on the decade of SDG action with a clarification on roles and responsibilities in blue economy transition is essential. The ongoing process of development, the Blue Economy Roadmap of Indonesia, provides an important opportunity to identify mechanism for cross-sector and multi-stakeholder cooperation, and to identify an action plan with clear responsibilities. In this process, challenges and threats from marine and land-based pollution faced by different sectors and stakeholders should be identified to come up with a more clear target jointly. And lastly, we can apply a set of guiding principles and frameworks to make the blue economy transition more practical and implementable. It is important to apply a science-based ocean management approach, including for marine spatial planning and human activities. In absence of scientific information, there's a need to take a precautionary approach to blue sector development. By enhancing ocean and coastal conservation resource management, and by applying circular economy approaches to reduce resource consumption and pollution, and by supporting equitable sharing of blue economy benefits with local communities, we can enhance the resilience of both ecosystems and people, and thereby create valuable nature-based climate solutions. And lastly, the Universal Blue Economy Transition Framework and Readiness Assessment approach provides a practical tool to identify a pathway to blue economy transition and organize the process to make it manageable and real. And we can build on many ongoing national and regional efforts, including plastic treaty process, regional seas, ASEAN, and the high-level ocean panel process on ocean planning here in Indonesia. And I thank you for that.
Regarding the conclusion, you are raised the issue regarding social and economy and good governance, marine spatial planning, and marine protected area, and also blue economy. So linked with how the local people are involved in the conservation area, in particular region, something like that. I think this is a very important message for us. And thank you, Ola, for the words. Thank you. And for the second session, I would like to invite Bu Ita to give the conclusion from your session regarding blue food. Bisa ke sini juga nggak apa-apa.
Baik,
terima kasih. Thank you very much, Pak Andreas. And also I would like to thanks again our prominent speakers and also participants. From the session 2 regarding the food, blue food, we have 5 recommendations here, referring to its potency, including for the nutrition, and also employment and also economic benefit. Increasing supplies or production of sustainable blue food from fisheries and aquaculture is very important for Indonesia national economic. Cluster-based approach, digitalization, innovation, technology are part of the transformations to increase productivity and also to improve sustainability practices, as well as at the same time to ensure that the harvest is taken and ensure quality and also its traceability. The second recommendation is to enhance blue finance to support and encourage sustainable practices of small-scale fishermen through inclusiveness, robust and transparent certification scheme. Simplification of licensing, administrations, and intensive schemes such as finance, provision of production goods are needed to encourage sustainable fisheries practices. So this is linked with the session 4. And the third one, regarding the food security, mainstreaming the local food, and then logistic system based on archipelagic oriented food promotion, food diversification as are the way toward transformation needed to increase the important role of blue food in our national food security system. The fourth one, improve data management for the science-based or evidence-based decision maker. This is very important as well to have successfulness blue food development to balance between environment and also blue food production. Last but not least, session 2 recommend to prioritize low carbon footprint aquacultures with high value nutrition. One of commodity we identify is seaweed, as it's not only to addressing food security, community livelihood, but also to contribute in mitigating and also adapting climate change. That's all, Pak Andreas, from our sessions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Ita, very comprehensive one. I think we come to the next session. I think I would like to invite from UNOP, Bapak Irman.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Andreas. I would speak slowly so as to give my colleagues Ucok to finish his thing, because his session is just ending like a few minutes ago, and we're all, as moderators, we're tasked with coming up with the formulation, and that's very rude on him because he's just finishing his session. So, but my session, I found that my session is the toughest actually, because it is unless unlike the first session, which is basically about conservation. The second session is about food. It's about how to utilize the resources. The fourth is about financing. Mine is like a motley crew. I mean, it's like it's not. I mean, it's like it's about innovation, which is basically, it's called innovation, but inside there is a science and technology. There is also human development. There is also a gender component in there and everything like that. So I would probably call my session is like a blue enabling environment or something like that. But with some twist on innovation. I would just read out probably Pa Andreas what I. It's like gathered from the discussion, which I think it's like it was a difficult session in terms of the substance, but I was the luckiest probably to have such a it's like very, very good speakers, panelists, 4 of them and everything, and of top-notch quality. So I would like to thank all of them. So let me just read out. It's like number one is basically the issues of blue innovation and knowledge production and management are of utmost importance to the blue economy and to sustainable use of maritime resources, especially in introducing ways and means to ensure the balance between economic use and environmental sustainability is maintained. Number two, several things that are related to blue innovation and knowledge production and management is the link between innovation and management and actual actions on the ground to improve people's livelihood. So without actual actions, these are meaningless, especially for the context of Indonesia, in which it's like many of the coastal communities are actually impoverished, and because they are pushed into poverty, they are inclined to resort to activities that are not sustainable. Number three, provision of knowledge and introduction of innovation, such as access to digital technology, to the coastal communities will be able to create opportunities that will move people away from unsustainable practices to alternative sustainable income generating activities. Number four, as an archipelagic nation, Indonesia is still lagging behind several other island nations in using innovation and technology to ensure sustainable use of our oceans. The coastal rural communities in Indonesia tend to be left a bit far behind compared to the urban ones. The introduction of better tutoring methods on mathematics and science subjects and general improvement of the educational system will not only improve the livelihoods of the coastal communities due to the opportunities for socio-economic elevation, but also to establish a strong maritime science and technology development in Indonesia. Number five, this is last but not least, there should also be further improvement in achieving gender balance in the field of ocean and maritime science. The potential for having more women entering the field of ocean and maritime research is widely available. There needs to be more women at the higher managerial positions, as having more women at the policy-making positions will produce gender-sensitive policies, which in turn will be beneficial for the livelihood of the coastal communities who are predominantly women themselves. If I make any mistakes, don't shoot the messenger. I was just basically, saying what has been, mentioned during the session. Thank you very much, Pak Andreas.
Thank you, Pak Irman. I think it's quite very dense also information. I think from the last two moderator, you have described that the geographical condition of Indonesia as the archipelagic countries. So this is, one is the opportunity, another way is this challenges. Yeah. It's mean, among the islands, it's connecting by water. So the water now we are discussing in at the moment. So how we could utilize the water between the islands. Now this is, for sure, we need some support in terms of the financial or blue finance for this thing. Maybe you can give some of the result, Pak Dok.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Andreas, and let me, thank to our speakers. And this is correct, Pak Andreas. We need to have a sufficient, financing, right? To, to finance the great work plan, a very promising, action plan, because we just heard that the government budget is very limited. Pak Denny mentioned, there is around 75 to 80%. I mean, the gap funding, and it need to be find a most financing the most suitable financing instruments to address the gap, and one of them is through the blue bond and blue sukuk issuance. The framework, the SDG security framework already include this under blue focus, yeah. And but as also mentioned by Pak Denny, it depends on the line ministry's readiness. Readiness means that we need to have a sufficient underlying activities, a very good commitment to implement, to develop impact report, because this require to build a strong and very convincing stories when the government issue the bonds and sukuks later on. However, we still need to communicate well and educate in the same time to the investor, because we don't see the difference between blue bond, blue sukuks, or social bond, SDG bond with normal bond, because the price is still similar. Price composition is still similar, or in terms of pricing benefit. But it is important, to have price compensations to encourage more issuers, to step in. Okay, so that's also important to take a note. And from Pak Leonardo highlight that it is also important, to have overarching, framework. Therefore, blue economy framework is needed, and it is also important, to have the indicator in the next midterm development plan, and it is also important, to prepare eligible project and activities, because those can be also used, to build our story when we issue, those bonds later on, and then communicated in the global market. And all speakers also highlight that both in the SDG security framework and blue economy framework, and also articulated by Yolanda, that the eligible sectors are already there. So for instance, sustainable fisheries, ocean-based energy, ecotourism, sustainable marine tourism, marine debris, waste management, and so on. So those are eligible sectors, and those sectors, are also mentioned, in the previous topic. So meaning that, if blue bond or blue sukuk will be used as one of blue financing instruments, those sectors, are there, and those sectors, are very eligible, to be financed, through blue bond or blue sukuks. And this is the last. Of course, blue bond and blue sukuk is one of instruments, as also mentioned by Pak Leonardo, Pak Denny, and Yolanda. We may also explore, other instruments through blended financings, or maybe through, through private sector investment. So it depends on project size, and depends on the characteristic of the project itself. If the project is big enough, then blue bond or blue sukuk may be more suitable instruments, or if it is small, maybe using using more traditional one, like banking financing is most suitable. So I think that's all from topic number 4, Pak Andreas. Over to you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Ucok. I think we already have figured out what exactly the benang merah, what is the pipes between the first session, the second, the last, and that mentioning that how is the importance of our ocean. But anyway, today's session, I would like to share you one slide. Maybe the operator could give. I shared already the presentation. Sudah di-share, Pak, PPT-nya. This reminds us at the beginning of how this framework, this Blue Agenda Action Partnership starting. We're starting from what is actually the current condition of Blue Agenda of Indonesia regarding to the RPJMN target 2024. So starting from that, there are several that we need to achieve through this short time period. We are hoping we can give some recommendation to Bappenas how we could overlap this National Blue Agenda Partnership to the next RPJMN. Maybe next slide. Next slide. Yeah, these are the pillars. Pak Luhut already mentioned there are 4 pillars. Then already the moderator giving us a very dense information, very concise information regarding each pillar. From the blue health, the second is regarding blue food, the third blue innovation, and the last is blue finance. This is, we would like to connect each other, how each pillar can be linked in order to achieve the RPJMN target. Next. So this is the scheme that we would like to figure out. Starting from the government of Indonesia, the ball, the cycle, and then the UN agency, and also the other is regarding the developing partners. We are need to working together in order to answer, to achieve the target of RPJMN. Next. And this is the steps, the roadmap that already mentioned by Bu Valerie as well, and as well Pak Jody, that we are already on way forward. I think after this meeting, there will be many homework among moderators and also to our developing partners, how we could able to achieve the target on 14th of November, when we plan to launch this kind of partnership under when there is a UN, when the Ocean 20 present in Bali at the time. Next. I think, thank you very much, and we give applause to all the moderators for giving us very dense information. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Andreas, and all the moderators. Tak Kolev to you for getting up early and staying with us. I guess now you have to work an entire afternoon, while we can still go home from here soon. But next, I'd like to ask Muhammad Rahmat Mulyanda Assistant Deputy Coordinating Minister for Aquaculture Development, to deliver us his conclusions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the UN agencies. Speakers here, Pak Teguh, Pak Denny. Pak Teguh is my colleague when I was in Bapenas, 20 years. I work in Bapenas, and just 2 years moving to Kemenko Marves. And also moderators, which has excellent facilitating and make a good moderating for this workshop, gathering this and sensitizing the significant information for this excellent discussion and two-way communication between us. I will deliver message from Pak Deputy as our deputy, because he is not coming here, and then want me to deliver his message. As a closing remark, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, on behalf of the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment, I would like to thank you and appreciate your attendance at the Road to Ocean 20 workshop, Partnership for Effective Management to Conserve and Sustainable Use of the Ocean. As mentioned by Mr. Minister Luhut, in facing the 2045 vision, Indonesians have commitment and take action to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural resources, developing our economy to the blue economy stage. We commitment to focus on synergies between economic production, equitable welfare, and conserve of marine and coastal ecosystem. I hope that after this workshop, we can move forward our commitment and collaboration into several actions. 1. Identified at least 1 or 2 concrete actions at each pillar with tangible output in line with RPJMN target. As example, about ocean health with holistic approach, restoration with science and economic approaches, and also about sustainable blue food of seaweed, starting from the mariculture area, seed production, and value-added and supply chains. Second one, finalize the framework and structure for Blue Agenda Action Partnership. And third one is prepare for documentation for the launch of the National Blue Agenda for Action Partnership in the mid of November 2022. The strategic partnership will assist the government of Indonesia in accelerating the achievement of government development target. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in my final word, again, I would like to invite you at the Ocean 20 event, which will be held on 13 and 14 November 2022 in Nusa Dua, Bali. In the support is an opportunity to support G20 action together, especially Ocean 20 with other small and developing countries. I believe we can recover together, recover stronger for our sustainable ocean and blue growth. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Beautiful music we all know by heart now. So in really closing the closing session, let me say a few words on behalf of the UN and the resident coordinator who could not be here now. So if today has shown us one thing, it's that organizations from across the government, the UN, the CSO sector, academia and businesses really care about the ocean, its health, and its ability to support development in the long term. If we can keep this momentum, we'll be in good shape in moving towards building an effective and impactful partnership towards sustainable use of the ocean. Our speakers have presented important plans and recommendations, and we have identified follow-up actions as we move towards the official launch of the partnership in just over 6 weeks. In session 5 that has just ended, moderators provided an excellent summary of the takeaways from each session. I'm not going to repeat these. Let me, though, highlight a few ideas that struck a chord with me as I was trying to listen between trying to fix my problems. So, first, Mark Fidaus from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries spoke about the 7 work areas of the government when it comes to supporting marine protected areas to support the blue economy. The interlinkages between these work streams are clear and underline the need for coordination. The UN stands ready to support this endeavor on breaking down barriers and increasing collaboration across related work areas. Our 2 speakers from BAPENAS talked about a new economic paradigm for the marine-based economy to achieve inclusive and sustainable economic growth, and about the acceleration of activities to achieve joint blue economy and ecology targets. From FAO, we heard that we must fine-tune blue finance to help balance food production and the conservation of the environment. This shows how important the involvement of the private sector is in the National Blue Agenda Actions Partnership. Our afternoon keynote speaker from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries talked about a new project to pay fishers during off-season months to collect garbage in the ocean. Projects like this, for which Chairman Radiata invited the cooperation of the international community, are real game changers. The complementarities in international support were also palpable. The work of the COPSIA Secretariat with ASEAN, which we heard about this morning, parallels the UN support to BAPENAS at the national level. We will need to work in tandem to make sure we are aligned and complementary rather than overlapping. I could go on and on and on. There really have been many takeaways from the workshop, as you've heard. Also, on the behalf of the resident coordinator, I'd like to thank Marvest, BAPENAS, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, UN colleagues from the various agencies involved, as well as speakers and participants from academia, CSOs, and the private sector today. Our common journey on this partnership is just beginning. Let's make sure we are well coordinated and aligned, involving all stakeholders as we work towards making a real difference and support the government to build a sustainable blue economy while protecting marine resources. Each one of us has an important role to play, and Indonesia is poised to take a leadership globally when it comes to the blue agenda, and if it follows through its commitment and plans, it will set an example worldwide. The UN is here to help Indonesia fulfill its potential. In terms of concrete action items, the immediate next step is to set up the governance structure of the National Blue Agenda Actions Partnership. I invited interested partners to join the committee of the task force of the 4 pillars: health, food, innovation, and finance. Please get involved and help us move forward. Also, I hope that many of you will make it to the launch of the National Blue Agenda Actions Partnership on the 14th of November in Bali, just before the G20 summit. Thank you and have a nice evening.
You're insecure, don't know what for. You're turning heads when you walk through the door. Don't need makeup to cover up. Being the way that you are is enough. Everyone else in the room can see it. Everyone else but you. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. If only you saw what I can see, you'll understand why I want you so desperately. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe you don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. That's what makes you beautiful. So good, come on, you got it wrong. To prove I'm right, I put it in a song. I don't know why you're being shy and turn away when I look into your eyes. Everyone else in the room can see it. Everyone else but you. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. If only you saw what I can see, you'll understand why I want you so desperately. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe you don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. That's what makes you beautiful. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard